fix.
Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them man are weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
Today we kick off 5 days of crucial matches that will set the stage for the rest of the year. Hello and welcome to week 4 of VCT Americas, aka Super Week. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. I'm Dash. Joining me at the desk, it's Mimi and Sean Garris to break down all the action. You notice I brought no notes because I don't need notes when I got these two on the desk. They got all the knowledge necessary to work through 10 whole matches that we have in front of us here in Super Week. Before we get started, let's take a look at the standings and see what's what when it comes to our teams and how they stack up in the league. Now, as I mentioned at the top of the show, it is Super Week, so we're going to see a lot of movement within these standings, I think, all throughout our 5 straight days of competition. 2 matches every day, which of course means that there's plenty of shuffling that can happen as a bunch of our teams still find themselves in a few, or what we were calling at the end of last week affectionately, the soup, right? We got the 2-1 soup and the 1-2 soup there. 8 teams across that spread.
Yeah, and there's a big difference to this week. Previously, it's a whole week off that you get to look back at your game and prepare. Now this is almost more like a tournament format where these teams play one game, 2 days later you're playing into another, and I think it is really going to start to kind of set in stone who we can expect to be into the playoffs for Americas.
Yeah, this is the week where the coaching staffs and the IGLs come up really big for these teams. So honestly, a lot of the teams already at the top are the rich get richer, it seems like, in NA, because that's where the top coaches are right now. We saw Loud take out Furia last week. That was insane.
Yeah.
Just Lil bro'd them.
But like for the middle of the pack as well, this is the week that is make or break. This can make your chances of playoffs or put you in a position where it's almost impossible to come back to. So the pressure is definitely on for the teams this week.
Yeah, double the homework, right? Because every team plays twice this week. Now, we are going to be kicking things off with Loud versus Sentinels, and then later on, MIBR will be hopping on a stage versus Leviatán. But there you can see it, all 10 scheduled matches over the course of the next 5 days. I'm going to save myself the breath in reading through them, but outside of today's matchups, maybe, Mimi, is there one in particular that you have your sights set on out of this whole Super Week lineup?
Oh, there's so many good ones. I'm looking at Cloud9 versus NRG. That Cloud9 team keeps improving, keeps kind of outpacing our expectations, and NRG just got upset last week. I think there's a chance that C9 could come out on top of that one.
I agree. That's a super spicy one because Cloud9 is the only NA team that's sitting at 2-1, and if they take out NRG, you would make the argument that they're the best team out of all the North American teams.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a really spicy one. I like 100 Thieves versus Leviatán because I think if they lose that game, their playoff hopes will be really quickly diminished at that point.
That's a huge stakes matchup for sure. So I'm right there with both of you. Some exciting ones ahead of us this week. Now, entering week 4, I think it's time for us to take stock and recognize the players that have stepped up. There's so much talent here on the stage, but who's the best of the best? That's the question we're looking to answer. Let's assemble a super team for Super Week. Here's how it's going to work. I have tasked Mimi and Sean to nominate players in each role, and then I will pick between the players that they nominated for that role to make our super team. So first, we're going to start with our duelist, the firepower of the pack here. And looks like, based on the prompter, Mimi, you're going first.
Okay, all right. Well, I've picked someone that I think it's no surprise. I'm going to pick into Ospas. This guy has been playing like he is the best player in Americas, maybe even the best player in the world. The way he anchors sights with this jet is insane. His movement just looks so natural, and no one has been able to shut him down, whether he's opping on defense or finding crazy value executing these sights with the rifle on attack.
Look, I couldn't agree more with you, Mimi, and that's why I actually chose Ospas also
Good choice.
on my team as my duelist. He went 11-0 last week in First Bloods against Furia. I mean, that was the team that a lot of people thought might make a running for the best team in our entire region. He just completely shut them down. He's insta-locking Jet, which is super key in this meta. I mean, you mentioned it. He's the glue for Loud right now. He does so much for that team. It would be silly to not pick him.
I love it. The two of them underhanding the ball to me here. Unanimous decision makes my job easy. Our duelist will be Ospas here on our Super Week Super Team. Let's move on to the controller position, though, here. And, Sean, I'll hand it over to you for your nomination.
All right, so for my controller, I went with Khalil. I think he's been playing absolutely out of his mind. He's been playing Omen, Astra, and Viper, so he could kind of maneuver around whatever smoke agent I would need him on my team. That kind of flexibility will make me able to switch up my comps. I'm thinking deep here, Dash, okay? I'm not thinking surface level stuff here. I can dominate on Ascent with him. I can dominate on Pearl. He's familiar with Harbor comps. This guy has it all. So I'm taking Khalil. His headshot percentage is like 30% too. So his individual skill is through the roof.
Strong case. Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, he can play Harbor, but then, I mean, all those other agents so last year. The guy who's been defining the meta with Loud is Tuies. You know, you gotta get a second member of that team, and they're the top of the league right now. Tuies has been absolutely incredible. He came in as such a young player ahead of Lock, and who was previously playing only Duelist and Chamber last year, learned this controller role, and I think he probably has the best Harbor utility of anyone in the league. I've not once seen him miss a high tide. The timings that he manages to find are incredible, and when he switches things up, plays over to the Astra in another role, he's just as good. The consistency that Tuies provides for Loud is just incredible.
Has he played anything other than Harbor for them lately?
I think he plays the Astra on split, but it is mostly that Harbor.
So if he caught a Harbor nerf, that'd be pretty bad though, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, considering the arguments that have just been made for both of our nominees, I am going to ultimately go with Khalil. In part because of that flexibility that you're talking about there, Sean, perhaps an extra agent in his pool and a little bit more flexibility, but also his numbers when it comes to fragging out, right? Like, I want to have more firepower than just Ospas behind that, and ultimately Khalil sports much higher ACS over the course of the first 3 weeks here in Americas, and so having that extra little bit of punch behind somebody who's also a little bit more flexible, that's who I'm drafting onto our team. Next, we're talking about initiators, though, and Sean, I'm going back to you. Your pick.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting for a lot of people. I'm going with Zekken as my initiator. I think he's been playing a lot of flex throughout this tournament. He's playing Raze, Sova. We've seen him on Sky as well. I know he can play KO. He has a lot of depth in his agent pool, and I think he would fit the initiator class perfectly. Highly skilled, very good at supporting, has played in multiple systems at the pro level. It's an easy pick, and I want an NA player in here.
I have a simple question for you. Is Raze an initiator?
Raze is not an initiator, but like I said, flex.
No, okay, that's all we need to hear. That's all we need to hear. The role is initiator.
He's going to burn him on a technicality.
Who's the best initiator player in the league right now? Cow and Zine. Similar story to Tuies. Young guy, comes in for Loud, is looking absolutely incredible. His util usage is perfect. In the game versus Furia, his just movement as an individual was absurd. In every 1v1, he perfectly sized. I mean, look at that. Like, who pulls that off besides this guy? He provides that value as an individual, but his util usage is also so good. It's a Sky meta, and he's probably the best Sky player in the league.
Oof, okay,
I know what you're doing right now, Mimi.
I mean, it's just a few players from Loud. It's a good team. Trust all of more.
This is making it tough for me because especially the call on the Raze, you know, is like now we're blurring lines. But if you haven't gleaned onto something already for me yet, I like firepower. And so ultimately I'm going to go with Zekken because there's only one player actually in the entire league who puts up more in a per round than Zekken. Guess who that is? It's Ospas. Already, we already got him on the team, and now we're just taking 1-2 when it comes to damage per round, combat score, and things like that.
Honestly?
What?
Bunny ears. He rocked bunny ears.
And he rocked bunny ears. The man's got style while he's doing it all.
I'm telling Cow and Zine you don't think he has firepower.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. I don't need that to be my first introduction to Cow and Zine. All right, let's move on to our IGL position, though. The all-important leadership role here for the squad. Sean, once again, back over to you.
Okay, so I could have gone a lot of ways here. You could go like FNS. I don't know, you could even go Sadak or something, but no, I actually went skill. I'm going to keep going skill. I went King from Leviatán here as my IGL. I think he brings so much to the table on the initiator role. He can pair up with Zekken, so my team is looking cracked, actually. We have double initiator potential, double duelist potential, double controller potential. But King drops insane amounts of frags from this initiator role while in-game leading, while running a very structured system. So I'm going to be coaching this team. I'm going to keep it real with you guys. If it's not me, it's owner. So
I like it. Can we add a 6th category at the end here, coach, for this super team? We'll get to that one in just a bit.
King's going to be calling these pocket strats, right? I'm supposed to be running in. Dekken's going to be supported. This is free, right, Dash?
All right, well, we'll find out. We'll see who Mimi's got to nominate.
King's good. He's a great fragger, but he's a new IGL. He's only really proved himself with Leviatán. We haven't seen them win a tournament, make it all the way. Who's a guy who's managed to not only develop young talent into something new, but win tournaments in the past? Sadak. The guy is pretty darn good. He plays so many different roles. He's rocking the duelist, locking in the Raze. He can play the Viper. He's incredibly flexible. I would say even more so than King, and he is a more proven leader to boot. This guy has been playing out of his mind. The preparation and the calls that Loud have been so good.
So I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, Dash is clearly going to go with Sean's pick because he used all the buzzwords, right? He's like, the guy frags out. He's top of the table. Dash likes aggression. I'll tell you what, though. if there's one role where I'm looking for somebody who doesn't need to necessarily frag out at every moment, it's the IGL role. And I'm going to go with Sadak because he's also played significantly more agents over the course of the first 3 weeks than King has. King is relegated down to only 2 agents so far. We're up to 5 here for Sadak. So in part, when we're building a super team, I'm looking for someone who can be the glue and who can ultimately say, okay, I can fill in the gaps compositionally for us, as well as just be strong leadership and have been all the way to the tippy top of the mountain. So Sadak will be the call. Now let's move on to our 5th and final position, our Sentinel, my favorite position on the team. And so here we go. Sean,
So
let's
for
see if we
this,
can get it.
I mean, my Sentinel's a little bit of a fraud because it has been playing a lot of Viper. So I have a lot of Vipers in my squad here, I'm not gonna lie. But Les is known to play a lot of Killjoy, and we are deep in a Killjoy meta. This guy has insane aim. Like, he has some of the most true aim, I think, in the entire scene. His first bullet accuracy is unreal. His ability to just lock down sights and anchor them is probably like second to none. It's crazy watching Les's mechanical skills. So I feel like this was just an easy pick for me. Killjoy meta, I just want to pick Killjoy. Not being cute with any Cypher picks or anything like that.
You guys are going to be very surprised. You know, I'm wearing a green jacket. I've picked 4 Loud players thus far.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick another Loud player. I'm also going for Les. Great decision, Sean. I think that's a fantastic choice. I have nothing to disagree on that front. His lurks are incredible. He's one of the best side anchors in the league. And I think he's, right now, the highest performing, like, Killjoy Viper player in the world. I mean, what, we could run, like, a 4 Viper comp with this team. We can get something crazy going.
You just built Loud. That was
just
cheating.
built Loud.
No, we have 2 players that aren't on Loud.
Those are my players.
Yeah, hold on. We built that.
No, but there's 2 players that should be there. They got robbed.
Oh, yeah. We got 2 robbed players on the desk. Well, again, unanimous vote here for Les in the Sentinel role. Makes me a happy man because I love some KJ play. And no doubt he is the best out there that we have in VCT Americas. There you go. We've got our super team. 3/5 Loud. And then we've got a couple of ringers to bring it all together. And Sean as the coach, how do you feel about your team in the end, Sean?
This team slaps. I'm not gonna lie, I'm coming back to coaching if I have this team.
Yeah, for real, right?
This team is winning events.
Okay, does this team, I know you wanted Loud to be the full super team, but in reality, how confident you feel about how this team could stack up?
I feel really confident about this team. Also, I think the fact that it's 4 Brazilian players is a little telling about the way the league is going right now. Brazil is looking dominant. Each one of these players is incredible. I think Zekken slotting in makes sense as well. I'm a fan.
Alrighty, well, if you think you've got a super team that can beat ours, make sure you tell us on Twitter. Use those hashtags VCT Americas and VCT so we can feature them later on in the broadcast. Maybe evaluate a few of them. Maybe you notice somebody that we forgot and you think deserves a nod. Stick around, though. We'll break down today's first matchup between Loud and Sentinels right after this quick commercial break. See you in just a bit.
Não aparece, segundo, levou agora e aí, meu Deus, mais avanço! None of the util has been cleaned up yet, Dev, and it is good util in his hands, finds it a target, and that's the ace!
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We're starting off Super Week with a bang. Our first match is between Loud and Sentinels. Now, of course, we're going to start one thing on the Loud side. We got to start with a note that this is the first time that all 5 of Loud's 2022 champions roster will be on stage together since that win.
I see what you did there. That's kind of insane, yeah. Except they're on the other side of the stage now.
Not all playing together.
Yeah. And it's actually so ridiculous, the storylines in this game. I mean, Marv coming in as well for Sentinels. Coming against this Loud core for his first match back in the VCT. Like, this is just so ridiculous, this matchup. There's so many things to look forward to. And I don't know if Saucy and Pancata are going to have some kind of mental edge as far as like how Loud approaches these maps, or it's the other way around. Maybe Loud knows fundamental tendencies of Pancata and Saucy. There's so many weird little storylines here to deal with.
Yeah, and I think it's so interesting as well because it was like Saucy and Sadak built this Loud squad together. Now it's been rebuilt, re-put back together with 2 new players, and he's still performing at the top of their game. Well, on the other side, for Pancata and for Saucy over on Sentinels, they haven't managed to find that same success that they once achieved at Loud.
Yeah, constant questions, right, about familiarity between players, between teams, and especially when you split up a very successful roster like that. Who really does come out the better in the trade, right, is always a question that the community at least wants an answer to. Loud is still the only team, though, undefeated here in the league, having totally dismantled Furia last week. They came in prepared in what was a matchup we thought was going to play out a little bit closer.
Yeah, for Loud thus far, we've seen them experimenting with some different compositions, trying out the Gecko, kind of taking their time trying new things. But in this match versus Furia, the respect was clear because they came in and they played absolutely incredibly. They went up against this Chamber for Dijazin on split, and they perfectly played against it. They got off the Gecko, switched back to their double dive compositions, and absolutely shut him down. And when they went to the second map as well, they showed that same level of preparation.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I love the comp change by them to go back to the double duelist onto the Chamber, because that TP is so shallow these days with the nerfs that came into Chamber that the 2 duelists can just hunt him down, even if he gets 1 kill.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff from them. And I think this is Loud showing their, like, final form of this roster, right? Because I think they've had their time to consider their options. Now they've found compositions that feel comfortable for them, and they're now kind of in their rightful spot.
Now, we talked about him a bit because he's on our super team, but let's talk about him again, Aspas. I mean, there's already questions, you know, conversations beginning around, is this the best player in Americas right now? Sean, what are your thoughts?
I think you would have to say yes, without a doubt. And it's because of how good he is on this jet roll. What you're going to watch in all these clips is how good he is at just maneuvering around, using his updraft and cloudburst.
This clip here is
to
nuts.
Just create new angles. Yeah, like look at this cloudburst that blocks the heaven line of sight. He then takes out screens, gets the kill back sight, drops in, dashes, gets another dash, updrafts on top jet. All of this is so subconscious. He has been playing jet for so long. It looks so intuitive, and everything is fluid when you watch Aspas play.
And he has consistently been playing that well. He's been so good across every game that this team has played, but against probably their strongest opponent, that's where he played his absolute best. It was incredible.
11-0 first blood success last week. That is nuts. He didn't drop a single first duel when it came to his performance in week number 3.
And then Dash, this is like going into their Harbor Viper stuff. So against Furia, watch how they approach these plants on these rounds. So they like tap the spike top site, and before any util comes in, they're immediately planting on the side of the site because they know that people will harass their plants on this Harbor comp. So they're always one step ahead. They're tapping the spike on these early rounds, and then late in the game, it sets up instant plants like this. So they have this huge game plan around how they even are approaching the plants entering the sites. It's so incredibly detailed when you watch Loud on the other side of Aspas.
Yeah, and it shows that this is Loud's meta. They were kind of the first team to really innovate these Harbor Viper comps, but they're also taking it to a level that I don't think a lot of other teams have gotten to yet, of getting past that point of this is the initial idea. Now this is how we play against teams that are trying to exploit us. This is how we move to that exploitative style. And I think that shows how good Loud is, because they can have that initial idea, but also find that level above. And that's what makes a great team fantastic, and I think what makes them the top in the league.
So while it's all roses right now for Loud, undefeated atop the table, we got to talk about their opponents as well. Moving on to Sentinels, this is a team that's on the struggle bus most recently. It's been a rough start to 2023.
Struggle bus is out of gas. Like, this is...
Not only are we on the struggle bus, we're also parked on the side of the road out of gas.
Yeah, we're broken
down, man.
Flat tire. I mean, they're 5-10 in their maps since forming this team, right? You look at the roster, and sure, they're missing 10s today. Marv is in there, but that's still another all-star, right? They just replace an all-star with another all-star, and you would expect them to have better results. And the problem I'm seeing when I'm watching them is just like little cohesive things. And I think this week they're going to try to focus on those fundamentals and get things back together. Unfortunately, they're going against Loud, so they're going to go against someone like Aspas, who's constantly testing their fundamentals, making sure they're on point. And I don't know if they're going to have the practice to pull it off right now, Mimi.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult. And it's so heartbreaking as well that they're in this position because all the matches they've played have actually been really close. They were 2 rounds away from beating Leviatán, a team that you would have expected to play a dominant game versus them. Sentinels has continued to be just over the line, and then they've been hit with hardship after hardship. Now, TENS can't play. Now, there's a coaching staff change. There's just so much pressure on these players to perform.
Yeah, it's amazing how a couple rounds can make the difference in an entire series score and ultimately where you fall in the standings. Now, obviously, Sentinels fans were a bit concerned to hear about the coaching change, and the team put out this video introducing Kaplan to the community. Unfortunately, I guess the audio was not playing through to anybody. So hey, maybe we should just talk about Kaplan a little bit and his experience, because I think for some, kind of came out of nowhere, but this guy is no stranger to the scene.
And Kaplan has been working with this team since the beginning. When Psycho was putting this team together, he was one of the first guys that they hired, and he's been their strategic coach. So he's already been in the timeouts, in the practice sessions, putting together the game plans for this team. But now, for the first time with this squad, he's going to be working as the head coach. But he has history. As a player, he kind of founded a roster as an IGL that got signed in Space Station, that made some upset wins over some solid teams early on in Valorant. And then he coached a Ghost Gaming squad who ended up kind of playing above expectations, coaching some rookies into a team that could compete with the best in challengers, and also I think did a good job of defining metas and really leaning into the Fade Raids when that was new.
Yeah, I think that time frame he spent on Ghost Gaming was when he got a lot of notoriety within the scene, because that core looked so good after the time spent with Kaplan as the head coach. And now they're on M80 and they're continuing that dominance, right, with those same fundamentals that he maybe instilled back in the day. So I think that's a little bit of the stuff he was discussing in that video. And I think he can bring that into this team. But it's likely they were already doing these things already with, Psycho at the helm. So I don't know what really changes.
Yeah, now tall order, right, for him to come into a struggling team and look to turn the ship around or right the ship at that. You couple that with what you mentioned earlier, TENS out. This does mean the return of another beloved player in the sixth man, finally making his debut here in VCT Americas. It's Marv, formerly of Optic. This guy is a stud, but again, it just adds to kind of the messy puzzle that is Sentinels right now.
Yeah, he really does. Marv is obviously incredible. A champion winning with Optic back in the day and making it to the grand finals of champions, but it's been quite a while since he's played. His last Tier 1 official was 214 days ago, back at Champions. He took a big break, and now this is his first chance back into the fray. And what's crazy is he cannot beat his demons. This guy always has to play loud. It's that rivalry renewed now with him subbing in for Sentinels.
I think the hard part for him today, Mimi, is Mars built this reputation on being cold and so good in the clutch. Do the nerves show after that big of a break? Do things change in your mental? Because that was the key aspect, the defining aspect of his game, and he needs to hold on to that.
Yeah.
To maintain this S-level performance.
And how does Sentinels shift around him? I imagine they want him to be playing in that controller role, but how does that change things? Because Pencada's been switching over to Sentinel, and it's been Saucy playing on controller. Does this mean Saucy goes back to Initiator, Zekken goes to Duelist? If so, this might honestly make the roles for this team make a little more sense.
It might, and that might be a feels good in the end, because I was going to say, when it comes to the substitution at face value, right, you aren't changing player for player, and that alone, right, is going to cause some questions or cause for concern for some people. Losing TENS, a little bit more of that punch, aggression, and firepower for Marv, who's not necessarily going to fill the same role. Now, even when things are going south, though, for Sentinels, Zekken has been the rock for his team. That's part of why I chose him onto that super weak squad when he was nominated there by Sean Garris. His clutches, man, have been on point.
On point. I mean, that's Sova clutch on descent. To get them across the line last week was so sick to watch. And then his Sky play on Split has been good. He's even busted out Raze there as well. So he's shown he can do it across a wide variety of agents. So like Mimi is saying, there's so many things that Sentinels can do with their roster when they have players like Zekken that can play across multiple roles and give them the option to play double Initiator, double Controller, or double Duelist whenever they please. This kid is nuts. in every phase of the round.
My hope is that we do get to see him onto that duelist role, because I think one thing that Second does really well, despite being a young player, is he's super proactive. When he was playing on XSET last year, when he was switching into that duelist role, his teammates talked about the fact that he's a player that's super proactive, asking for utility, changing setups to help him succeed, which is something that I didn't feel Sentinels were doing a fantastic job at when they were playing with 10s last week. It felt like in their mid rounds, they sometimes kind of were slow to make the change on their defensive side, sometimes slow to change the setup and put 10s in a more proactive position. So maybe getting Zekin into that role, if that is the decision with Marv coming in, could actually be a positive for them with how incredible he's been thus far.
All right, let's go. 3 Rays games. Boom, boom, boom. Just like that. All right, for more on this matchup, let's hear from Loud's IGL Sadak and his former teammate, Saucy.
A gente vai jogar Sentinels, tendo os jogadores que eu jogava antes, né? Vai ser muito bom jogar contra eles novamente.
Facing Loud for me is like just another team, to be honest. Our focus doesn't change no matter what team we're facing. So yeah, I know it's gonna be fun to face my ex-teammates, but we would prepare the same way that we do against the other teams.
Como sempre falo, para mim todos os times que estão na frente é desafio, não importa quem que seja. A gente vai sempre jogar com humildade, vamos nos preparar com humildade, vamos nos preparar do melhor jeito possível. E é isso. Para mim é mais dia trabalhando, mais dia nos esforçando para ser os melhores.
I think Loud is doing pretty great, especially with the 2 new boys, that is Twiz and Cowansing. I think they're doing great and they're adapting really well to the team itself. And yeah, I think they are kind of the team that's trying new meta right now, because they are in a top level and they can really try those stuffs. So yeah, I think that's one of the things that we need to be careful about.
Eles estão passando por momento de mudanças, então vai ser desafio grande. Eu acho que é algo que isso eu deixo com os fãs, porque eles estão com muita vontade de ver a gente jogar contra eles.
It's a treat of a matchup, to say the least, right? And you can hear it there. They're talking about the fans showing up in a big way for both squads. But a lot of respect, a lot of humility given between the two teams. I think, again, we come back to that conversation around how you've got all 5 former members of Loud taking the stage today, but now, split apart and up against each other. That familiarity, how will it ultimately come into play on the stage on the day?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, because for Saucy and Pancata, I think this means a lot for them to maybe be able to beat the former team, because they really did come in with this Sentinel squad with so many expectations of continuing the legacy that Loud built, and it's been Loud as an organization who's been able to do that thus far.
Yeah, and today it might be a little bit difficult for Loud from their perspective, if I'm being honest, because Saucy has moved into this controller role from initiator, so he's playing a different style, and Pancata is kind of transitioned into playing a little bit more Sentinel than he's used to playing as a controller. So Loud might have lost a little bit of a read on those 2 players, whereas those 2 players have a pretty good idea of how Sadak likes calling, probably how Fraud likes coaching. A lot of the things as far as how Loud approaches situations, how they like anti-stratting, all of those edges right now go towards Sentinels, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I do think some of the differences are what they talked about in that clip, in that it is a new meta. A lot has changed. This is not the same style of play that Loud was going for last year. I think in a lot of ways they kind of reinvented themselves with these new players coming in, playing these double controller comps, playing the double dive comps with the 2 duels. It is very different. So there is that element of, sure, you're playing against your former teammates, you have that level of preparation, but it is also something very new.
Yeah, I mean, in general, right, there's so many things at play when you see a roster swap, and metas change as well, right? Because that's the other piece of this whole puzzle, right, is you've got certain picks coming in like Harbor, that have completely warped, changed the meta. We've even seen EG starting to reach, as well for some interesting creativity strategically. And so not only are you changing up, the player pieces, in your team's puzzle, but you're also having to deal with a meta. And we take a look at this dynamic duo of Saucy and Pancata, and look at the expansion in their roles from team to team, right? Both players having to shift significantly from Loud to Sentinels.
Crazy. Sentinels only played 15 maps so far as a team. This is unreal, the amount of agents that Saucy has had to put in. And this is a player that's world class. I literally retweeted something today that he's the first player in the world to hit #1 in ranked in Brazil, America, and EMEA. That's
wild.
So insane. Rank 1 in 3 regions.
Pretty gross.
Yeah. It is incredible stuff. But as well, on top of this, Sentinels has been trying to find their identity, and you see that in the roles. And now they're getting coaching changes, a new player coming in to substitute for TenZ. And now that kind of question of what is our identity gets further thrown for a loop.
All right, we got 20 seconds till game time, so really, really quick. Who takes it? Does Loud remain undefeated, or does the Sentinels clap back with pieces?
I don't know if my copium tanks are so high to pick. I'm going Loud here.
Loud. They've got a sub. They have to move Marved in last second. This should be Loud's game.
It would be a tall order to ask Sentinels to take this one. Loud is the prediction here. Let's kick off Super Week with the Champions 2022 reunion, Sentinels versus Loud. This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone was talking about him, and this is going to be the guy to look out for.
Too much Ryle again. Does this guy miss? Does Ryle ever miss? No, he doesn't.
Olha a escala bem, faz duplo abate, vamos, Fogão!
Se acaba tempo e leva!
Acredito que vai ser um confronto muito da hora. É querendo ou não, um dos melhores times do VCT Americas.
Patience pays off!
We know each other a lot. We always practice against each other. And yeah, I think they're looking pretty strong right now, so it's going to be a tough match.
Só pra recuar, mas olha o Muris! JZZ de novo, na ultimate do Hit, JZZ, ele não para!
Facing Loud for me is like just another thing, to be honest. I think Loud is doing pretty great, especially with the two new boys, that is Twiz and Cowanzing. They're adapting really well to the team.
Não aparece o segundo, levou agora e aí, meu Deus, Marzinho, avanço!
É muito bom jogar contra eles novamente. Eu sei que estão passando por um momento de mudanças, então vai ser um desafio grande. Estamos nos preparando como se fosse mais um time que a gente tem que afrontar.
Dev! And it is good util in his hands, finds it a target, and that's the ace!
Ooh, we got a couple of great matchups ahead of us today. Again, kicking it off with Sentinels versus Loud here on day one of Super Week. I got a couple more minutes to talk about this series. I want to go and attack it from the Sentinels side of things. Considering you both predicted Loud, I'm not necessarily asking you to tell me how they win, but what would you want to see out of Sentinels today to give you the kind of confidence that the team is moving in the right direction, considering coaching change and TenZ out of the lineup today?
I think the first thing is making Marved comfortable. Change around the roles, let him play on that controller role, then flex things over. Put Saucy back onto the initiator. He's great at that. Put Zekken onto the duelist. Find things that make sense for this roster. And then, honestly, just keep it simple. Keep expectations low. I think, honestly, the fact that the first match is against Loud for them with the substitution is not a bad thing. It's a rough one, but it means that the expectation for once isn't for them to win.
Yeah, I don't think they should set their sights too high here. This is a crazy opening match here for Marv coming back into things. But I agree, getting their comps down, making sure they have some kind of consistency, things to build off of, and getting Kaplan to have the team have some set plays just to ease the pressure a little bit off of Def, so he has something to fall back on. Ult plays for given rounds, stuff that, kind of 100 Thieves is running, but became readable. I think if they add that into Sentinels, it would add a whole new page to their team.
And I think they already have those options because
Yes.
Kaplan has been working with the team. He's been the guy in charge of strats, even when Psycho is with the roster. So I'm hoping they have some stuff prepped, but they can also change it enough to give Marv a position to succeed.
A dub would be great, but at least show us some market improvement, show us that you're on the right path. Well, ultimately, the teams are ready to do battle, so let's head out to the arena. Let's get day one of Super Week for VCT Americas underway. battle between former teammates, Loud versus Sentinels. One of our teams here looking to remain undefeated and atop the table, while Sentinels trying to recover from what has been a rough start to the split.
Yeah, for the first time in over 200 days, Marv is taking the stage. The fans are excited. Everyone is hyped for his re-debut here.
I'm super stoked to see Marv play against this Loud team, but the question is what role is he going to play, right? We know Saucy's capable of playing Initiator and Controller now. We know Pankata's capable of playing Controller and Sentinel. I know Marv's capable of playing all three as well, so this could land in any different way.
Not just that, right? How does this affect map choices when you're considering the role swaps here for Sentinels, right? Is a map that maybe was previously high up on our priority list more geared towards enabling 10s, or specifically something that he filled on the team versus what Marv will bring this time around?
I think what's difficult is that there's not really any map I can think of in the pool where Sentinels is going to have a clear favorite over Loud. Maybe Ascent would be more even ground. Loud has looked a little bit more human on that map. They've been good on it in the past, and it's been a very strong one for Marv as well.
Yeah, I feel like the only other option for them might be like Fracture, where there's a lot of variance because of the defensive aggression. So those are areas where I feel like Sentinels might have an advantage, or like one of the 3-site maps, like Lotus or Haven, where people can get spread thin and attackers are often favored because of that. These are scenarios that I think favor Sentinels in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the maps that have looked kind of weird for Loud have been their Fracture, and on top of that, I believe their Lotus as well. They were playing that Gecko, which was solid, but they still ended up losing to MIBR.
Well, and we talked about it at the top of the day, right? Super Week just doubles the amount of homework that you got to do in the midst of all of this as well, right? So this wasn't the only opponent that you were preparing for, but into the map vetoes we go. It's Loud who gets the first ban, and there goes Fracture, which was one of the few rather that we said maybe Sentinels would like to get to.
Yeah, and it's at times Loud has looked mortal on Fracture, running like the double duelist comp. They had some holes in their game, and Sentinels have also looked good on Fracture in the past. Sentinels opt to ban Icebox. I thought they looked terrible on the Harbor Viper. And based on the clips we went over with Loud earlier on Icebox, they were innovating last week. So get rid of Icebox altogether. And that's the first map we're going to see. Pearl. I don't like Sentinel's chances there, Mimi.
That is a tough one. I mean, you have such a tough decision. Do you go Icebox or Pearl? Both those maps have looked real bad for Sen and have looked fantastic for Loud. This is kind of the defining map of these Harbor Viper compositions. This is where Icebox is going to run wild. And for them, they had this weird read. They tried to play this KO comp for Sen that didn't really work out. They got bowled over by Leviatán. We go to Haven next, which is one that neither of these teams have played in a little bit.
Yeah, historically, obviously, both of these teams are actually insanely good at Haven, especially Sentinels. However, Loud has only played this one time since Champions, running their Harbor Viper against MIBR, where they needed both pistols to squeak out 13-11.
13-11, yeah, it was razor close.
Yeah, and the last time we saw that for Sen as well was at Lock-In versus Fnatic, where they got rolled over. Their attacking side really struggled to find coordination against that team. So I'd imagine both these teams have something new. My biggest question is, does Loud stick to that Harbor Viper?
I feel like that's what they're best at. They set that. They're constantly evolving it. Aspes looks so comfy there.
Yeah, when you're meta defining, I think you stay with what you've defined until someone breaks it or redefines it, right? In that regard. And so I would expect to see that Harbor and Viper. On to Pearl we go here. Loud will be kicking it off on the defensive side, where Sentinels is looking to attack, and agents are beginning to get locked in.
And we're already, so Def locking in the Harbor here, Pankata on the Killjoy. That means we're probably gonna see Marvin on the Viper, yeah. So Saucy back to this Initiator role.
Straight up mirror compositions.
This is clean, and that tells me that if I had to guess, Kaplan did a lot of VOD review.
Okay.
Studied this comp, knows the ins and outs, and also the strengths. So that way he gave his team the strengths, probably made them aware of the flaws in the comp.
Sen have looked rough when they've tried to play Harbor Viper before, but I think these roles make sense. You give Zekken the Jet, you give the Viper over to Marv, a role he is comfortable with. But the thing is, you're playing up against the best at these Harbor Viper comps, and I think in mirror matchups of these two compositions, it can be really difficult to find an advantage.
In general, mirroring compositions generally only plays into the hands of the team that is already considered the better of the two. We'll see, though, if Sentinels can flip that narrative on its head as we get ready for map number 1. It's Pearl, so let's hand it over to our casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get this one started because honestly, Josh, storylines abound with this one. Honestly, you could read to bed with them, man. They are from top to bottom. You've got Marv playing against his former, rivals in the form of Sassy and Picardo, or playing against Loud, and also playing with his former rivals. I mean, enemies to lovers and lovers again, or whatever you want to call it, man.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's all over the place.
The desk was talking about the fact that Marv hasn't been on stage in such a long time. That was since Champions. Yeah. And that was the game against Loud. That was the finals of Champions 2022, the last time that we saw him out here on the stage playing. There's just so much going on here too. You've got Sassy and Pancada playing against their former team, and for the first time, and we didn't think this would even be happening a couple of weeks ago, Sassy and Cowanzine are actually face-to-face on Initiator too. But this isn't the old Sassy-dominated Initiator matchup where he's playing Sova and Fade. It's Sky, and it feels like Cowanzine's world. Both of these teams looked really good in the pistol rounds in their most recent game. Loud have gone for a 4-player push out through B main with an A retake wall. Less just holding on, and Sentinels are very, very slow here.
Very slow, it's cautious, but it's definitely going to be spotting this, so they're going to be wading into it. Marv's up close. Cowanzine takes the first fight and the first name.
Welcome back to competitive, Marv.
Yep, see you later. Gotta watch from the sidelines for this round. And it's been, again, running all the way back after that deep push. Kills all they get. They don't overstep themselves, just backing away. Leaving it into that 4v5.
Here. And actually moving fairly significantly over to the A site too. Sadak pops down that Killjoy turret just to get a little look over, and a deep flash over into A main does not see anything from Cowanzine. So now this is going to start to pull the defenders back over to B.
They're so cautious with the clearing, just in case someone's close, but yeah, juggle peek by 2 years. Saw one player, jump peek as well, spots the rest of them, and Sadak is now aware of it. Sentinel's going to be trying to get this hit going right into Aspas. Trailblazers exchanged, finding ways. Stun on either side, really slowing this one down with 20 seconds remaining. Just firing line with the frenzies, and it could be anyone's game, but at the end of the day, it's Loud who claimed that pistol.
Big pistol round from Loud, very nicely coordinated. You could see what their game plan was from the beginning. The push down B long, found a pick, put them into a 5v4. They don't overextend. They find good info on A, return back. I mean, Loud looking completely in control of that pistol round there. And Loud winning the pistols was massive for their victory over Furia. And actually, Sentinels getting out to good starts powered their almost 2-0 against Leviatán. And I feel like it's been such a weird couple of weeks for Sentinels. So strange. They're coming into Super Week with 2 matches on the schedule, making role changes. Who knows what the changes are going to be once TenZ comes back into the lineup too, because they'd have to move it all back again, presumably.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre time to be following this Sentinels team, but they've got some very natural roles here. We'll see if they can go for a bit more of a puggy style in this game.
Gonna have to be leading into it. Maybe that's just it. Bit of the individual mechanics showing off here. Zekken, he's been playing a lot of the Jet in ranked as well, just trying to get used to it for his time on the big stage. Still a bit of a repeat and a lovely trade. Def taking a head off Cowanzine. Still, it's returned.
And now they know where Aspas is. Very, very cautious from Pancada there. He's just been tucked in that corner the entire time. Les grabs another one. Spectres are spitting.
Yeah, so much confidence to take these fights as well. Offsetting a little bit with the movement. Left down to just Pancada though. Not too much one can do in this scenario. Not when the spike's been dropped down straight into mid.
No.
Time to touch on more of those little story points as well that we were kind of hinting at, and the desk has been, slamming home as well.
30 seconds left.
But what an uphill battle. It feels like you put it lightly if you call it an uphill battle for Sentinels. You're starting on Pearl. It's a map where they got absolutely smashed on just the other week.
But the slight silver lining to that is that despite getting obliterated by Leviatán here, they knew that Loud were going to pick this. As soon as Icebox is removed from the map pool,
it's one or the other.
It is 100% obvious that Loud are going to be picking Pearl into you. So Sentinels have had the whole, time off to prep for this, but like Sean said, there are 2 matches this week. It is not just Loud that Sentinels are trying to get ready for. There's also that game against MIBR later on in the week, and arguably the game against MIBR is a little winnable. A little more winnable, sorry. Although, really, who knows when it comes to VCT Americas.
Been all over the place, but Loud are the undefeated team. They've got it on Americas.
Marv is under so much pressure here, same as the pistol round, but his positioning a little further forward.
Swarming him. Oh, lovely snake bite.
And a very confident re-peek as soon as he knew there that the Loud players would be vulnerable.
And look at the space that's been taken as well by Sentinels. No time wasted.
I like it. It's confident and aggressive from Zekken. He can hear some of the rotates. I think Sadak just spotted him there with the jump peek too. Yep, pinged it out on the minimap.
So they take the space, but backing away and looking to work their way towards Art now. A bit of a flash clears that angle.
The other part too that I don't think Sentinels realize that Les is running this A retake wall. In theory, it should make B easier to win the post plants. You know, because you don't have that Viper wall there that combos with the high tide to keep you out. When you're playing those post plant spam angles, if that's something they get a read on later on down the line, maybe they can use that info to dictate their positioning. But the spike is actually coming to be here.
It's been slowed all the way down, hasn't it? But approaching 30 seconds, Josh. Time is running low.
The spike is not going B. The players were.
And what's the decision?
But Sassy's making his way towards Art with Zekken.
It has to be A. That's where you have to land this now. Really no room to pivot. No room to maneuver. Gotta land here. How do they want to do it? Snakebite, they haven't really pulled out enough of this util. They can't quite get into the site. Now down to the final 15. Dash forward. Zekken cuts up the angles, but still is going to be met with the entirety of Loud almost just here, ready and waiting, pushing forwards, in and out. Bit of a spray transfer. Coverage is there. Spike needs to go down, and it does.
How? How have they done that? Marv just pulled magic. 3v1.
It was looking done.
Just covering everybody that tried to flood in there and deny the plant.
It was looking finished.
Placing swarm grenade.
Sadak.
Out.
1v3.
Oh no.
Picked up. He's still alive with 40 health, only 3 bullets though. Needs a bit of an upgrade and won't find it. Oh, shutting that down before it just gets that bit more dangerous. But what an opening from him. Coverage as well, man.
What a round. Look at how they hold the angles here. This wide shot will show it beautifully. Zekken gets picked off, the spike is dropped, and there's Marv around the cove, covering people that try and flood back in through the cascade. Manages to grab 2, then swings around the other side to deal with 2Es. Ice cold, baby.
Like he never left. It's had a long break, but welcome back to the big stage.
And to be honest, it feels like a long break, I'm sure, to him. But he's only really missed 1 major tournament.
It's true. Flash and a peek! Oh my goodness! And Zekken set up quite well for that one.
Yeah, that's amazing. Don't know whether he managed to dodge a flash somehow. Marv, Sadak is just determined to take that fight. They're in a 3v5. Sadak's thinking the only way to get back in here is if I win the aim duel against Marv. We're not going to be able to win a 3v5 retake. So looks a bit daft and it feeds Marv to kill. But you can see what he was going for there. And a minute left and this should just all be Sentinels. Instant clapback.
Yep. That's what you want to see from Sentinels. You know, I was talking behind the scenes a little bit heading into this match as well. I was doing my digging and, you know, there was whispers, there was rumors on the winds that, you know, they're saying, okay, we're going to have to lean more into a bit of a puggy play style, you know, a bit of individuality. They haven't had much time to prep, of course, with this roster, the circumstances around this team.
But you think about the quality of the players that they have.
Absolutely.
And the fact that, you know, the roles make more sense now. They really do with Sassy back on the initiator. I think people have forgotten a little bit about how elite Sassy really is.
I mean, at times looking like one of the best initiator players in the world, at least top 5 whenever he's been playing at these events.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end of last year, I think he was the best as well. But yeah, certainly always in the conversation and floating up and down in that kind of area. I mean, same with Marv though, right? Like it's...
Absolutely.
When Marv was at his peak, he was the best, and then it's between him and Mako, that kind of conversation.
Mako Pancada as well.
Yeah.
He's playing with him now.
Yeah.
It's very funny how it's worked out like this.
It is. 2 initial kills then that just stifle Loud instantly. And maybe that'll stop Loud from going for the mid-aggression. Interestingly, Les is back to that B wall. So no A retake setup. Loud are expected to anchor more heavily. Or maybe play mid again. It looks like another early high tide to lock out mid control.
They do like to do this, don't they?
Yeah.
Flash as well. Push it back. It's a weaker buy though for Loud, so they don't quite have the weapons. No advantage to be found there. Sen right now just opting into making sure that they prioritize a couple of these key ultimates.
And of course, Sentinels want to keep some of these ultimates on board for the next round, which will be a really important economical swing round. So having one of the Seekers or the Reckoning in order to get a Viper's Pit outpost will be something they want for round 6, so you can't just bust them all now.
And a contact re-clear, it's the name of the game. There's that early presence from Loud that we were talking about. But space going to be regained.
Tuiz throws his Cascade there all the way back from spawn, so he makes it feel like there's presence in the B connector despite the fact that Tuiz is anchoring A. Those are the little things where Tuiz is often further ahead than other Harbor players.
Everybody grouped up. Looks like the goal is going to be that B site. Seekers opted into here, making sure that they clear most of the site with it. Moving forwards, Aspas only with a shorty in his hands. He has to get out of there.
And they're actually going to use a huge amount of ultimates here on the anti-eco, giving a ton of respect to Loud.
Loud might just be happy with that one. It's a difficult retake. That's just an angle. Watched for a bit of spam into the common position.
Here.
Kill claimed.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh, that's dangerous. With Marv going down, so does the pit. All your coverage is finished, and a rifle in the hands of Kawazin. Well, anything's possible. Rifle to the side, tries to reset it, but Pankata maintains composure. Locks down the angle. 3 still up. Tap with a rifle. Offset with the movement. Reset enough that it should be safe hands, but weak enough still. No, Spike tapping and ticking away. Shot 1, 2 second with 3 in the round. It is secure, but my God, is it expensive.
Very costly. Sentinels won't be as worried about the cash, to be honest, as the ultimates that were invested, but they're still going to have that Reckoning available, so it's not a disaster. They used Seekers, they used Pit. That's not, you know, the investment of the Pit and then Marv dying immediately is certainly not how they wanted the round to go. But at the same time, they got the win. Their economy's still doing fine. It's this next one, round 6, that is the most important. And here we see Loud taking a timeout.
Understandable, I think, at this point. Still early days in the series, but this is a different Sentinels, honestly, as well. If you were, you know, presumably doing their VOD reviews, doing their homeworks, and they were seeing this team play on Pearl previously, might have been anticipating something very different, but
also trying to do VOD prep against Sentinels when they're coming into Super
changed their roles.
They've changed the whole roster, man.
Good luck.
I mean, there is almost very little point doing hardcore VOD review about how Sentinels would play this map or how they lost it to Leviatán or anything like that, because stuff is just going to change so much.
Yeah.
Even if they're playing the exact same composition, just the new player and the new roles are going to change a lot about the timings they take and the angles they like to fight on. The small things that can really knock you off if you rely too heavily on prep.
Yeah.
So I think Loud here just need to focus on their own game, and frankly, they should be good enough to be able to win this one fairly easily. Their retake stuff has in the past been pretty excellent here.
Very good. One of the early advantages I've spotted from Sentinels that so far is looking quite nice. We talk about the role issues quite a bit, but Sassy being on that Sky, notice Zekken being set up quite nicely. A lot of his kills come off the back of some lovely flashes. Dogs to re-clear.
And Sassy is not a Sky player. He's an initiator, a very storied, winning initiator player. But he's only, prior to this map, he's only played 4 maps ever of Sky.
Yeah.
You know, and 2 of those, I believe, maybe even more, have been with this Sentinel squad.
Wave crashing.
So he is mostly Sova, Fade, bit of Breach, that kind of thing. And he's normally quite a safe player too, which is why I think it's going to be so interesting to see him clash with Kawazin in this match and see who can extract the more value. Because Kawazin's aggressive.
One of the most aggressive Sky players that we've got.
And extraordinarily talented.
Makes it look easy.
And then I noticed that you've been trying it, Brendan, and it just isn't.
I've got like a 30% win rate. I've been spamming Sky trying to learn it. It's not going good. It's not going well.
So here Sentinels have taken a lot of mid control, looking to flash through exactly as the Cascade was placed, but the flash did not find anything.
Yeah.
Less than 2 tracks. Perfectly placed there to avoid that.
Poison orb emitting.
High Tide is used, but look at that, the Poison Orb as well, just to push them away. And even Seekers in the mid-round here, even in the mid-round at this point, exactly, because 30 seconds on the clock. Left. Not a lot of time to work with.
As bonkers as it sounds, this might just end up being a save round. They're going to try and work their way through B-Link, but can you really get all the way through?
17 seconds left, Viper's Pit dropped. Need an advantage, and they need it now. Shot going to be hitting there. Dog's going to be broken. 10 seconds. They can't even get through to this. It's half-baked to burst, and the spray transfer. Sassy Maybe a chance, but not quite now. No time on the clock. After's the last player standing. Exchange there with a rifle, but okay. Pushing back the aggression.
And what that does is actually keep the Loud economy a little suppressed. So despite the fact that that looked like a devastatingly bad round from Sentinels, and I was saying it might even have to be a save, they ran in here, got the Viper's pit out, and did enough damage to Loud that their economy's not in a great place. I mean, look at this. Les is going to have light armor Bulldog heading into the next round. Full armor Bulldog, I suppose, because somebody's dropped him. I think that was Sadak. But overall, still a decent idea. However, the time is becoming a big issue for Sentinels. Maybe just in terms of having to over-communicate with the new players.
Yeah. But also it's understandable. Updraft double in play here from Zekken with the knives. He's looking for an opening, hoping that somebody, namely Aspas, was going to be playing on top of the box. There's a common angle with the operator, and it does catch it. Still reckoning now to clear up this site. Hall's going to go up as well, and Trailblazer to clear into the back of Halls.
And the Reckoning has found nobody, so that means Dev's got the freest plant of his life. Loud are going to be playing full retake here.
Reckoning's going to be used to clear out the side as well, so straight away, all the way back. Lockdown's going to be used in response to this, though. Needs to be broken. Loud are not wasting any time, are they? Snakebite into the common position, pinging it out, trying to spam it. They need to break this! And damage not done. Not enough to it. 2 players detained, Loud.
But they can't go hunting for them.
Deep flash around the corner, dodged for the moment. High tide in their faces as well. Still, Loud could still be favored because they have not given up this space. Pushed up through, 4 kills for Kawazine. Oh, not even going to be able to hunt out that ace, is he?
Oh, that high tide is gorgeously placed by 2Es.
We're not done yet.
I mean, it's beautiful. The deep high tides make such a difference on this map, and that just cut off everybody. They're all playing towards the back. They have to hold forwards. It's so precise. I mean, he will sometimes do a high tide that's close, sometimes one towards pillar, and then that one over towards the back.
Yeah.
After everyone's just been pushed away, it's gorgeous and allows Loud a perfect retake.
They are the masters of this composition. They know exactly how to play it. Their retakes on B are just impeccable.
And now they've got a wall on A, but I mean, it's not really doing too much, this Viper wall. Oh, sorry, it's a high tide. My apologies. The Viper wall is still back in that position over towards B. Got confused there because Les has been running a retake Viper wall on A a couple of times, but he's actually trying to hard anchor it now with Sada.
A bit of a reclearance, so information gathered. Zekken looking like he's pre-aiming there for the jump spot. Flash around the side. There's a cascade pushing their face though, so no fights to be taken, but...
And Sentinels have definitely grasped at this point that Loud are faking mid-pressure at the start of these rounds. They're taking a lot of this space fairly freely. You know, no Trailblazer used.
Is it an off angle? Doesn't win it out.
Our spike carrier.
Strained was the approach of it. Heal has to be used, and it has slowed this down, and the kill was found because Sadek's still alive. Pre-aiming on top of the box. Flash.
Flash is bad.
It's bad. They think it's cleared. They're jumping right around the corner. Right into his face, and he's still alive, still kicking. Bit of a nuisance still. Instincts on show here by Def.
A reflank by Kawanzine could be devastating right now. It's taken Sentinels so long to get in and get this plant down.
This is important. Spider's about to be taken around main despite the spike going down. Zekken was watching.
Great stuff.
Aware of it. Into a 2-on-3, and Aspas does have the knives, but he's retaken with the operator nevertheless. Pushing forward, spamming to the corner. Aspas is caught, and you know where 2Es is. He was just spamming. Clean.
What a play by Pankara. Lovely stuff. Working his way forwards there. It's a little risky, but he is confident in the rest of his team behind.
One enemy remaining.
I'm sure it must feel good. We heard in the interview earlier Sassy say, yeah, playing against Loud, it's like playing against any other team. Okay, buddy.
Sure. Sadak was saying the same thing, just another day in the office for him.
Yeah.
But
I'd be interested in talking to them afterwards and seeing how they feel, because I feel like some of that is them telling themselves that it's just another game in order to get them psychologically in the right place for the match. I mean, Sassy and Sadak have played together for so long. It's just been one of the most concrete duos in Valorant up until this year when they split apart after just winning champions and hoisting that trophy together.
Timeout going to be taken here for Sentinels. Queued up a little bit ahead of time. Maybe thinking about what they exactly want to be doing here.
And Sentinels have a lot of good information to work with. They know that, in general, the high tide of the beginning of mid is not being fought over. They can take mid fairly easily, but they have seen 2 players B-Link, not as many players Art. Maybe they want to try and take Art, break the alarm bot early, make Loud panic a little bit and create some more space on the other sides. I think normally on the attack side, Pearl, you want to be hammering those B hits because it's probably the best site to hit with this kind of composition. But when Loud look that good on the retake, it makes you feel a lot worse about it.
It really does make you second guess yourself. They have so many layers and understandings of how they're supposed to be playing this comp. The way they weave in and out when the Viper War goes down and the high tide.
Killed my bot.
Back and forth, back and forth. Alarm bot's broken early there. That was placed right in the center, so early presence, but Marved. I'm sure he clears it safely.
They're worried about Aspas pushing up deep here behind the high tide. So they've used Cascade, Flash, another Flash, another Cascade. A lot of the Sky and Harbor utility just to secure Sassy that orb and get his ult online. Well, the Flash seems to indicate that there's nobody there, but with 2E's jump peeking it, they're going to have a decent idea. Now,
setting up?
The backstab here. Does Aspas have this sixth sense that it's coming?
Trying to set up for the B split, aren't they? And stun actually hits onto the own dog as well, slowing it all the way down. Fight to be taken.
So perfect timing!
Two! Absolutely insane, and Aspas is pressured. Dash is active. Inside the smoke, up Trav, round the side, trying to break the ankles, but just too little. Really can't shut it down.
And Bancada reads it too. It's all in the hands of 2E's.
Pushing forwards down to the cove. Will not be able to stick that. Sentinels.
Looking sublime on that one, no? I mean, the way it... Just watch that from Aspas' POV, and he turns away the instant that Marv goes through that door.
Yeah, I think the timing that they took to take that fight through the double doors was just amazing. When the pressure on site is getting a little bit too much, the players are rotating back, they're feeling like they have to relieve a bit of it, help Aspas out.
Late without being baiting.
Yeah.
I mean, Marv, even when he was playing with that Optic NRG kind of squad, he would have some gorgeous lurk timings on this map. It was his playground in terms of understanding defender rotations. This time Loud are going to follow that high tide into mid, and Sentinels want nothing of it. They've been playing slowly usually around this area of the map, and they just send it be.
I think this is a fantastic read. When Loud are going to be on the weaker buy, you know that they're going to be trying to play off that prior conditioning and take that mid control heavy. And the answer from Sentinels is just run it all the way down into B, like you said. Josh, flick of the wrist from Les. Share shots going a bit wide here. Still, you want to maintain some presence of side control here, but it is being cleared quite rapidly. Updraft. Aspas trying to take that high ground angle. Dash active! What is that from Marved? A shot to land, a shot to hit. Presence of mind not there, but sprayed down eventually. Second gets the kill. Low enough though that he will fall. Enough opportunities, too many perhaps. But eventually brought down. Sadak, time running so damn low now. He's going to be walking right into the crosshair of Marved.
Already, though, this has been a spectacular half from Sentinels. Considering that Loud won the pistol round, they've only won 2 rounds after that.
Yeah.
One where Sentinels just didn't work the time properly and got caught in a weird situation trying to pivot through the B link, and another very nice retake over towards B. But aside from that, Sentinels' ability to work the map, to find picks, the lurk plays, in terms of like backstabbing, it's all been good.
And you want a player to focus on, it's got to be Marved. His debut on the Americas stage for 2023. I mean, what an opening and what a player he's been.
We've been missing him. Let's be real, we've been missing Marv here.
He's just been dominant. So Loud anchoring towards that A main position, but look at this, the rest of the Sentinels.
Oh, and they're getting pinged. Look at those blue pings lighting them up. Sentinels have no idea, but Loud are clearly aware.
Yeah. This is Loud giving up the space, perhaps intentionally, but at least in the know-how of it. Reckoning is going to be used, clears out the site. Guess what? Nobody's there. All of A main is taken, and well, they want to re-clear it with the dog still. There's a gap. It's down to the reactions, and Zekken wins it. The young gun as well, taking names once more, pushing through into the back of the site together. Making sure that they're playing this one nicely still, though. The spike not down, and they are being pressured from multiple angles. With Pancada falling, this is difficult. Need to come up for the fire here.
Spike down
and taking the fights. It's more than opportune. Dash to the side. It is getting scrappy.
40 seconds, though.
And a full pivot.
There's more than enough time to get to B right now. Sadak can hear them. It's a foot race.
Yeah, but who can meet them first? Sadak wants to try and put a stop to this one. If he gets
30 seconds left.
to get on either one of the players, he could put a stop to it, and he has found the line of sight angle. Double swing, though, double face, right through. Watching for it.
Swarm grenade
The tap of it. Util's going to be pushing it back. Now time is running really low, and this flank is so important. Second wins it. Absurd. But it has to stick it.
10 seconds left.
Flash round the side, doesn't spot it. Sadak was playing anti-kill. 1-2. Unreal. That is just magnificent.
What a recovery that is. That's so well played by the Sentinels players too. The way in which they navigated that. I love their push on the A site, back site as well. But Sadak's aim, small movement reset. And he takes down his longtime companion Sassy to secure the round and make this one reasonable for Loud. Had they lost that, they're in a devastating position.
It's looking ice cold. Final round now of this first half.
And it might just be simple stuff. They got a lockdown, they got a Viper's Pit.
Get out of my way.
Shove it into B.
Try and use the ults as well to take that B plant, but there is one obstacle they're going to be facing. That's that Reckoning. It means they can't really play anchored deep into the back of B. If they do opt to into the B post plant, they're all going to be playing it from far back positions. We know how good Loud are. And they're playing that B retake. It's going to be the lockdown use, so again, clears them back. No presence from Loud.
The most important thing here is just that Marv stays alive. There is going to be so much spam coming through.
There it is. Reckoning. They want to try and flood into the side as well as the plant's going down. I want to try and take the fight, and it's getting chaotic. It's getting messy. The spam through. Marv 4 stuns in the face. It smokes around. This way, that way, everywhere. You can barely tell what's going on. Nana Swarm down at their feet, trying to push them off the spike. No one's going to be sticking this one, but look at this position, look at this angle. Aspas fully aware. Smoke though dropped down. Angle once more, spraying it through in the corner. Sticking it those bullets. This is absolutely absurd, and it needs to be a swing. Pancada finishes.
Pancada, the veteran, taking it to that young rookie that is now filling his spot on the other side. It was another good high tide. A nice attempt at the retake, even taking down Marv in the pit. But at the end of the day, Sentinels, without even winning the pistol, have a 7-5 lead here on Pearl. What are we watching?
What an insane final round of that first half. I mean, it's been back and forth, but let's hear what the desk has to make of all of this.
Thank you so much, Jen. 7-5 first half, and as they mentioned, the pistol didn't even go Sentinel's way. Sean, I have to imagine that first half feels good, considering everything this squad has been through over the last week and a half.
Especially running the Harbor Viper, something they struggled with in the prior 10s iteration. Now that Marv steps in on this Viper role, they have Def playing the Harbor. Def looks so comfortable in the Harbor. I love what they're doing, how they're attacking majority of the time towards this B site. Great hits early from Sentinels.
So here's what I want to do. Normally in half times, we do a little bit of, analysis on what we just seen. Instead, Mimi, I want to look forward. Loud's going to be moving to the attacking half. Let's talk about this squad, what we can expect to see from them in the second half.
Their attack sides on Pearl are incredible. They made this comp, and as you would expect, they're always going for these B-side executes. It's what everyone does with this composition, and it's what I'm sure this Sentinels team is ready for. But what they're also really good at is playing around the mid control and taking their time to set Aspas up in the mid round to get rid of this Killjoy utility and open up avenues in the late round for the Lurks. This is from last time they played versus Cloud9 on one of their rifle rounds where they actually close things out. And you can see the way they're putting up this high tide that is pressuring both towards Link and towards Art, dogging through one direction, then late round pressuring towards B, where you see that on the other side, Les is ready to pull and punish that aggression from the other team. This Loud squad is really good about being buried in their mid rounds and moving beyond just those executes that this comp is known for.
They're so scary to play against. I mean, looking at Tui's on this Harbor, like you mentioned, just blocking off all these sight lines in middle, it allows them to take out all the Killjoy util, flush out Astra util as well. And then in the late round, it looks so simple for them, right? They boil it down to a very simple B hit, they get in a post plant, and that's where they shine. They're just gods in the post plant. So many protocols in those moments, and Loud is at their best on attack side of Pearl.
And as we saw from the first half, this will be defined by retakes on that B site, and Sentinels is playing with a new player. This will be a test of their preparation and their coordination, because getting those retakes right can be really difficult. We already saw how dominant Loud was with them, and Sen is going to have to match.
Sen will definitely have to match, but they did give themselves a 2-round advantage. Loud, sporting over 60% win rate from the attacking side, would be enough to take this one. We'll see if they can get it done as we head back to our casters. Brennan Sideshow for the call.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's a great start for Sentinels, but the job's not finished yet. Precisely what the desk was really hammering home there.
I also think with how heavily this map trends towards retakes and how important they are to all have everybody on the same page, I think Sentinels might struggle here a little. So getting that pistol round off would be a massive boost. To go up potentially 9-5 here gives them a bit of the buffer that they might need to convert.
A lot of frenzies being purchased here, Loud. Big fans of the weapon. Opting into it. And we'll see what Sada can do here. There's timing being taken. He hears the footsteps, and well, just like that, kill claimed. Still running his wee little legs there. He's being hounded now by 3 other players. They've missed the timing. This is Sentinels now at that 4v5, and fight to be taken. Still one out. Sadak will fall. Pushed up now, close. Second.
The Trailblazer missed.
Trailblazer missing, but that's just a clear horse, and they have taken up the space. Running backwards, firing them down, beaming them down. 3v2. Players are low. Wading through it with the decay, flashing his hands. Kawazine looking into it. How does he take this fight? Jiggling off the movement, still doesn't win it, but there is coverage there, and now it's down to Sassy. One tap still, what a shot to be found away! Sassy! That is demonic!
Now there's
1 HP, and he pulls that one out. I mean, how does he even hit the first? Never mind the second. That is unreal.
I am just in awe.
God.
Outlandish. That is absolutely outlandish.
I think everyone watching that pistol clutch had the exact same reaction. That is just otherworldly from Sassy. Loud are going to go for a half-buy that includes 3 stingers here.
And still running it all the way down. Look at this, it's going to be leading into the B splits. Right through though, trying to disrespect that cascade. Not going to be needing a match here. And a bit of spam onto the common angle, the common position. It's all game sense from Zekken.
The B split.
No aim necessary, but they do need to worry about this. Yep, that flank attempt coming through. Dashing forwards, Aspers trying to make the most of it. Will not find anything else. It's cleaned up.
This is an amazing start for Sentinel. Sassy has just given them a huge, huge advantage in this map by winning the pistol and setting them up to potentially win a bonus here. Because like I said, I'm not sure how good Sentinels are going to be on the B retakes, and you can actually see the way in which they're playing is quite heavy to deny the plant coming through in the first place. They're not opting into the classic B retake setups. Pancada is somewhat hard anchoring. They had 3 on the pistol round running down B link to try and get into the site. What's the game plan here? So they've got Alarmbot and Turret watching Art. So this looks like a bit of an a passive info play. Although having said that, Marv with the Vandal is pushed up really deep at the moment. Maybe that's just for the early round. Turret falls, and the bait idea here is that they break the turret and they don't expect the alarm bot. And this is beautiful from Sentinels, beautiful from Pancada. Unfortunately, they lose Zekken on the other side of the map, and that might open the door.
That's less as well. Taking full advantage of this one. Pop flash round the side. Kawazine lays claim to it. Paves his way as well now, taking all that space, but how do they want to approach this one? A bit of spam, but they've slowed it down. Not willing to run all the way over towards B. Instead, it's a complete opposite direction. Guess what? That alarm bot wasn't cleared earlier, so it's going to give them a good indicator. Now they got to know. Heading over towards A, dash forwards, but still it's a 3v5. What can you really do on this bonus dash forwards? Spike's starting to get planted. Again, hasn't been cleared, looking for any sort of timing, and he does get rewarded. He is falling, not going to have any of those smokes and walls now to try and offset this one as the fight's still being taken. All in his face, Marved. Into the corner, he's being watched for though. That's two players ready and waiting, standing at guard, making sure that nobody can push past this point. Broken. 2v4. Just seems so damn unlikely, especially when Kawazine is able to get lurks like that.
Very clean from Loud. The opening kill onto Zekken on B we didn't quite catch, but that's a game changer. And then Sassy gets caught out, maybe trying to equalize over by double doors. Sentinels not with quite the read on where the pressure was coming from at that point in the round. So they haven't inflicted very much damage there onto Loud's economy. And in fact, coming into this, is Marv just going to run a Sheriff?
The economy's a little bit all over the place for Sen. I mean,
yeah, it's not
Zeken's opting into the Operator.
It's all fine on everybody apart from Marv, but with Marv being such a big playmaker for the Sentinel side so far, feels weird to see him without that gun in his hand.
You almost want a rifle in his hands, don't you?
So there's that high tide that the desk were talking about, coming out from 2Es, and it blocks Marv's point of view out, threatens the mid lurk, stops Sassy from getting any info, although he can tell by the spam there's people there.
This time actually making sure that they take that space. So Loud have that presence of mind to break a lot of that utility.
It's a weird setup from Sentinels, because they've got Zekken incredibly deep on A. They need somebody to watch this lurk. They probably should have been here 5-10 seconds ago.
This fight, Sassy and Aspas, it's all about who gets the best read on it. This time it's Sassy.
Sassy sits him down. I made you, kid.
Flash, second, force the fire, still has the dash. Has not activated it, but this hit. Attempt of it trying to come through! Sadak! Oh my goodness, gets away with murder there, but lovely movement, just dodging that second shot that was going in. Def at the back of the side, trying to anchor this one. Snakebite doesn't clear him, round the corner, round the side, Cove up, reload, spray down, moving forwards, it is watched for, but are you aware of that one? Spraying it around the corner, it's marked. Gets the rifle in the middle of all of that chaos, and he does manage to close it out.
Huge defensive round from Sentinels. Even with Zekken fumbling his position in A main. Missed 3 op shots, I think, there onto Sadak. But overall, it's that flood coming through. And crucially, the fact that Sentinels are actually being able to hold on to back site control. Look how aggressive Sassy's able to push up here, because Def is controlling the back of the default box. If Def gets flushed out of that position and runs away to Flowers or Secret, Sassy can't be as aggressive and bold there. He just doesn't know if there's going to be people ready to meet him. I'd like to see Loud pushing a little deeper, realizing that that's happening. But it's hard to get a read in the middle of all the chaos.
Really?
Seekers, Viper's Pit, Loud set up for a fast A pop.
Trying to make the most of it. Flash around the corner. No indicator. Seekers are now online though, clearing all the way through. Trailblazer as well. Kada with a Phantom.
Phantom span.
Yeah, it's right through the smokes.
It might be your best way of winning this round.
Dash forwards though. Loud not eager to give up anything. They still want to be trying to barrel their way through into this site, but look at all this utility just blocking their way. An interesting Cove. Round to the side, but it's being broken, being sprayed through, and it really does feel like a coin flip. Anyone's game, the counter spam right through the wall. Who can make the most of it? Player advantage, of course, for Loud here, but they still haven't quite got the spike down. A bit of a tap on it. Trying to bait the spam, trying to bait the positions, and a re-approach round the corner. Kawazine doesn't have a rifle. What is going on? The turret's even getting a piece of the pie. Kills being claimed here, another tap of it. Sentinels are just picking them apart. All the way through, and Def with 3.
Same issue rears its head again for Loud there. Sentinels and Def in particular is able to hold on to the control of that back area. And it's just not aggressive enough from Loud to flush those players out.
Yeah.
Look at this, they've just got such control, and that allows Def to kind of have other players flood in behind him. And it's very tough at that point for Loud to get into the back of the site, unless they do that immediately with some good utility, with a you know, a snake bite or a flash or something, they're going to find it very difficult there. Sentinels look like they have such a good idea of how to play the map to deny plants.
And Josh,
it's so different from how most teams play.
I don't think we've been stressing enough how massive this is so far for Sentinels.
Yeah.
You're playing against Loud on Pearl, playing their bread and butter composition that so many good teams have struggled against. They look like one of the best teams on this map when it comes to Pearl. And Sentinels are coming off the back of it. Listen, they didn't have a good showcase. They got dominated when they last played this map. They've come in with, I think, less than 3 days practice with this roster, by the way. Less than 3 days practice, shifting the roles again.
Shifting the roles, shifting the comp. I mean,
everything has changed, and they are leading.
Yeah.
They are leading against the finalists of Lock-In, the leaders in America who are currently at the top of the standings. This is absurd.
It is ridiculous. Like I said, Sentinels knew that they were heading here, and I feel like they've just got a great idea of how to keep these positions. They're not getting pushed out and having to play retake. They're just standing their ground and fighting. It is monstrously good the way that they're playing off each other as well.
What a difficult call it is. Cloud taking that timeout, of course, but
Get out of my way.
I'm going to save into it. At this point, you're basically accepting you're having to play to run it all the way to OT because it's sent 1 round away from that map point.
Walls up.
Slightly different high tide there, cutting its way across. And look at Marv with the one-way snake bite.
Poison's on.
Make sure he can't be pushed, but backs away and
crucially, doesn't make noise this time, so he can't get easily swung.
yeah, there's no punish just there. There was an attempt. You could see Aspas did swing through. So far, it's cautious. It needs to be at that.
They're going to move forwards here. No alarm bot this time. And it is only Pancada, but he's great for the first.
Absolute Sigma play there. ADS with the Phantom, but it's Pancada. And he just backs away as well. Doesn't get greedy, gives up the space. He realizes, okay, I got the first kill. They could be anywhere. You can see it. Aggressive pings now, and it's Flowers that wants to be taken. It's a contact push all the way through, and it's watchful. Fully aware of it. And that safer position from Pancada.
30 seconds left.
Knows where to place himself. Doesn't give anything away.
The reads from Sassy and Pancada in this map have been sublime.
Elite, and with Dash just going out of fashion there. Aspas are forced to use it, disengages back early. Now the dog, Trailblazer. It's going to clear its way into the back of the site, making sure nobody's holding any close angles. The weapons are just not good. It's going to take heroics. Aspas with the knives. Anything to sail their way through, but not ready for this one. The lurk there from Marv. Coverage is there through the wall. Last player standing, it's less. Blind as a bat. Cannot see a thing. Sentinels reaching map point.
Insane stuff. And like I said, these reads coming through from Sassy and Pancada are honestly unbelievable. And I know that people will think, oh, well, of course they understand how Loud play Pearl. They were on that team, they get it. But Loud have only started playing Pearl and being good at it with this new roster and this new composition. I mean, they literally, prior to 2023, Loud have played Pearl once.
Right.
Right there.
And they lost to Optic. It was a 13-3, it wasn't close. Loud weren't that good. So this is just the Sentinels players having such a read on the game, and look at this again. They've got so many people tucked up here, just playing off the op.
Oh, the disrespect. Loud running all the way up, but right into the stack!
Spike down.
It's sent with a realization. The foresight, the setup. And Sadak and Les are the last 2 players standing to try and claw their way back. Right now it's looking all Sentinels. Space vacuumed up, a bit of spam there from the Vandals, back and forth exchange, but no kills. And lockdown has to be used, why not? Everything at your disposal just to clear back that area. Claim it back because the spike is dropped at their feet. Lockdown doesn't even clear that much, does it?
And think about what must be going through Loud's heads right now. How on earth have we got ourselves in this position? How are we losing to Sentinels here?
Done and dusted. Les will hold on. He'll get his 2. But the most to do. It's a 1v3. Viper's Pit dropped down just for an attempt at trying to cross through. But look at the spam. Dodging, ducking, weaving past the bullets with 30 seconds remaining. Sentinels.
30 seconds
They're on the
left.
cusp of it. And look at the discipline. They back away. They give him the space because they realize, guys, listen. Give him the spike. He's got no option. What's he going to do? Run it away with 20 seconds? Not likely.
Losing to time would not be dignified here. Les is gonna try it.
Turret take the contact. They know he's pushed forwards. No choice whatsoever. Has to stick it, and it's unwinnable. Sentinels. Massive beginning, massive upset. They take map 1.
From a 13-4 loss to Leviatán in the final map. A match that could have gone 2-0 in their favor, but all fell to pieces map 3. Rebounding, reforming, changing the roles, changing the coaching staff, changing the players, and coming out with a win at the top of Loud's map pool. This is one of the maps where Loud look absolutely on fire. And today, they got hard destroyed. From the very beginning, from Zekken getting that double kill in mid, all the way to the way that Optic were working the mid pushes and finding holes in the defense, to their anchoring of the sites, everything worked for Sentinels today. Honeymoon period, perhaps. It just looks amazing.
Certainly does. The way all the pieces are falling together, you know, we're constantly criticizing this team about the roles issues, but holy, the amount of heroics that we were seeing. Non-stop, an absolute blockbuster when it comes to the individuality that was really just being showcased. Unreal showcase, but that's going to do it for map number 1. Don't go anywhere. The rest of the series coming up right after this.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where Sentinels is riding high off of a map 1 victory, 13-7 fashion. They only gave away 2 total rounds on the back half, and all of that, considering the conversation we were having around the strength of Loud's attacking side, Mimi, makes it that much more incredible.
I mean, it's ridiculous. This is a new composition for Sentinels, a new player coming into the mix, and they come in and they look so well prepared, so well drilled, taking a win over Loud, not just on like any map, but over one where they've been the best at.
Yeah, you can see the preparation that Kaplan and Def have put into that map alone. Their flood retakes on a defensive site, particularly at the A site, were unreal. Some of those B retakes, like the last round, or Saucy's pistol. I mean, Sentinels are firing on all cylinders right now. I don't think I've seen them play like this, but this is what I expected them to look like.
Yeah, a point made all that much more wild by, again, the reminder that Marv is in for the first time with the squad. Not only was he popping off individually, but as you just said, Sean, seemed to seamlessly slot in with the rest of the team.
That's the craziest thing to me. I did not expect Marv to look so impactful throughout this game. So many pivotal rounds like this one, going up through Link, catching those 2 kills on the side, as well as his rotations in that second half. He was all over the place throughout this game, having impact little by little, round by round.
And the timings he was taking were so perfect. You saw the reflank in that round, but on the defensive side as well, when they were going for these retakes, finding the timing to push forward, to take space for the team, it was incredible. This is Marv's first match at Tier 1 in so long, and it looked like we were watching near peak Marv again.
Yeah, while it was sweet, sweet victory here for Sentinels, I don't want to let this round 7 go unnoticed, though. On the side of Loud again, just showcasing their mastery over agents like Harbor.
Yeah, the retakes that they were playing were really good, and this is one such example, right? Sentinels puts down the lockdown, and this post plant does everything to push Loud away, and they elect to stick around, don't actually manage to break it. But then actually going for the retake is so perfect. The way they use this Harbor wall to cut off the angle that normally people are jumping up and down and spamming from is great. And on top of that, they're also going to throw this Viper Molly as well to pressure those players forward, try and force them to fight through the wall, as Cowanzi is just flashed and is swinging, fighting forward, providing cover for his teammates defusing in the cove.
As there's Sky Flashes going, Cloudburst going on the diffuser, Tui's hiding while he's diffusing. There's so many little things that Louder's doing well in those retakes. But Sentinels didn't even allow it to get to those scenarios a lot of the times. That was one of the few and far between times that Loud had those big, utility-based retakes set on Sentinels. Sentinels did a good job of keeping the numbers and util low for those late rounds.
And once it got to the second half, Loud was actually doing a lot more of their executes ending towards the A site, which was kind of unusual. Normally, they're putting a lot of emphasis on mid in the mid round, then late executing into B, but they were constantly going for these A hits, and Sentinels, like you were talking about, did such a good job of providing so much pressure onto those site execs and then winning in the flood retakes. That's how they won, I think, 3 pivotal rounds in the second half.
And sometimes just straight up winning it in the pre-take, right? Yeah. Like that's I think the interesting thing for me, Sean, is the adjustment here against a team like Loud, who has shown a really high level in post plants, is that many times Sentinels was just challenging them before the plant would go down.
There was even a round, we were commending Pancata for hitting a 1-shot from dugout, and then he just recedes back into spawn on defense. And it was like Saucy and Pancata knew that Loud were going to contact walk up Flower and dugout. It is such an insane read from the 2 Brazilians, but having been previously in Loud, maybe it's something they can kind of guess that's going to happen in that 5-on-4 scenario.
That's 6th sense.
Yeah, the reads were there for this team. And on top of that, the coordination was so impressive for a team that was slotting a new player in really last minute. They were super patient in the way that they would kind of hold up for a second, then go for the flood retake together. And on top of that, Saucy's utility was so good. We've hyped this guy up a ton for being fantastic on the initiator. But Sky is still something relatively new for him, and he played out of his mind.
Now, it's a general rarity that we're even talking about Loud from a position where they're down in the series and need to come back, let alone losing their own map pick. But that's what they'll have to do on map number 2 here. It's Haven. But we've got to talk more about what's working for Sentinels. And one of the most consistent factors has been Zek, and he's the primary focus of our AIM Lab shoot-around here today. The guy who has been a top performer for the squad all season long continues to be that, and now it just feels like the rest of the pieces of the puzzle are actually fitting in nicely behind him.
You nailed it right at the end, right? The rest of the puzzle is finally clicking for him. If you would have showed me that stat page before the tournament, take Loud out of the equation, and Zek would have been kind of like in the middle, and he was showing me some of those whiffs he had, like the one on A-Man. I've been like, oh, Sentinels get blown out by Loud here. But it's the other players that are stepping up really big for Sentinels right now and taking a huge burden off of this kid's shoulders. I think Zekin's going to feel way more comfortable going into Haven knowing that his team just got that win with, an average game for Zekin. It wasn't like he dropped bombs that game. That was an average game for him.
Yeah, but he still found the value that he needed to. This guy is really good when he plays on that duelist role of just dashing and taking space. It kind of reminds me at times of the way that Taco can play on those roles, where you're being really patient, setting up well with your team to take that space, and then the trading, the players coming in from behind from Sentinels are just so good that they're managing to consistently close out the rounds. It just feels like finally it makes sense for Sentinels. This is like the team that I've been waiting 4 months, 5 months now to see it happen, and it's crazy that it's today when they're playing with the subs.
You see how giddy everyone is. Like, yeah, we've literally been waiting months for this to look like this out of Sentinels. They got to keep it rolling, though, here on map number 2. It is their map choice, and we do expect big things out of them. But I want to start actually on the Loud side, Sean, because at the top of the day, we were also talking about this being one of the maps. While they did come away with a victory, it was a close one at that against MIBR just a couple weeks ago.
I will say a lot of those rounds, I went back and watched that VOD, the MIBR, the initial rally they had on defense was a lot of smoke and mirrors because a lot like Pearl, Loud are going to run this Harbor Viper comp on Haven. So they're going to be starved for info. Central's going to be starved for info on their defensive half. There's going to be Viper walls blocking their line at A, potentially at C. There's going to be Harbor walls all over the place. So can Sentinels have a proactive game plan on their defensive half to get that info? That's what I'm looking out for them. Can they do that?
Sure.
It's really hard.
But for a team that normally struggles against Harbor Viper, I think they did a really good job against it on Pearl. And also, Haven is normally their permaban. They let it through in this series, so I guarantee that Kaplan and the team expected Loud to want to pick this, seeing it as a weakness for Sentinels. And I imagine they have something strong prepped.
Well, speaking of preparation, let's go ahead and talk to 2 of the mainstays from each of the rosters at this point, at the very least. For more on Sentinels versus Loud, let's hear from Saucy on how he thinks his old team is playing in 2023.
I think Cloud is doing pretty great, especially with the 2 new boys, that is Twiz and Collinsing. I think they're doing great and they're adapting really well to the team itself. And yeah, I think they are kind of the team that's trying new meta right now because they are in a top level and they can really try those stuffs. So yeah, I think that's one of the things that we need to be careful about it.
We'll see if they can get it done in a 2-0 fashion here today. Again, we were talking about if there was a 2-0 that was going to happen on stage today, it would be the other way, right? We'd be talking about Loud going into map 2 here with the potential to shut it out, but instead it's Sentinels with that shoe on currently. How wild.
I can't even believe it. I can't believe Sentinels showed up and did that to them on Pearl. And now we're about to go to Haven, where I've seen Loud get punched by MIBR. They won both pistols to squeak out that game. This is doable, Dash. This is very doable right now for Sentinels.
Yeah, and I mean, Sen is looking in such strong form. They also have the advantage of not having played this map in a while, of not allowing their opponent that time to put in the preparation work. Like, it feels like the stars are aligning for Sen to 2-0.
Now, for those of you at home who might be wondering what the short delay is on stage, if you were eagle-eyed enough in map number 1, you may have noticed in the kill feed, or when we went third person, that Marv was still sporting his optic tag, which again goes back to the point we were making about how long it's been since he's been able to play on stage in Tier 1 Valorant. They're just getting that swapped up so that he properly represents the team that he's currently on in Sentinels, and then we'll dive into Agent Select.
Yeah, it's wild for him. But, like, for Marv, I feel like this is, like, the kind of finality of his arc. Like, he started off looking so incredible as a Tier 1 pro. He was going to take a break. Everyone expected him to come back. Everyone was waiting for the moment that he was going to come back and play. And showing up and playing in the form that he is currently performing at, it just feels like kind of a perfect conclusion of his re-entry.
Yeah, I think this has been an insane entry, right? I think it helped, actually, that he ended up playing a team like Loud, who's probably put a lot of research in over these years, understands how to play against them situationally. But here on Haven, I don't think he's going to have a lot of experience if Loud busts out, again, this Harbor Viper. This is very rare on Haven in North America. I highly doubt Marv has a lot of reps against the Loud comp on Haven. I haven't seen North American teams run it.
It's only been Fury and Loud, really.
Yeah.
No one else has been experimenting with this one. But we'll have to see if they do stick to that here. The Sky being locked in for Karanzine, Osbus on the Jet, suggests that they will be sticking to that composition thus far. Over on the side of Sentinels, though, you're continuing to see these ideas around the roles. Zekin will be playing the Duelist, Pancata will be sticking with the Sentinel, which means likely we get Marv back on that controller role again.
Well, there's the Viper for the side of Loud. The question is, will be matched on the other side of things. It was mirrored compositions there in map number 1, a breach. Reach here for Def in the initiator role.
Not really surprising to see that one go through. The more common compositions on this map are the double initiator. You see the Sova breach comps happening a lot. Some teams will experiment with the double flash, but they're going for the bog standard. This just feels like run a basic comp, run something that's comfortable, give Marv likely the Omen, or he could pick into the Astra if he wants as well.
I love this. I love giving Marv the Omen. He is one of my favorite Omen players to watch in this world. I think he's so loose with the teleports. He picked Astra!
Oh,
no.
baby!
His Astra's so good as well,
his
though.
Astra is really good, but I think he's a fearless Omen player, and that's the kind of stuff I would like to see against Loud. I think if he's picking the Astra in this scenario, they might have some ways that they want to counter the Viper wall, particularly the one that denies A info and is also used for an A execute, or that it's used as, C denial. And Sadak will switch between the sites. I like to see Marv using stars in those locations.
We've talked a lot about Def as an IGL. The pressure has been on him here against this weird composition. His calling will be key.
Double initiator versus double controller. So what wins out? Is it initiative or is it control? We'll find out soon enough as we dive in here for map number 2 and find out whether or not we go the distance as we hand it back to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Yeah, let's get to map number 2 in this series, Josh. And what a beginning, honestly. So unexpected, honestly. Across the board, you look at it on paper, we weren't really quite expecting this one. And now we head into Haven as well. The differences of the compositions, the desk was really as well hitting the similar points about, Loud playing this double controller comp and it, potentially being quite uncomfortable territory for a team like Sentinels to play into. But for me, I'm looking at the Sentinels team as well. Listen, you haven't had much practice. I think you're going to be really just focused on their own game plan, I think, more so than anything else. To try and sail their way through this one and try and get that coordination together.
I agree. Sentinels themselves have got quite a default comp. All of the players will be very comfortable in these spots. Marv has played tons of Astra, obviously. Sassy, most played character Sova. And Zekken used to play Jet for Exet on this map too. Now we're looking here towards a B trap play for Sentinels. Yeah, off Pancada's positioning. But instead, this looks like a very quick C-split.
All the way, working their way through, and you can see just how powerful those smokes are. The wall's going all the way up to just give them complete access to it. A re-flash and a re-peek. Pancada, they were attempting to re-clear that one, but less contains. Look at that, on 15 health, dropping back now.
Tuiz is also weak. How do Sentinels get this one done? No flashes. I mean, the fault line will be coming back up in a second. Maybe
So
comboed
hard.
with the recon dart. They can't find Less.
Yeah, and Less is just that extra element, that backstab, who's just going to be waiting, sitting here while this hit starts to come through. Dart's taken care of. There's nothing else to accompany it. There needs to be kills going their way. And, well, it's even. Sassy on 48 health, yet still making the most of it. 3.
But now
Time is running low. Solo on either side. Aspas on 19 health as well. Can't reload, can't give away the position. But it's all the time pressure on Sassy. He's also low and he has to stick it, and it's just not winnable. Clutch there for Aspas. Cool, calm, collected.
Big pistol round for Loud to acquire. You see a couple of the things that Sean was talking about on the desk there. The C Viper wall that's being put down. But also how much utility they have there, just an overwhelming barrage. What I love that I'm seeing in the retake, however, is how Sassy is playing that one. It's classic Sassy Sova. Very safe positioning, trading out his teammates without exposing himself to too many angles. The safest pair of hands in Valorant.
This double initiator comms are quite good at controlling up this A main area. There was an attempt there. In fact, more than an attempt. Look at the damage. Oh, Zekken could have got away with a kill there. I was seeing with the heal, though. He's going to be able to top Less back up to a good amount of health.
This is pretty interesting. I mean, Def has a shorty over towards B. There's a couple of players A. In reality, Sentinels should not be winning this round, but with how insane their individual form has looked, you start to believe in moments.
You really do.
Like this.
You hold your breath. Just a moment, but they don't have good guns. It's all about these opening engagements, and well, enough shots rattled off. There was openings. Bit of peel attempt. As you can see, the stun was there, but battling their way through. Better guns at the end of the day, and yeah, they're able to just take that space easily enough.
And take a look at the Viper wall here that Sadak has put down.
Planted.
So it cuts off information and allows you to lurk down short at the beginning of these rounds. And then also, you can drop it whenever you like. So if you're a defender and you're trying to hold long or short, suddenly the wall's down and there could be attackers behind it. It's also useful for cutting off CT, as you see here. Marv just cut out from the action. So they've demonstrated in the first 2 rounds 2 really important Viper walls that Sean was talking about on the desk that are really... Sentinels are going to have to play around these. They've got to have some kind of counter plan.
Yeah.
And they themselves are not running a Sky, so you can't go and just try and flash through.
Hello? 2 years?
Diffusing.
Okay, well, a bit of a diffuse here. No one was waiting for this one. I mean, he's got enough time. He's got more than enough time. He's been sticking this long enough, but maybe a bit of an error there.
I mean,
take a look at it. I mean, 2 years was literally...
2E's must have been disconnected there. Must have been. But it may well have happened late enough in the round that is not rolled back.
Yeah.
Obviously going to take a technical pause.
Take a look at that.
And I'm sure people are going to look at it, but to be honest there, Bren, Loud had enough players alive that they could have still stopped that diffuse from coming through. The rest of the Loud players messed that up, not just the fact that 2E's was gone.
They were already running away, thinking it was 1.
Thinking that there was no time. There was time.
It's an interesting one.
I mean,
well, we're getting that sorted out as well, though. Okay. Interesting beginning. Throws a wrench into things, but... You were talking about it, Josh. Listen, there's no Sky being ran on the side of the Sentinels, and when you're running these, or going up against the double smokes in the form of like the Viper and the Harbor, you're running Breach. I'm telling you now, from experience, that's painful.
It is very painful. Trying to flash through these walls, it's going to be difficult. You've got to find solid walls that match up somewhere with the Viper wall in order to get a flash through them, and that is really tough.
Exactly.
Over towards C, you might be able to flash through the box at the back of sight. I mean, on A, you might be able to get some kind of flash play working if you decide to play very aggressive up in lobby, or if you're on a retake, there are some spots. But overall, I think we really do need to see Sentinels come out with an answer that isn't just Ninja diffusing when 2E's is disconnected. It is a PC issue, though, that's been confirmed, so we're going to be working on that during this tech pause here. But what an unusual situation.
Yeah. Did you prep any assets for this, Josh, for the tech pause?
No, I did not. I did not. I'll tell you, I mean, what, you want me to prep what the Sentinels players are playing? We had no idea. Coming in,
I know, it wasn't really much to go off, was there?
No, there really wasn't.
No.
I mean, this game has delivered above and beyond what anybody was expecting at this point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think about...
You talked to the coach earlier today. How many days practice have they had?
I mean, less than 3.
Less than 3 days
Less than 3
practice.
with this current roster as well. And you think, I mean, it was online practice. I believe as well as Marv, who flew in yesterday or today. I can't quite remember exactly the timeline, but either way, not much time to acclimate. But listen, so far he's been looking very comfortable on the big stage.
Yeah, and Marv was at that level of player where you expect him to slot back in I mean, in my opinion, fairly simply, because the meta hasn't shifted dramatically. It's not like he's in a spot where his most played agents aren't being run.
Right.
And he just has a huge wealth of experience at the top level in Valorant. He's also quite a quiet player, a very smart player, someone that's going to be listening and adapting to what his team needs.
Yeah.
Doesn't require too many resources. And the whole squad, I mean, this is a stacked roster from Sentinels.
Everybody's chilling and Def just has the office worker posture. He's just sat there, he's got the spreadsheet open. Look busy, look busy. But we're getting this tech pause sorted as well, hopefully soon enough. And hopefully getting back into the action soon enough on top of it as well. Have you heard the way that Marv's former teammates, his former Optic compatriots as well, talk about it in game? You mentioned just then, it reminded me of it when you said he's a quiet player, he's a smart player.
Right.
They give him a lot of, I was going to say a word there.
A lot of ribbon.
A lot of ribbon, yeah, for maybe not talking at all in matches. He's a very independent player in the server.
Yeah. But he's also, I mean, his read on the game is fantastic. I'd take him over Zoms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this map is going to be such an intriguing one, partly because Sentinels and Loud have not played very much Haven. The last time we saw Sentinels play Haven, it was their loss to Fnatic, where we had, weirdly enough, Zekken playing Breach and Sassy on Sky. So, you know, Sentinels have definitely had a rework in terms of the compositions that they're bringing to the table today.
Yeah.
And that's made everything very fresh. It's not like Marv, Sassy, Zekken are trying to replicate exactly what the team was doing a couple of weeks ago. They've actually started kind of from the beginning again.
Yeah.
Except with an idea of how their teammates play and a feel for what they want to be doing and a loose system, and it looks like it's helping.
Yeah, well, good news if you're bored at the moment as well. Listen, we'll stop with the podcasting. Unfortunately, we don't have Subway servers to throw up on the one side of the screen, but we do have a lovely little package as well to capture your attention. So we'll be right back while we fix this issue.
Entonces, siempre digo lo mismo. Brasilero es capaz de mucho amor y mucho odio. Obviamente, cuando juegas mal, te matan, o sea, muchos comentarios
Te
negativos.
dejan saber que no le gustó.
Claro, exactamente. Pero igual es así en, creo que todas las culturas. ¿no?
Sí, todas las culturas, sí, Argentina es igual,
No.
todo es así igual.
Claro, pasa que en Brasil hay muchos brasileros. Entonces, que quizás se siente un poco más.
They're louder.
Sí,
Yeah,
son
they're
mucho
louder.
más.
Y en mi caso es, yo me quedo con algo que dijo él, como que siento que yo también pertenezco a eso, siento que al estar y haber vivido 2 años me identifico con muchas cosas de Brasil y también siento que la cultura con la Argentina, si bien es como bien rival, es bien parecido. Vos vas a Brasil y te sentís, o yo yendo a otros países, Brasil fue el lugar donde más me sentí como si estuviese en mi país, como en Argentina, porque la gente suele ser parecida, la pasión es igual, el amor es igual, todas esas cosas es como... Yo las asociaba así y eso es lo que me gusta y nada, me quedo mucho con eso y con eso dijo el tipo, sí, parte de mí pertenece a ese lugar y a mí me gusta también muchísimo Brasil. Es como mi segunda casa.
¿Por qué te mudaste?
A Brasil, bueno, en mi caso fue como una decisión que tomé para salir de mi zona de confort, ¿viste? Cuando llegaba la propuesta era otro idioma, otro país. No conocía a nadie, siempre había jugado con compañeros que había tenido experiencia o los conocía de antes. Entonces fue como, llegó la propuesta y la tomé y dije voy a salir de mi zona de confort y voy a enfocarme en ser mejor jugador. Y fue exactamente eso.
Para mí quizás fue un poco más distinto. Compartimos muchas de las decisiones, hablábamos mucho en ese momento.
¿Ustedes se mudaron juntos?
No,
¿Por el mismo tiempo? ¿O por las mismas razones?
Claro, nosotros estábamos jugando juntos en ese momento, en un equipo de LATAM. Claro. Y yo le había dicho a él que cuando terminase de jugar quería ir para Brasil. Primero porque tenía a mi novia en ese momento en Brasil, entonces era lógico.
Claro.
Y segundo que en mi cabeza, un poco loco, pero en mi cabeza sabía que la única forma de ganar un internacional era entrando a un equipo brasilero.
¿Por qué?
Porque fue hecho antes por otras personas.
Okay.
No en el mismo FPS, pero fue hecho por otras personas. Entonces dije, ahí voy a tener mi chance de ganar. Ahí voy a tener la mejor chance que una persona puede tener es jugar en Brasil, si quiere llegar al nivel más alto. Entonces dije, tengo que ir a Brasil, tengo que ir a Brasil, tengo que ir a Brasil, tengo que ir a Brasil. Me cerraba, o sea, me hacía mi vida más fácil en todos los sentidos. Mi vida amorosa, trabajo.
Claro.
Y no me llegó una propuesta mía. Fue más, yo tuve que ir a buscar la propuesta.
Sí, claro.
Porque lo había llamado en ese momento, lo llamé a Sassy en ese momento. Le dije, mira, quiero jugar con vos. No sé cómo, quiero jugar con vos. y Sassy me dijo, después de mucho tiempo me respondió. Me dijo, bueno, buenísimo. Vamos a jugar juntos, vamos a encontrar una organización que te pueda traer de Argentina. Porque esa es otra situación, o sea, te tiene que traer a Argentina.
No te queda muy simple.
Claro. Es un muy buen, claro, eso fue algo muy bueno de Furia que hizo, que lo trajo a él. Es una apuesta, o sea, es una apuesta. Claro. Y para mí fue eso. Eso fue el motivo.
¿Tú también pensaste lo mismo? ¿Que solo puedes ganar?
O sea, no, en el sentido que para mí en Brasil, no sé, nosotros habíamos sido campeones de Free Strike en LATAM. Y nosotros habíamos visto el impacto, independientemente de eso, que los ganadores del freestyle de Brasil había sido como boom, explotado. Yo me acuerdo que también tuvimos como esa percepción, al menos yo tenía esa percepción de que en Brasil el VALORANT estaba como creciendo muchísimo.
Mucho más rápido, mucho mejor.
Y en LATAM creció, pero creció después. En ese momento no estaba al mismo nivel que Brasil, porque después LATAM creció muchísimo en VALORANT, pero en ese momento no era la misma vara con la que se medía.
Claro.
Sí, me acuerdo. Ahora
esa también fue una de las razones también mías, además. O sea, yo lo dije, salir de mi zona de confort era como decir, para mejorar hay muchas cosas para mejorar. Estar en un lugar donde no conozco a nadie, en un país nuevo, también perdido, solo. O sea, era Era ese mi objetivo en ese momento.
Sí, claro. Yo también, honestamente, yo me acuerdo en los Estados Unidos hablando de todos los diferentes equipos y todos los diferentes países. Y siempre hablamos mucho de Brasil. Y no tanto de Latinoamérica.
Esa es la historia. Brasil siempre fue un país que se mostró muy fuerte en este tipo de géneros de juego. Así que en este tipo, ¿no? En otros quizás un poco peor, pero en este tipo de FPS siempre fue muy marcante.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where Marv is so cold he's freezing out his opponents in round number 2 of the map. Just kidding. Hey, we're back on the desk because we've got a few of our refs on stage currently investigating a technical issue. We did have Tui's his computer shut down in the middle of that round. There's been no declaration as to what exactly the decision is moving forward. First, just swapping out his PC, getting the full restart going, and then we'll have a decision to deliver to you all a little bit later.
It's just really hard to have PCs run under the temperature that's currently on stage. It's really unfortunate. They weren't prepared for Marv.
Yeah, they're out there right now with some hair dryers trying to defrost all of it. So we only have one real round to talk about at this point, right? There isn't a ton for us to get into just yet, but of course the first round, Sean, we do. I believe we have it. Hopefully we can run it for you guys. Yes, we do. Okay, I didn't want to make a promise I couldn't keep.
This was actually an insane pistol round from Loud, and it just shows their dedication. But this is actually
This is just in general a celebration of Ospas. Let's do that first.
This is the one from last week where Ospas went 11-0 in First Bloods against Furia, just teeing off on them on this jet roll, which is what we're going to see him in today, just insta-locking jet across all the maps. But I was referring to that opening pistol before because they used the Harbor Viper so well on the opening pistol, and Sentinels was not ready for that C hit in the way that it occurred. I had never seen a hit like it, to be honest. The cascade was perfectly between the Viper wall and the Harbor wall, and they just ran it down, did a garage split, and there was no fights available for Sentinels until Saucy almost won like a heroic round again.
Yeah, it's crazy that Sen is getting things so close with some of these clutches. We saw a ton of those in map number 1. But I think the biggest kind of crowning point for Loud is just the innovation with them. This is their meta. They made, well, I don't know who did it first per se, but they're the team who really kind of made Harbor Viper mainstay. And you can see that they're so good on it, even on maps that it hasn't fully caught on yet. And what we were just watching with Ospas, it's a meta that also enables him to be so good as an individual.
Well, and this just goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, Sean, about Kaplan slotting in, the idea of a super week, so you have 2 opponents, right? We talked about how big prep can be, but the fact that specifically on this map, what has he seen in the tape? What did he glean from that very close matchup that Loud have against MIBR, and how can they strat against it?
Yeah, he might have some tells, right? We saw the Viper wall go up at A on the second round, even though the round is likely going to maybe get replayed. We saw the A one there and then the C one on pistol round. So they're using both the ones they used in that prior match against MIBR. And I'd imagine Kaplan has some solutions for these Viper walls, because what's happening is the C player can't get any info or the A player can't get any info, and you're just guessing. And that's why I was thinking Marv might put stars behind the wall, occasionally take peeks with some of Saucy's util. And that's the only solution I can think of right now. They didn't really have a solution yet, but we might see one to come soon.
And I think that's one of the things that's interesting about Haven versus some of the other maps that Loud has been playing this Harbor Viper, in that you have to be a lot more varied in your setups. You'll see them move around that Viper wall, move around there placing the orb a lot more than on other maps, because Haven is just so large. It's that 3-site map. You kind of have to pivot different placements for your smoke, depending on where you're defaulting. Is this a round where the priority is A lobby control? Is this a round where getting a lurk into garage, like we saw from that wall on the pistol round that lets you get up towards C, or ones that they've thrown, like one towards garage. There's just a lot more options, which I think does make that prep very difficult.
I'm told we have that first round now, by the way, so we can play through and get a look at a lot of what we've been talking about so far already.
Watch Tui's Harbor wall on the minimap. Right? Look how fast and how good he is at that Harbor wall. So he's perfectly blocking off window, which it can't be too shallow, because it wouldn't really block it very well. It can't be too deep, because then people could go in front of it. And then he pairs up with the Viper. Look at the cascade going right between the walls. So it's denying the vision from the site player to the players coming out of the garage angle. This is so innovative. I've never seen a team do this. The Viper wall would technically block off a very common Killjoy turret on the left by Plat. There's so many things about this early round that counters the meta. It's just 200 IQ from Loud.
It's really good, and you can see on top of that I think Sentinels had a pretty solid reaction, right? You generally want to play retake against Viper Harbor. You want to punish the reflanks and repush space so you can have a retake from multiple angles. They tried to do that, but Les utterly shut them down, getting that initial kill despite being flashed up in mid. It was a really good one out of Loud. And now the kind of questions that Sentinels probably have going through their head during this pause of what else does this team have prepared? What other ideas do they have to show? Because it's clear that they went back, they looked at that MIBR game, and they wanted to bring some new stuff out for this match.
Questions that we can only wait for answers to, if we're being honest, right? And we saw, and we even did get to see, even regardless of what the result is with that second round, replayed or not, we even still got a little bit more info, as you were saying there, Sean, with the A approach and the hit. Ultimately, if that one does get replayed, then all of a sudden, we're back open to a wide table of all right, maybe we avoid that A hit altogether. It's going to be its own little mind game there, is how do we even get back into it here from a pause and a possible reset?
So, actually, while you were talking, one of my 2 neurons just activated in my brain, and I remembered. So the second round, Zekin peeked sewers with that sheriff and almost caught Sadak entering A lobby. That was exactly how he approached that Viper wall. He just swung, and he was just getting kills. And that's how they were controlling the A lobbies, just taking that fight very aggressively. So I want to know if Aspas actually counters that by starting to like hold the sewers peak, because that's the one weakness that I see for Loud right now.
Yeah, and I think for Aspas as well, him as an individual, a lot of emphasis is going to be on him this map because he struggled a lot more than normal to get those opening kills. I think Zen was actually doing a really good job on map number 1 of playing with that Harbor Viper comp and shutting him down, because normally we pride this guy on being one of the absolute best at playing around these Harbor Viper comps, finding the gap in the smoke, using the verticality to get over and find that opportunity. And on Haven, again, because it is a larger map, once they get to defense, the emphasis, I think, will again be on him.
Yeah.
I mean, we took a look at a big full-screen stat sheet of Aspas earlier in the day today, and last week, as he continued to ramp up, had 100% first blood rate success, right? Every opening
He's a pretty good player, I think.
He won, right? And you're not always going to get that 100-0 performance, which is obviously an important thing to recognize. But if he's always shooting 50% or above in that regard, that's something pretty massive that Sentinels is going to have to overcome. So will he find that rhythm again here on map 2 is a big question.
That is the biggest question, right? Can Aspas actually have like a true Aspas level game with the anti-shredding that maybe Kaplan has planned for him? Does Kaplan win that battle, or does Aspas win that battle today? Because right now, all the other pieces for Loud look so good that I think that is the key thing that's going to determine whether Loud can take this series or not.
Yeah, and now I'm going to like go way ahead of what we're talking about right now, but how does this change our expectations? If Loud actually ends up losing the series 2-0, if they drop their first series to Sentinels, a team who we've been like dooming on for all of this, like they're not.
No, honestly, it flips. So it's a good question because it flips so much on its head, right? Because it's such a stark contrast between the undefeated team, you know, current champions 2022, all of that, to Sentinels, struggle bus, who had higher expectations coming into the split, hasn't lived up to them. So right now, these two teams are sitting on opposite ends of the spectrum. And so for this upset to happen, I think it does way more to kind of upset our current thinking of the general narratives in the region than, let's say, any other team below Loud right now in the standings taking them down.
Screw our thinking. What would that do to Sentinels? Like, what happens to their team at that point if they just 2-0 Loud today with Marv standing in?
Right?
What happens?
I don't know. Like,
yeah, how do you start to think about the way the TENS fits into the squad, and is this actually a better roster in terms of agent compositions and things like that? What we've talked about has been a struggle for them so far.
It's just so weird because it finally makes sense for Sentinels, and then the question is, do you want to continue with Marv? Do you go back to TENS? How do you change around your roles? Do you have to shift things again? What does he want? Like, there's so many questions around this team, and even in terms of their expectations, it's like, okay, now you've beat Loud. How much more can you achieve? Can we push this into a team who can get a top placement in playoffs? Could they be in contention for Tokyo? Like, getting an upset here starts that kind of snowball of realizing that, hey, they've had a rough start to the season, but it's 8 weeks long. It's nowhere near over yet.
All right, Coach. Let's we made you the coach of our super team. Let's make you the coach of Sentinels for a day. I mean, what is your current take?
They don't need another change.
You're right. They don't need another. Sorry, we're going to just,
Kaplan has had the job for like 12 hours.
If it's our choice, Sentinels is working with a new coach every week. But what would you say was the most impressive thing of Sentinels' play so far today that you haven't seen yet from them?
I really liked just the coordination amongst the players, particularly Zekin with the initiators. I thought Def looked really comfortable on the Harbor in that first map. I know it doesn't show statistically, but he was very disruptive on those A hits on his defensive side. And then on attack, I thought his Harbor walls, when I looked at prior games from Sentinels, their Harbor walls were nowhere near what Tui's is. Tui's is like in a world of his own when it comes to playing Harbor. And this was the first time I felt like, you know, someone from NA could hang with Tui's a little bit in the Harbor role. So I thought Def really surprised me. I thought he played really good today on Harbor.
Yeah, don't let the Sentinels management hear that. Don't let them listen to this guy. They don't need to make another change yet.
They don't watch our show, do they? Right? Yeah, they're back there trying to figure out what's going on stage at the moment. Getting a look at Tui's on that Harbor play, and Cowanzine as well, coming up with some massive clutches for the squad. We talk about you know, some big clutches on the other side. Saucy, for example, with the pistol round clutch that he had on Pearl on the second half, is not to be outdone by players like Cowanzine as well.
I mean, the storyline is so cool because in kind of both of these clutch situations, it was like them playing against the player that ended up replacing them. For both Pencata and Saucy, it's like, okay, we're against our former teammates, but we're still proving that we can be better than these new guys that got brought in. We are still at the top of that game. And all of these clutch rounds were incredible, but they're not really the thing that stuck with me. Again, it was the coordination. It was the consistency that Sentinels managed to provide, because we've always seen those sparks of individual brilliance, but now we're getting that on top of a team that actually looks like they have a coherent game plan and looks well put together in the mid-round.
Yeah, and in previous games for Sentinels, kind of going into what you just said, those late rounds, they seem to always go to their opponents, right? But in this game, they closed out a lot of those late rounds. Their plays were very cohesive in those moments. And the one time it failed was that Sadak 1-on-2 clutch. I feel like in all of their other games, you know, their coordination in those 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s, 1-on-2s even, they're losing them a lot because probably miscommunication. It looked like a lot of that was cleaned up in this iteration of the team.
Yeah, they really did manage to fix that stuff. And for Sentinels as well, just the individual prowess of these guys has been fantastic throughout. And now you kind of look on the other side toward Loud, and it's like normally those late rounds are where they thrive. We look back last week against Furia. That's where Cow and Zine was having incredible moments, where Ospas's anchoring was incredible. I don't feel like we've seen those same like star-studded performances yet in the same way this week.
Yeah, and to a degree, Ray, I have to imagine some of that comes from rhythm, but also how the game itself is matching up to your expectations. Because I'm sure Loud, like most of us, thought they were going to come in and wipe the floor with Sentinels, yes, right? And so, again, Sean, I'm sure you can speak to what it's like as a competitor to step on the stage with one expectation, immediately have that expectation subverted, and then have to grapple with it in real time.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got punched in the face a little bit in that first game, and probably if they went back in their huddle, they were like, you know, just one map, don't worry about it. They're probably trying to put that behind them. They're not focused on it, and then they go into Haven, and we saw that insane pistol that they busted out. So they definitely have the prep work done here on Haven. It's not like they're lacking confidence, and then Ascent is their final map. They're still super comfortable with the map pool. This isn't like a inexperienced team. I don't think that
we're not pulling the fire alarm just yet. Yeah.
I don't think that loss affects them at all, actually.
Okay.
I don't think they're even flinched.
And you've seen that in the first few weeks, where Loud has ended up losing a map in series that they didn't expect to. Like against MIBR, I don't think any of them had in their mind that they even had a chance of losing that Lotus against them. Still came back, stomped in the third map. They're very good at that. Even back at Lock-In, right? Grand Finals, you go 2 maps down, and you damn near reverse sweep Fnatic, the team that ended up winning that tournament. The mental on this squad is incredible.
Yeah, they've got some tenacity, to say the least. Officials are still working behind the scenes to get us back into the game. And while they do so, let's check out another clip from Doug's interview with Sadak and now Nazwer. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Which you can see in full on our YouTube channel. Here's more Common Ground.
Ustedes dos se mudaron a Brasil. Tú te quedaste. Y tú te fuiste otra vez.
Sí.
¿Tú por qué te fuiste? ¿Por qué no te quedaste?
Bueno, más que nada fue una decisión personal. También va con parte de la decisión de por qué fui, de querer tomar nuevos aires y cambiar, no digo zona de confort de nuevo, pero es como cambiar a otro equipo. Y además, a una razón personal que tengo también con la salud de mi mamá, y entonces quería estar más cerca también hacia el equipo Argentina, y bueno, eso fue el resumen de por qué me fui.
¿Y eso hace cuánto fue?
Fue que me fui, terminó el Champions con Furia y yo me fui en casi principio de año, creo que igual, no, fue en diciembre, creo que se hizo el anuncio cuando me fui.
Esto fue
reciente.
Ya.
Sí, no fue hace mucho tiempo.
¿Hace qué? ¿4 meses? ¿4 o 5 meses?
Sí, cuando terminó el Champions, más o menos, que fue en septiembre, ahí hubo un mes que tuvo todas esas negociaciones, todos los equipos, y ahí ya en diciembre se concluyó.
Cómico cómo compartimos muchas cosas en nuestro destino. Porque ¿qué pasó? Cuando entré en Vikings, mi madre fue diagnosticada con cáncer de mama. Y el único motivo por el que fui a Brasil fue porque ella me dijo, anda, seguí tus sueños, competir, porque era mi sueño competir.
Claro.
Y era lo único por lo que yo volvería sería para estar con ella. Pero ¿qué pasó? En cuanto estábamos en Vikings, estaba yendo todo muy bien, el tratamiento de ella estaba mejorando, y empezó a empeorar todo cuando clasificamos para la Champions. Así que en el medio del bootcamp, nosotros estábamos en un bootcamp para la Champions. Mi madre empieza a empeorar, y una semana antes de la Champions falleció, o sea, murió. Una situación muy fea. Y yo estaba en el medio de la Champions, estaba en Berlín en ese momento. Entonces, en el momento, el psicólogo me dijo, competí, sacátelo de la cabeza Y cuando termines de competir, volver a Argentina y hacer lo que tengas que hacer. A todo esto yo estaba empezando mi nueva familia en Brasil, porque ya estaba con mi esposa.
Sí, claro.
Entonces yo dije, bueno, si volvería a Argentina, volvería simplemente por mi padre. Entonces ahí tomé la decisión, hablé con él, me dijo, tu madre quería que vos sigas tu sueño, yo quiero que vos sigas tu sueño. Así que yo dije, voy a continuar en Brasil. Es lo más lógico, estoy empezando mi familia, estar todo aquí, pesado, perdón. Y seguí en Brasil.
De mi parte es como estar también tiempo con mi mamá, no es a nivel de él exactamente lo que sucede, pero es como, nada, son reflexiones, ¿no? Y exactamente todo eso es muy duro, porque yo lo conozco hace un montón y cuando me contó es como, se me partió el alma también y es como...
No me lo imagino.
Hay historias.
Creo que fue uno de los momentos más difíciles de mi vida. Pero la decisión de quedarme en Brasil fue muy fácil. O sea, después...
Por el apoyo del viejo.
Claro, exactamente. Y porque también sabía que mi hermano estaba allá para cuidar de mi viejo. Y cuando pasó todo eso, tomé la decisión de continuar en Brasil y ahí empezó LAU. Ahí fue cuando hicimos LAU, cuando empezamos con el equipo. Así que esa fue mi decisión.
Well, the tech pause is going to be over momentarily as well as the issues getting resolved here. And Sadak, what a player he has been, the career that he's had as well, competing at the very highest level, still at the top of the standings. But this is a test indeed as he's going up against Sentinels here. Map number 2 with Sentinels leading.
Yeah, an unusual situation to start this one out, but it is the score 1-1. So Sentinels, they've managed to get that round back and force things into a strange position here. 2 Spectres, 3 rifles for Sentinels heading in, and Loud still kept some weaponry from the prior round because of those players that backed off in the post plan.
A bit of a team flash there. Just for about a moment, now you're seeing it, high tide. The one as they push their way through into Garage, and I think Ricardo's lucky to get out away with his life. A bit of shots rattled off as well, back and forth between them.
And this high tide, actually, that Twiz is throwing, it's for a bit of garage control, but then it also would allow you to sneak into B. And both connectors been smoked off. That's going to draw the defenders towards the B site and make A a little easier to walk up. You can see Zekken just looking for that information. Sean was talking about how he went for a wide swing short on a prior round. Now going to re-clear with the drone.
It's all about the timing. You can see the jump spot here by Def. Wow, Sadak's crosshair placement was good. It was on it, not quite landing a shot. Fast moving forwards though, but he's dealt with. Cleaned up onto the side of the smoke and plenty of personnel ready for Sentinels to try and meet them right into the weaponry.
Spike down A.
Sadak left with so much to do, but eventually shut down there, and 3 rifles staying in the hands of the Sentinels players, keeping that economy nice and even.
Yeah, still looking decent for Sentinels. One player can drop. I mean, Pancada's got huge amounts of money. And Loud, so now we start the game kind of proper, right? Both teams have those rifles on board, and we get to see what Sentinels' defensive adjustments look like. And it looks like they want to go early, aggressive at the beginning of this round. Is this going to be the Fnatic play? It looks like a dart is going to come over the top and possibly Zekken dashing down mid. This could be that Fnatic set play.
Yep, there's a stun. Down to the side, only clears a little bit of mid here. Actually doesn't go deep into the spawn. It's an aftershock and a Hunter's Fury though. That supplements him, but Liss is ready. Oh, that is disrespectful.
Oh my word.
Zekken falling. Bit of bite being taken out of the round now forward and Loud. Happy to take all that space. Aspas on the high ground angle here, Sassy. Nothing blocking his way, Reckoning can't quite stand his ground. Has to avoid it for now.
The flank. We've got a fight between Les and Def. Def broke the alarm bot here. So Les knows.
Position in his known and everything comes down to this one fight. That is not a confident fight to take there. Def loses it. That's revealing. It's a 3v5 now for Sen. You might have to start thinking otherwise about trying to play this one for a bit of a fast retake because this post-plan setup is so difficult.
I think this is a save here. I mean, maybe they can get another ninja defuse, but I don't think it's likely.
Unlikely. And yeah, just playing for the exits. holding those angles, making sure that they keep the guns.
I mean, Pagada's here. Exits are really good here for Sentinels. If they can drop weapons out of Loud's hands, it's good.
Rushed, yeah. And Carter's managing to at least hold his ground, but not for much longer. So 2-2. That's going to be the scoreline. It's a scrappy back and forth beginning, isn't it, for this map 2?
Certainly is. Weapons on board again, though. Sentinels still fairly far away from having their economy broken. And this is where you start to get those ults cycling. So now Kalanzin with his Seekers online on that attack side. And then if they get the plant down, potentially, they would have a post-plant lockdown to work with. The Loud composition has some unusual ults like that Viper's Pit that you don't normally play against on Haven. And if Sentinels are playing full retake, you can see them again trying to play aggressive on another part of the map.
That's bad at A lobby control, but look at how good this Viper wall is! Oh, that's his elbow! It sticks out like a sore thumb, and there you go, Sen. An instant capitalization, but the same high tide. Sean was talking about it in the desk as well in that short break that we had, at how good it was at just really putting the pressure on the anchoring player, forcing him to play back and off the site for the retake.
2East goes for the plant, less dead, so no post-plant lockdown available. Cove being thrown aggressively here actually helps keep Aspas alive, who would have taken a little bit of spam. This pull doesn't really seem synced up with too much else.
Every time there's a piece of util used, there's something else in response. Stun. Lay it across now to Seekers as well, splits them through, but already just flooding into the back of the side. It's Sentinels trying to take the space, trying to scale down to Sadak, last alive. That's second with 3.
Huge retake from Sentinels. I thought they would get pushed back there. I mean, the investment of the Seekers too, and nothing much to show from it. All coming from CT. Loud had a player in Garage, Loud had an ultimate to be able to work with. In theory, a bunch of things that could have worked nicely for them. But everybody on Loud just getting stuck behind default there.
I gotta give credit to Def as well. There was a fault line in the middle of that retake that was beautiful. Landed on top of the box as well and just made its way across the side. I believe 2 players were caught by it, stunned up. But now you're starting to see a bit of a change in the setup. This operator in the hands of Zekken. Again, another thing that was spoken about, the disrespect shown to this Viper wall.
But I love this. I think getting Zekken on this deep line, if he can hop on the box even in A short, he can just be left there.
And he gives you so much info.
He might end up having to retake with an operator, but I think the informational value you're getting from him is worth it. And that is just spam. That's just spam through double doors, Garage.
Through double doors, but no time wasted. Loud are immediate with their response. Taking up all the space into B. Marv wasn't looking for it. One angle watched for, but not the other one as well. And they are just slipping into every single gap in the defensive protocols.
Aspas pushing deep into spawn here. Zekken, he's watching for it. How do the Sentinels players know this kind of stuff? Reminiscent of Pearl.
Maybe heard the jump as well off to the side. Just holding the angle, but this is it. Comes down to the timing. Doesn't expect it. Through and around for Aspas. He has been that difference maker with the Viper's Pit dropped. How do you even play this one? Flash to read big. Aspas is not even blind. Playing around a util. Tanking the dart. That is just pure disrespect to your former teammate. Denied the ace. Operator picked up, but it has to be that save.
It's pretty important here, actually, because Sassy's going to be able to drop his teammate, pick up a rifle, drop the operator.
Poison's off.
And it's going to help them put a buy together that's still fairly decent. Zekken got value out of the op as well. He managed to pick up less on the other side of short. But Loud kind of overwhelmed. The B pressure, you're starting to see some of the cracks that you would expect, honestly, from a team like Sentinels that has had so little time together.
Yeah.
The way that Marv wasn't quite ready for the pressure coming through on B and got caught, bullet to the side of the head, just not really knowing where to face. It's difficult when you're playing the smokes in a comp like this because you're so far away from the information on the other side of the map. You rely very heavily on being fed good comms to dictate where you should be looking and where you're going. This time, Zekken opping down C.
Can be difficult to get value out of the operator. And you're playing a jet as well into these double smokes comms because of things like this. That was a Viper orb that was thrown from safety, locks off one of those angles, and the knives for Aspas. How does he want to claim this one? Spamming the common corners, making sure that they clear out Garage and remove that turret. So really now Zekken is starting to feel the pressure, but it's a stack from Sentinels. 3 of their players. Make sure they watch this B side. Maybe a bit of a read for it as well. Well, Marv's taken out on one side of it, and there wasn't really a swing from Sen. They didn't fall for the bait. Aspas was locking down that one angle, but now you're seeing it. Dog to re-clear, and they want to pivot right back into a C hit. Zekken, it's a difficult ask for him. Reach ult right away, all the way through. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, everything being expended. The kitchen sink and all, just to try and help out Zekken.
Meanwhile, Sassy with his Hunter's Fury, he threw a long-range dart as well from A at the early round. And it is going to be A the result here. If he saves this recon, it could be absolutely imperative for them in the retake. But that's what Sentinels are going to have to play. I don't think Zekken used many of his knives, so I don't think the operator's going to be a large problem for them.
Now Sen can focus on trying to play this retake. Lockdown. She was close, but a lockdown for a lockdown with 19 seconds left. Looks like an attempt here to try and take the fight early. Deny the plant! And he does just Zekken! That's a beastly performance. And there's just no time left. Players detained, 6 seconds left. Can even access the spike? Nope.
I have the spike.
The round is lost just like that. Quick decision-making from Sentinels, and it earns them a round.
What an incredible scenario there. Sadak sprinting back into the site to try and get the plant down when 4 players were detained for the retakers. And it all comes down to that.
Nasty stuff. Even if Zekken doesn't get the second, he wins the round just by killing the planter there.
Yeah, incredible work. Zekken looks on fire in this main duelist role. I think Zekken's got the quality to be able to play a lot of different stuff for the Sentinel squad, but he's able to hard carry games from this spot. Arguably, he has done in the past from Sova too.
I think the dart was good, actually. I think that was getting blocked by the Viper wall. Sen are going to be partly aware of this.
What a read here to have 3 players A, not playing aggressive, just kind of waiting for the hit to come through.
But it's difficult for Zekken because he doesn't know if they've crossed. Look at him, he's adjusted his crosshair placement now for that one angle. The drone was broken. I think that's a bit of a tell that there could be a player close on that angle, but
otherwise Zekken would be facing the right side.
Yeah, and he's repositioned and he's pushing up. There was a flash. Sassy's pushed up. It's all comes down to this, and he spotted him. Aspas close to the corner. Not seeing any time wasted, but oh my goodness, it's so cautious. It's just a contact push all the way up. Zekken does well to get the one. Def, you got to play your life. Backs away. The Loud, they have access to the site now. Spike starting to get planted.
Oh, the fight in mid. Pancada takes down Let's, and the spike dropped. This now becomes doable for Sentinels, a 3v3.
Push back. That wall bangable, not too certain of it, but you've handed Aspas the op. An exchange. Swaps it around with the rifle in his hands, flash avoided and walking, wading right through the high tide. Pancad none the wiser, and 4 in the round. Aspas immediately answering back, Josh, and listen, use the term a lot, but this really is just back and forth, isn't it?
It certainly is, but this A Viper wall has caused Sentinels so many problems. They've been trying to counter it a bunch, but look at this. Oh, this was after the drone came through. That was the kill that Aspas was able to get onto Sassy, and it's a freebie because Sentinels had bad information. As the drone comes down shore, it's killed too quickly, can't check the right-hand side. And they falsely assumed that there was nobody there. An op-v-op battle, and now Zekken takes it over towards C as Kaplan calls a timeout. Wanting to talk to the squad. Newly promoted head coach here, looking to see if he can influence just how they counter Loud's game plan.
I think it can be quite difficult as well. You can have a theory behind it, you can have an idea, but yeah, a lot of it, you can see a lot of teams' game plans on Haven as a map as well. They're going to be relying on, if they're running a jet, getting an operator in their hands because of that information it gathers you if you get set up on those angles. But the composition that Loud are running, that gets denied quite a lot of the time, so.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think as well here, you got to think about, bring things back to Pearl. How were Sentinels getting the win on their defense side of Pearl? It was not by playing retake. It was by flooding rotators into the site and having one player anchor really heavily. So whether that's on A, you know, if we translate that concept to Haven, you want to be holding backside C super heavily. And then you want to be holding backside A very heavily so that you control the CT rotates and you allow help to come in from that angle without having to be worried and using too much utility. And that's not what we're really seeing. We're seeing Sentinels forced to play full set retakes.
I got yous, okay?
And I don't think that's going to be a strength of theirs with such little time.
New beginning to the round.
Poison orb emitting toxin screen down.
Work being put in by Loud at the beginning of the round, so you can see just breaking that door.
And also, Marv getting himself into cubby here. They know that Sadak does not get onto the angle. Beautiful. What a beautiful adjustment. Sadak has to throw that Viper Orb from further back, so he's not there in time to see Marv sneak into cubby.
Great adjustment. Turret's broken, though. This is Loud walking their way through. Spike not on B just yet, but they want to take their time with it. Of course, they've got about a minute on the clock, but hoping to take some fights as the smokes dissipate. Cascade in the face, though, just to replace it.
And this time,
stop it in its tracks.
This time the defenders are much more well set up for the B pressure. Marv's not getting caught, Sassy with a nice jiggle. Can Loud convert this in a 4v5? They've got nice positions.
But it's difficult to try and retake, I think. Flash and the drone, comboed up, Reckoning is used. That's on the side of Loud, that's going to be pushing them back here. Nice start to Aspaz, pushes him away. Updraft dash away, but he realizes he has to play on the site. There's a Cosmic Divide in his face. Can't play the post plants too easily, and now starting to be swarmed. It's about the coordination, it's about hitting the shots! And the crossfire setup, well, it's good enough. Enough damage done to Marv that the Shorty will finish it off, but Sassy could be the difference maker.
Double down
two. And you're right, Josh, utility's there to try and stop this one. A tap onto the spike, and I think they've realized it. No time left in the round. Zekken wants to get out with the ARP. They have to save the guns, and Loud will claim it.
Oh, and Sassy just gets away with the Vandal. Very nice post-plant play by Loud in a 4v5. Things could have gotten sticky there, but you always have that last line of defense, which is less. Double Nano Swarm on the spike. I still think the way that Sentinels fought back into this was very decent, especially considering that Def's breach flashes really didn't catch on to anyone. But once more, you see Loud's site executes with Tui's utility, giving them free plants. They're getting into post plants where Sentinels have to play set retakes, and that's not what Sen want.
A battle waiting to be taken. Flash over the top. Zekken can't take the angle, and look at how difficult it is. He's offing, he wants a free sight line. He's not going to be getting it, not against this. Cascade in his face, and this is risky. The rest of his team doesn't have the weaponry. It's all on him. What can he do? Dog, his feet broken, dashes back to disengage, but already they're being flooded, swarmed every angle. Sassy will fall. Still Zekken's in, flick of the wrist, and doesn't find the target.
The snake bite is gorgeous from Sadak there. Stops anybody swinging from left side default. And they tried to flood people in. They tried to get Def running in there to help, and they just couldn't. Loud with the better weaponry here too. So there doesn't look like too much that the Sentinels players can get working. The Loud system, the Loud executes, and finding them all the success.
Yeah.
Sentinels can't challenge early round because they've got a Viper or Harbor utility in their face. And then once it comes to the... You notice as well that Loud are going for the site exec often as Sassy drones. They're picking the timing immediately. As soon as Sassy's in the drone, they know that, first of all, Zekken's going to be opping and trying to follow it. And Sassy can't reposition, can't shoot back.
Yeah, it's a player out of the game. Point. You can see Marv's hunted, but he exits! That's a lovely little gift. Okay. Round lost, but damage done, and an operator as well. They've been saving this one all the way through. It's a family heirloom, Josh.
Yeah, it's been passed down generation to generation, hasn't it? They keep losing the rounds, but they keep being able to buy ops. So really, that could be a big difference maker. It's a nice three-piece, but Sentinels are going to have to start putting some rounds on the board.
It's a difficult task for them. You know, we talked about the adjustments that Sentinels as a team. This comp is unusual. Not many teams in America are running it, but look at this from Loud. No time wasted again. Very reminiscent of the opening round here, but a bit of a team flash. God, Aspaz.
These executes just look sublime from Loud.
So well orchestrated, so well executed, and Aspaz not lacking any confidence. New player to the Sentinels roster here. Marv's removed from the fight. Not going to have his utility, and look at this reclear. Trailblazer carves out a nice little power of reactions from Aspaz. It's pure enough, and look at this. The dash active, he wants a little bit more, but Sentinels are already keen to just get the hell out of there. They want any part of him here. Exchange. The rifle picked up. Too much damage done. Too much to overcome. And wow.
The family heirloom survives.
Will it survive? That's the thing. They are swarming him. They're like, listen, you've had this for too many rounds now. Finally taken care of. Finally taken out the hands of Zekken.
There's some spice in this game now.
Yeah.
It's the second or third time we've seen some of the bodies getting shot. Loud players coming back in with some fire on map 2. Loud currently look unstoppable. They've got a reckoning for the next as well. They did get caught up a little bit by Sassy Hunter's Fury when they went for a C hit prior. There are now 4 players stacking A. Sentinels are determined. We cannot give up this area at the beginning of the round, even if we have to play full C retake.
This many players. How do they want to try and fight this one? There's a Hunter's Fury as well. There was a smallest bit of presence, but the shots presumably going wide here, and the rest of Loud, it's a reaction play. The Reckoning's used. Pancada can't stand his ground. He can't spam the angles, and already all that util clearing and cleaving its way through. It's such a similar play now. We've seen it time and time again, but it's too much to offset.
And Sentinels have been able to find no answer for it. Less though caught this time. A reflank coming through. Marv and Def are going to have nice garage positions.
I think that's why you're starting to see that stack over towards A at the beginning of the round.
There's a flash for Kawanzine and Aspas here. This would be so bold.
Risky to push this as well, though, because look at the positioning. Sentinels are back. They absorb the aggression. A pop flash around the corner, but Second, a difficult player to take out. And right now he's got the angle. Watch Spork. Kawanzine still wins it, and he could be the backstab, could be the thorn in their sides, but Marv puts him back, and Marv has just been magnificent. Stick onto the fuse, lined them up, but it matters not. 5 in a round claim here for Sen, a respectable finish to this first half.
But at the same time, they're fortunate to get that one retake off, to be honest, because they could not find an answer for the first 11 rounds, it felt. Just getting back into this one through virtue of forcing Loud to make an overly aggressive play in the post plant.
Yeah.
7-5 means there is a massive weight on this pistol.
Massive weight, absolutely. Doug is standing by as well with some special guests for this upcoming halftime.
Thank you so much, Brent. Yeah, I'm actually sitting by with 2 dear friends in Jonas and Jen. Guys, first off, what do you think about the venue? What do you think about the spot? Jen, I want to start with you.
Oh my God, it's my first live event. I'm freaking out. I'm not gonna lie.
So many microphones.
No. The way the bass hits when the guns shoot.
I mean, the crowd has been nuts.
I know.
Too. It's such a good turnout.
Yep.
Jonas, what about you? You've been to stuff like this. What do you make of the venue?
I've seen a few events before. No, I really enjoy this so much. First of all, like, the crowd is amazing. Obviously, the crowd is leaning very heavily towards a certain team, but you know, we're not gonna. Yeah. Team. Oh.
Yeah, dude, you fit right in.
Yeah, but the vibes are immaculate, dude, and it's so cool to actually be here at the venue to see everything happening live. It makes a huge difference, actually.
Well, I mean, you were mentioning the bass going nuts with the guns and stuff, with the crowd. I mean, you can just feel it. It's so much fun to get into. Give me thoughts on this series. We're 1 map in, half into another one, 7-5 in favor of Loud. Does Sentinels pull off the comeback? Are we going to map 3? What is it?
Just for the plot, map 3.
Oh, we can work that into the script too.
Yeah.
We'll just make sure.
Production, can we have a map 3? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. No, I think first of all, it's really cool to see how well Sentinels is doing, considering they're playing with a stand-in and everything, and that is, of course, very difficult. We've seen other teams do that in the past, and it's not always working well.
No.
They seem to be playing really well together. I'm a Sassy fan. I'm always going to be a Sassy fan. So no matter what team he plays on, that's the team I'm cheering for. So
Jonas is a saucy boy, confirmed. You have like 20 seconds. I need predictions very quickly before we go. Jen.
My prediction is that we go to map 3 and then we're gonna have an awesome game. Hold on. We made posters.
Yeah, guess who made which one? I totally made this one, I swear to God.
All right, we're going to throw it back to the desk, guys. Have some fun. Bren, it's all yours.
Let's get to it, yeah. Hopefully a map 3. I like that.
Who are Wentinels?
Wentinels, yeah.
All right. This is where the heat really gets turned up. Pistol round. Sentinels looked very coordinated on their attack side on Pearl, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Loud just looks so coordinated with the way that they're using the Viper Harbor comp here. Like the Des was talking about earlier, it's only really them and Furia that are trying it. And they kind of mastered it.
Yeah.
It's been looking superb so far.
Part of the strength of this comp is it's a lot to adjust to. When you consider what Sentinels are dealing with, obviously. Rolls chopping and changing.
Oh, the push.
Hitting it on the head a lot, but this is a push all the way up behind the walls and a fight to be taken here, but a stun. It's a good reaction. Already all that space in Garage is taken, gain for them. Dealing with this Killjoy utility, and they're leaving that late backstab. That's Pancada as well, who's in that really far back position.
I mean, I think that's everything Loud were hoping for there, that Sentinels were in grass as they push down mid. But with the Garage player getting overwhelmed, as soon as Les dies, the round just looks very difficult for them.
And it's, oh my goodness, a game of just cat and mouse. Pancada just trying to stay alive this entire time while the rest of the hit is wall going through. Oh my goodness, Aspas. His sole job trying to deal with this one, but his crossfire setup. Too strong, too potent. Last player left. Aspas just cannot claim his prize. He will not be given it. There's no easy shots. So hard earned, and he won't be getting it. Go for the knife as well. The disrespect shown to the final boss himself. You got to be kidding me. It really does feel like it's getting personal, Josh.
You do not toy with Aspas like that.
Over the knife?
Sentinels do not know what they're inviting upon themselves. Aspas 17-8 currently, looking on the defensive side. I mean, he's going to be picking up ops later on. We've seen how good his operator is usually. Sentinels are playing with something dangerous there.
But a pistol round for them.
Yeah, it's
trying to
spectacular.
set this one up on a even scoreline for 7-7. They'd love that.
Early faked pressure towards short there. Recon dart. The flash comes through. Absolute silence. Sentinels have not heard a thing. The turret shot in mid. So they have an idea that Les has to be somewhere around B. In fact, Les is in short with the rest of his team. Pushing up.
Oh my
Do they catch a timing?
goodness. It's all about this, isn't it? The quad push up. Backs to the wall. None the wiser, but finally, okay, the util's going to be spotting it. And that's the Killjoy turret dealt with. Pancada aware that at least somebody's going to be pressuring that area. Spike going down. If they all want to be playing this from post.
Spike planted.
It'd be a hard task indeed to try and play this from the long angle.
Pancada needs help, and Marth is here.
Flash doesn't catch anything. Pancada does need help. Luckily, Sport's going to be there. There was an Anaswarm to push them back that was placed a little bit prior. Turret in their face, trying to beam them down. The guns in their hands. Tends to get a little bit dangerous. You never know. But they've got to watch down, and they know at least one or two of the players is there.
Everybody on Sentinels looks so sharp today. On an individual form level.
One enemy remaining.
See what Les can get done here, playing that angle. Not much at all. So for surviving, and you're exactly right, Josh. It's Sentinels really do feel like they've woke up on the right side of the bed today. It's just on every cylinder firing off.
And doing the FPX buy here, 3 Bulldogs saved, 2 players not investing in the round means that Sentinels are going to have a very potent bonus. 3 Bulldogs, 2 rifles, coming up against Aspas with the operator.
Look at the money.
7-7, dead even. It's a very deep Viper wall, the kind that they run on the pistol. It might make Sentinels scared to take space over towards B.
Bit of a feign that they could be pushing and taking a bit of that A control from Sen. You could see that, but they were pushed back by the flash.
It's the same idea, actually, as what they did in round 14. Just an early fake pressure towards A, and they're going to end C. But the problem here is Aspas with the operator.
He's a demon on his angles. You have to be so careful with how you clear this one. On the high ground, it was jump peak! What a trade! Yeah, Zekken does well to get that one. Dash forwards with a smoke at the top. It wasn't an updraft, so Les should be aware that nobody's up top there. Moving forwards, and wow. Complete patience at work, and it's Les. This is his playground. Angry from the position, there was no follow-up there, and they know where the last 2 are, at least one of them. Beaming them down with the bullets. Mark dropped to 31 health.
Sentinels have still got to buy for the next round. This is their bonus, of course. But at the moment, no real damage done.
Nope.
The up can be saved. Aspas didn't die in an aggressive position. The spike is completely lost. And what a way to anchor that.
30 seconds left.
a big gap in the execute, not being able to clear that back plat position.
To see a bit of that evidence, that Sentinels, listen, this is a team that have chopped and changed with the roles, with the players. Not much time to practice, that's going to happen. But so far, it feels like, honestly, that raw firepower has been carrying them through, and we haven't really been witness to many of those moments.
No, in some sense, it's actually unfair of me to even expect that their executes would be looking decent. They've had 3 days of prep with this squad. But at the same time, the quality that they showcased on Pearl has made me expect a little more.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. And if Loud can find those pockets, the small areas where Sentinel's pugginess leaves holes, like for example, maybe a mid push with an op.
No overpeak by Sen before the turret's active, and look at Marv up to his own devices, just making sure that he can take any and all fights. That push by Sadak punished. Does that open things up now?
The recon dart used in Garage, but they didn't break the turret there, so it doesn't really feel like there's any Garage control by by Sentinels, less re-cleared.
Double pushed up.
I think Pancada spotted a rifle there.
He's backed away.
Yeah, he's holding it.
Yeah, he's holding for the repush.
This.
Is there going to be any call? Maybe not, doesn't even need any help.
Marv is on the world's longest lurk.
It's all over the place, isn't it?
Oh, look at that, though. Calling for the rest of the team to come back and meet him over on the seaside. Unless realizes that they've left a gap, now that nobody follows up off the drone.
Does he re-clear this, though? Does he expect this? I don't think the answer is going to be one that the Loud fans will like. And while give him a taste of his own medicine, why not hold the fire for just a bit of time, seeing if he can get the most out of it. Stars dropped down, though, in 2 years. Okay, no one in that one.
30 seconds left.
Marv looks so clean.
Like he's never left.
Now Aspas has the family heirloom. It's just one operator getting passed down. That's a very nice round by Sentinels that works on the strength that Marv is going to bring to this team. He's extremely solid at being able to lock down one side of the map on his own, as you saw punishing Sadak with the push down C. And then he's also got great intuitive lurk timings.
And they really want to take this operator out. They've spotted the position of Aspas. Pushed up onto the corner. Util. Not using it to clear him. He's pushed all the way up. He's got another dash active. Could make this quite expensive, quite pricey. Sentinels still want to try and take the fight to him. It looks like the answer is no. Corralled for now.
8-8. Dead even between these teams. Aspas might even feel incentivized to drop the operator to somebody else here, because Sadak can't buy, and Aspas is going to be hoarding the wealth if he has these knives and the op. Really was payback, this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We just saw Les win around from almost the exact same position.
Marv is that kind of player. Just ice cold. So many of these moments and timeout taken for Loud, you can start to feel the kind of pressure that's mounting here when it's so even. Map 2. The series has progressed in ways that we just could not have imagined.
Not in the slightest. And I think, in a weird sense, success during the Super Week is just going to cause even more confusion for Sentinels. What do they do? Do they try and keep this together? Is this just going to be a honeymoon period of them performing well? Who knows?
More coaches.
Who knows?
Yeah.
So, a very unusual but fantastic twist in the VCT Americas tale here, as Sentinels, with some odd changes after their most recent game, have become very competitive with the undisputed top team in VCT Americas. Loud became undisputed last week, in my opinion.
And they looked really good. I thought they were rock solid in terms of their understanding of how they wanted to take that previous match versus Furia. But in this case as well, over the course of the Americas, they have shown some weaker maps. They've dropped it to, perceivable weaker opponents. You can say that despite the fact that, Americas, a lot of these teams are trading maps against each other. So I did think that this kind of chapter of Loud being a little bit shaky was over with that win last week. But listen, so far they are being pushed to the brink.
Aspas, by the way, with 20 kills, more than double the next player on his team. Perhaps it's just a case of moving away from where he is on defense. If they get a sniff of where the operator is. Can they go elsewhere?
Cosmic Divide, splitting up this C site. And Sadak now house to anchor this one. You can see the Viper Warp drop down, stun and a pull into the back, and he is separated. And the rest of his team, there's no flood attempt, but well, it was just a bit of a fake and a bit of a pivot. Even baited me because the spike is nowhere close to C. And it seems that Loud have bought it.
But also the spike is not quite into A yet either. Kawanzin's not going to contest this, so Sentinels are going to be able to pull off a good fake. And not just that, they got the opening kill out of it too as Sadak falls.
Enough being dumped into it now. We'll see if Loud can play this retake effectively. Util pushing all the way through, and it cuts up the site. It's a lovely cascade. Well, Pancada opens himself up a little bit too wide here, dropping down. The Hell play is dealt with. See the dart lighting them all up, but Sassy, what more can he find? One kill down. Finds a second, left alone. It's a 1v2. Oh my goodness! And he knows where Aspas is! Unbelievable!
We've seen so many moments like this from Sassy in this game so far. He has just been reawakened since moving back onto Initiator. He lives for these moments. The execute itself was gorgeous, but then playing off his recon dart to find one and winning a 1v3.
I thought I was done.
This flick onto Les.
Oh my goodness. It should have been done.
The bold grandfather of Brazilian Valorant strikes again.
Yeah. And that's a round that's going to hurt as well for the Loud players. Going to be thinking about that.
Doing his own former team like that as well.
Yeah, I know.
Knocking them down onto an eco. Marvd is always going to be watching this. He's so diligent, but gives it up this time so that Sassy can be over here. And this looks like another fake. I mean, the drone is coming up C. Nobody around there. Sentinels are not actually taking space on the other side of the map just yet, but we can see that everybody from Loud has given A.
And Sentinels are currently worried as well about a bit of a potential stack with the weaker buy of Loud, you know, making sure that they keep all their players in one area. And they do have players here towards A. How are they going to be dealing with it? Dash with the dart doesn't see much. Well, Kawazin is on the angle. Marv dealt with, Les as well still in the fight. This is a 3v3, and when Aspas has knives, you never know. Rolling Thunder pushed and committed out of them. It's a lockdown also gained as well. Not too sure if he earned that with the kill prior, but it's starting to increase the heat.
That is a weird Rolling Thunder for Def to have used. I think he'd love to have that to get back into the site now.
And it's getting dangerous. The Util's pulled out of them. One of the Nano Swarms already used. Aftershock as well. No one's even tapped this spike. There's still plenty of time. Pressure now. Sadek's trying to get on top of it. Pancada. Critical kill to get, but sticking it. Half off of it. Half on the defuse. What a flick from Sadak, and it's all down to second. A tap on reload. No one's sticking this one. The orb goes down. Just trying to hunt down these players. Time! And just about earned. Clutch for second, but my goodness, was it close.
An anti-eco that gets far too sweaty there for Sentinels. I think Def a bit early on the trigger with his ultimate, and things almost went so wrong. I think the kill that Pancada gets onto Aspas in that battle down short, that defines whether or not that retake is winnable.
One enemy remaining.
Well played by Zekin, keeping his cool. Wow. Loud is still in this. Aspas 22 and 12 picks up the operator again and takes it for a walk down long. I tell you what, the flash recon plays really have been working though for Sentinels. The coordination from Sassy and Def and the way that Zekin takes space off the back of that. It all looks like it's quite fluidly, intuitively coming together.
Yeah. They've been keeping it simple with the beginning of these rounds as well. Just same flash, same dart down into the bottom of A to threaten that they are taking that control. Now maneuvering elsewhere. And that's one popped off deep here. Dash supplemented there as a fault line and an aftershock. Les really wants to punish this one into the corner. Well done. Town does get that kill. Lockdown's close. This is breakable. Reckoning's being used, and now it really is chaos. Thrown into the round. Snakebite into the corner. Seekers as well. It's anyone's game, and everyone's blind. Two left standing. Hunter's Fury being used. Tagged onto the player. Kill needs to be found here. Mount loses his fight, and it's all down to Sassy. but he just doesn't have the space. He can't push up in time. Loud of a retake. That was all over the place.
But actually really beautifully coordinated from Loud. Everything that they did there. The high tide. So they read that it was a B hit right from the beginning. There was 3 players ready to fight. High tide comes through, allows that Zekken to be killed as he goes for the plant. And then the retake with the Seekers, with the flash. It just puts so much extra pressure. And they even have that Viper wall, which is amazing for the B retake.
Yeah.
Because all the players deep mid, they can't do anything about it.
Too many layers of the smokes. You can't play that deep post plant.
Yeah, that from Loud looks as good as their Pearl B retake.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
Maybe they just specialize in B retakes specifically.
Same position that Aspas played in the prior round, but he wasn't cleared out. He was playing here again inside the smoke. Oh, this is going to dissipate. A couple of seconds. The flash gets info. Aspas now knows he needs to be a bit more careful. A difficult shot to be taking. This peek on the angle, dash active, and he's out. Does he want to go again? Does he want to try and take another flick?
These are the moments where we've seen Aspas just run rings around his opposition.
And look at him. Confidence is boundless from this guy. Flash to try and repick there. That was to try and push Marved into a forward position, but it didn't catch onto Aspas.
I mean, the movement from Aspas is amazing, but the way that he works with Kawanzin's utility is also sublime. Sets him up for so many of these fights, pushing him back onto angles where he can grab the kills. I think Aspas has like 25 kills at the moment, maybe more.
So much freedom awarded to him. 3v5 for Sentinels with 35 seconds left. Hard question, but they are going to probably have to answer it with a save.
30 seconds left.
And finally, a bit of breathing room for Loud. But not in terms of the score, just in terms of the time here. They're going to be able to settle down, spend the next 20 seconds with almost a miniature timeout. Okay, what do we want to adjust? What ultimates do we have up? They're one away from Sadak getting his Viper's Pit online.
10 seconds left.
Could be a difference maker. I mean, the A orb would be the easiest to play for, but
yeah,
doesn't seem likely. I don't think they'd want to disrupt their defensive setup.
10-10. Sentinels are 3 rounds away from delivering a 2-0 upset over the best team in Americas, undefeated up until this point. But at the same time, Loud have all the opportunities to come back. They've looked excellent in certain moments of this map. Their executes look fantastic. That retake looked incredible. Loud definitely have what it takes to, especially with the operator in Aspas's hands, start the engine really churning and get us to a map 3.
So knife's edge for either side. Pressure's going to be slightly higher for Loud, you got to imagine. On the cusp of potentially losing. It's a flash and a drone being used together. Hoping for some value at that one, but the drone does get broken.
And Aspas playing anti-flash at the beginning, swinging back onto the angle, means that kind of fake, it doesn't really work.
No.
Caution here.
Loud are not denied any information. Instantly pick it back up.
It's a big tool that's going to go missing. When Sassy uses a drone like that, it's one of the biggest tools they've got to try and find out where Aspas is playing, to try and work out exactly which area of the map they want to land on. That flash not getting any tags.
Yeah, it gives them bad information, doesn't it? Because Sentinels are sneaking up here.
And they've gained a lot of space. Still, Loud seem to be aware of it. Kawazin not willing to give it up. The stun across their feet. Tag onto the one of them. Wall over the top, round the side. Zekken gliding into the site. With the help of his team trying to take this fight down, spraying it down. Lovely flash round the side. Kawazin easing the pressure.
2v2.
2 picks down to it now. It is 2-on-2. 40 seconds remaining. Spike getting planted less. Up top of heaven. Looks down. Doesn't find the kill. It was almost granted to him. But now they know where one of the players is. Tucks into hell here. A difficult post plan to play for Sentinels, but Aspas retake this one with the operator. Has a dash still. Now active. And activated. Trying to take one on the fight. You can see how safe Pancada's playing, and it's all on Sassy to see if he can even get one here, but he's just not favored, is he? Still wins it. He's low with the Bulldog in his hands. Not the best weapon for the job, but down to that one-on-one. Quick tap at the feet. Spike not planted in this position for it. Turret watches it. Lus, he knows he has time, sticks it to half, buys him a bit extra, but doesn't win the fight. And Kata, a beautiful 1v1, brings it up to 11.
He doesn't miss a shot. He just doesn't miss a shot. What a beautiful thing to see Pancada and Les going head-to-head in the final moments there in that 1v1.
Spike down.
Pancada pulled on to Les's role, really, in his new team. Shows him how it's done. Big 1v1. Loud can still buy heading into the next, but Sentinels are creeping ever slowly forwards to this map win, and what would be probably the largest upset we've had this season.
Gotta think. Despite the player quality that is on Sentinels, despite that peak of potential, they have had no time to try and acclimate and make sure that this roster is good. But they are upsetting all sorts of expectations. Still Loud, not done and dusted just yet. You see the Viper pit drop down. It's an interesting one. Blocks off part of the C site.
I mean, look at what would happen if you're an attacker trying to get into the site there. Sure, you might be able to get a plant down, but you could be swung at any time through any of those smokes or the pit, especially with Cohenzine's flashes. It just does not look appetizing.
It's a simple game plan by Sentinels. That early pressure's applied. Pancada pushed up in a forward position here, and he's got to be that backstab. Maybe somebody can get a pick or a kill. The Sentinels explore elsewhere, but Loud, they've got those protocols. These B hits, Loud are happy to retake on them.
The updraft there's a really nice idea from Zekken, seeing if anybody was playing in the C connector.
Seekers though pushing forward. Zekken now into the back, and this is the time to strike. Pancada beams it down. Down to the 2v3, 25 seconds left. Where's the spike going to be landing? Well, right on the floor. It's equalized down to that 2-on-2. And Aspas has got the angle watched for. Pancada, he's got no utility. He's playing Killjoy, but a spike is available to him. But has to try and dodge and duck and weave. Has to plan as well. The time pressure, he knows it's on him, sticking it. Does get it down now, but he's being swarmed on these angles. Updraft play, it's a high-low setup. Needs to find at least one of the fights. Nothing easy. And Loud scrape their way back.
11-11.
Oh my goodness.
I love the way that Aspas uses his movement whenever he's in these kind of situations. You will always see him updrafting, playing to just drag that solo player's attention, and the other one's the person you will need to worry about, right? Aspas is going to be running around, making as much noise as possible as Cohenzine's gets the either trade or swing off the distraction. Sentinels take their final timeout in regulation, but I mean, we could very easily be heading to OT here in just 2 short rounds. Kaplan gets a chance to talk to the squad again and see if they can come up with some kind of pivot. I think the big thing they'll be discussing right now is the economy, because Sassy sat there with 2650 credits. Zekken has 3000, no Bladestorm. It's not good out here. But at the same time, do you really want Loud a freer chance to get up to 12 and play for that OT? It's a tough call.
It is a really difficult ask. That's a decision that needs to be made. Play for that OT or not.
I've been bringing up Aspas and how well he's been playing. He's got 25 kills at the moment, but Sassy and Zekken are also sat at 22 apiece. And while we've talked a lot about how good Zekken's looked and how good Sassy's been in the clutch too, I just want to hit on it again. Putting Sassy on Initiator has made such an enormous difference.
It's such a good idea, isn't it?
I think he had something like 3 kills on the maps where he was playing Viper. And he just didn't look comfortable. You could tell that he does not enjoy playing that controller role. And now with Marv coming in, it's just freed up Sassy to be the beast that we know he can be.
That upper potential being met now, but time is ticking down. Decision is made. Money's being saved. It's a really weak buy here from Sen. Prior util being cleared out. Deep smoke as well. And an attempt by Loud. They really want to push through this one. Yes, they do. Pop flash play. A lot of opportunities for the anti-flash position. Sen, they could be favored. It's 2-on-2 or 2-4-2. And Aspas is stuck. Smoke drop down. Drone's going to be tagging him out. Has to try and dodge and weave.
Does he play Sadak in?
Sadak. Oh, baited. He's given a freebie, but he is instantly traded. Aspas alone into the back, right into the side. It's all down to Sassy. Moving forwards, updraft the move, and it surely does it. Absolute disrespect to that movement of Aspas. The man is like just free-flowing water. He can't be stopped.
He's so incredible in those moments. As soon as Sassy misses the spray into the jet smoke, it's really over for him. Good luck hitting that. Wiggling around like an eel in the air. But Sentinels knew they were likely to lose that round. They took a timeout, they talked about it, they made a game plan for this, round 24. They can't allow games like this to slip away. Against Leviatán, it slipped away from them. Overtime on split. Otherwise, that series could have been a 2-0 win for Sentinels.
Swarm grenade out.
Looking out, could be looking at the final round of this map. Could be looking at that map 3. Loud want to take it there. Sentinel's going to be trying to earn their chance to go all the way to that OT. Drone clears it through, and this time looking like a full-on execute towards C. Cosmic Divide this time, keeping it simple. No fakes this time, although they've done it in the past. Hunter's Fury to try and offset. That's Sassy, making sure that there's no attempt of a flood back into the site. Nobody's going to push through that Cosmic Divide, but it gets a bit more difficult now. So how do you want to hold this post plan? Def has been completely split up from the rest of his team, and here's the reckoning. This is where it gets really tricky. Trying to anchor onto the site. Def's going to be that first casualty. Stunned up, second close into the corner. Seeker matching him, finding him. And it's down to a 2 versus 3. Marv's still alive, ready and waiting. Pancada needs one, needs a kill. Spam it down, spraying it down. He's the last player left, and he can't get onto the angle. It's watched for. Kills there, sticking it all the way. Loud have just about stolen it. And that's 13-11. Map number 3 is on the cards.
Well played by Loud there, securing the final round. The retakes did still look good, but my word, they've been pushed. They have been pushed. Another monstrous performance comes out from Aspas to be able to keep them in that game. There's so many moments there where it was very difficult for Sentinels to get through, but this series has given us far more than we had any reason to expect.
It's just ludicrous, isn't it? A ludicrous series. I mean, back and forth, pushed to the limits. And Loud have been pushed in the past, but we thought that hero was going to be behind them, especially when everything's stacked against Sentinels. But nevertheless, it's going to be going to that map number 3, Josh.
I mean, map number 3 has so much to look forward to as well. Will we see Loud running their Viper kind of comps? Will we see them go back to their default kind of setup where they're running the meta with Kawanzin playing the Sova? Are we going to get to see Sassy v Kawanzin on Sova? Sassy played so well in this map.
How's it all going to be working out?
Not quite to be.
Not quite to be, but on a knife's edge the entire time. I mean, neither team taking a significant lead, really, is what it felt like for the entirety of this Haven map.
Yep. Every moment was back and forth, but Loud, I think, separated themselves by having those very, very solid retakes.
Wow. Time for a quick break, but when we return, the analysts will get us ready for that critical and crucial map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to VCT Americas. Now, right off the top, just to clear up some confusion about the PC crash and tech pause earlier, we wanted to give you the official ruling, and it goes as such. During Game 2 of Sen versus Loud, Tui's had a PC crash. According to the rule set, there are conditions that need to be met in order to roll back around. These conditions were not met, and league officials have decided to play through in accordance with the rule set. Them's the rules! And so diving back into the series we went, and Loud was able to pull it back. And it was on a razor's edge the whole time, as we heard the casters Brendan Sideshow talking about. But in the end, Loud's able to push us to a third map there, Sean.
That was the championship pedigree coming out of Loud. That was a game where I feel like Sentinels did everything necessary to win the game. I was so proud of them as like a North American fan. I thought they had so many pocket strats. I loved the fakes they busted out early in their attack half. I love how they activated Zekin throughout the game. Everything they did was great. But they didn't account for Aspas just demolishing them throughout this game. I don't know what he ended up with, but he had 27 kills towards the end of the game. And the impact that this man is continuing to have in this region is unreal.
I mean, we were talking at the beginning of the day about Aspas being the best player in Americas, and I think he showed why he's in that discussion this game. Individually, he was absolutely absurd. So many of those rounds where you're right, Sen had a good idea. They were doing the right things, and Aspas just stole these opportunities back. But beyond just him, their game plan with this Harbor Viper, I really liked. The retakes that they were going for were so incredibly successful. It actually reminded me of Pearl, like the casters we're talking about, where they're using both those pieces of utility with the Harbor and the Viper to push people forward, that Cowanzine flashing through, Aspas taking that space to allow the defuse to come through. Those little set plays are what made the difference in such a close game.
Quite literally getting away with murder in so many incredible, creative ways. His usage of updrafts and dashes, we saw even in the 2v1, yes, so they had the man advantage in that B plant, post plant, using the updraft just to make your opponents now be concerned with that verticality. There's no way I can cover both angles. And there, we can close out the round. We get the defuse.
It's so crazy watching his movement. I was talking to Mimi. The only person I can even equate him to, which is crazy for me to say, is Prod from North America. That's the craziest thing I've ever said. But his movement is so fluid, and he's always so on top of things with what is the optimal decision. When he throws a cloudburst on the ground in front of Saucy, I saw it. It was like you got punched in the gut when you saw that clip go on the screen. It's disgusting. He just goes straight up in the air with a shorty and wins that 1v1 against Saucy. So he just always knows how to use his kit really well and when to take off angles and when to take true angles when he's opping, especially when there's Harbor util around. That's what makes him so good here.
Yeah, and I think as well, he did such a great job of exploiting when Sentinels did give gaps, because like you were saying, they had some really good ideas. For a team that's had, 2-3 days of practice, they were playing well, but Aspas is a guy that even in structured teams with more experience than Sentinels, he's very good at finding that sliver, that opportunity to get a shot and then pop down the cloudburst, pull out the shorty, just buy enough time for his team to come in and aid him, which made so many of those rounds so much more winnable.
I don't want to do too much a disservice to the other Loud players, but it'll come back to that idea that, especially when you take a look at the scoreboard, it felt like kind of a one-man army on one side trying to get it done against Sentinels, who looked a little bit more cohesive as a team. A lot of that on display in the mid-rounds, right? Round 16, 17, which we'll take a look at here, really well executed by Sentinels and something that Loud had to overcome.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about in the pregame, right? Kaplan's work here was to find something that was a solution to this Harbor Viper on Haven, and his solution was these fakes. Running the Astra that has global control as a control. She can use her util from wherever she wants on the map. So it opened up that C lurk. And then the very next round, they do the opposite. They do a C fake into an A lurk, and that works just as well again. But this time, the heroics from Saucy are needed. And that was another thing that Sentinels had going for them throughout this entire game. These clutches seemed to all fall in their way in the early part.
Yeah, I mean, Saucy just looks so comfortable back on this initiator role. He's so good at it, at setting his teammates up with utility, and also when playing into those retakes, playing individually fantastically. And finding that solution, too, is difficult, because like we've talked about, there's not been a lot of VODs of this double controller comp, specifically on Haven, being shown, but the solution around kind of playing slower in the mid-rounds, finding fakes, giving Marved opportunities to find those lurks, it's the same things that teams much more structured than Sentinels have done. Fnatic, when they played against Furia, almost got upset at Lock-in. It was that same solution that they found, and Loud wasn't able to adapt to it until the very last second.
Herculean effort in order to get it over the line there in map number 2 and even push us to a third map. It will be Ascent that we're taking a look at for both of these squads. And that excites me because a lot of times we talk about Ascent coming down to fundamentals, and a lot of times that then playing out in the way that the two duelists will ultimately show up against each other in the way our duelists are currently playing today. Sean, that means we're in for quite the show here on map number 3.
Yeah, and we might get Zekken on a different role than before, right? Because we've previously been seeing him on the Sova actually lately when we watch him on Ascent. And with 10s out of the picture, they're going to need someone to take that jet role. So a lot of shifting is going to be happening here on Ascent. Is Sentinels prepared to play Ascent? That's the real question, is because there will be a lot of shifts. There'll be a lot of role shifts, and they haven't had a lot of time. And this isn't a map that maybe they anticipated Loud picking, but maybe it was a third map anticipation for them. This is where Kaplan needs to come up big, and it's hard because we're in Super Week right now. There's a lot of preparation to be had.
There really is, and if the first two maps were kind of expected in the series, you know Loud's going to play that Harbor Viper comp. You have tape out there of what to prepare for Loud. They play a very normal composition here. Everyone plays pretty much the same thing. So this is going to come down to the fundamentals, the coordination, the mid-rounding by the IGLs, those things that are a lot harder to drill and prepare compared to kind of prepping against an offbeat composition. So this is the real test for Sen. But as you're talking about, Sean, we're seeing those role changes continue. Sassy is back on the Initiator. Zekken is back on the Jet, which means Marv gets his Omen, and you were hyping him up already.
Yeah, I love watching Marv on Omen. He's always willing to make a ridiculous play with the ult. Unlike a lot of other Omens, he's very aggressive with those TPs. So look to see him have that impact. But again, Zekken on this Jet, is he going to feel comfy entering these sites? And will Saucy on the Initiator have more power than we previously saw him on Omen?
Yeah, and we're starting on the attacking side. That's where the pressure is truly on those players. Loud is fantastic at defense. Ospas is a very tough player to shut down. And the retakes as well from this team in this comp are great. This is very difficult, but Sen's already played a much closer game than expected.
Akin to map number 1 of the series, we do have exactly mirrored compositions between our two teams, but they must leave it all out onto the stage in this moment here to take the series. We got the 3 maps we were looking for. The question is, will Loud remain undefeated at the end of the day? Here's Brendan Sideshow with the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Yeah, what a setup here. Map number 3 in this battle between Sentinels and Loud, and it has not really gone any which way that we were expecting, but what a way to end it as well. Ascent is our battleground, Josh, and the roles have matched up. Listen, we're going to see those head-to-head matchups when it comes to those agents. Most notably that I'm going to be looking at, Zekken versus Aspas.
And Zekken has swapped his role. He's been playing a lot of Sova recently, but moving into that Jet role is something he's very comfortable with, as we've seen earlier in the series. That battle just looks monstrous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have Kawanzine playing against Sassy on the Sova role. We saw them on Sky earlier. Now we're moving to Sassy's comfort territory. I think he ends up being the better Sova of the two, but more so, I think Ascent is going to come down to how comfortable these teams are at being able to construct little plays on the fly.
So they want to approach this attack side of Ascent, it looks like, with pace. Straight away, being played into the back of the side. That's an updraft over the top, and guess what?
That's a shorty.
Yeah, look into the back of the side. You can hear it running right into them. Shorty holding the angle anchor, and you just don't anticipate that while all this was happening. Oh, it's a call. A little bit of an adaptation. Trying to make the moves. Wading all the way through into their spawn. Sassy can't get the second. Flash through into the back of the side, but easily stopped in its tracks. That's going to be a pistol for Loud.
What a hard read from Aspas there. That is pretty incredible, actually. He's playing on site and then drops back with a shorty.
You don't expect that on pistol.
No, absolutely not. And that is crazy. Did he buy both on the pistol round? Did he buy a frenzy and a shorty and leave the shorty in backside?
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, that's nuts. So
or even somebody else bought it for him, I'm not too sure.
Well, you can buy one smoke and still have 150 remaining.
Yeah.
Wild stuff. Well, pistol goes the way of Loud there. But Sentinel's already showcasing that they've got the coordination to run some fast and aggressive executes. They showed us that on Haven, too.
Send is a difficult map to try and chew your way through as well, though, on these attack sides. It does test that coordination. Pushes it to its limits. Aspas didn't have his dash active. Couldn't get out of there.
Well, that's a big loss early on.
Yeah, activated a little bit too late, but still into that 4-on-4. And guess what? Les has taken all that ground straight through B main. So this is a lot of information he's going to be providing.
I think they have some idea about this. Marv was jiggling it. Kind of. Zekens holding. Does Pancada swing?
Oh my goodness, that was a stray shot across the map right into the head, I think.
Sadak's weak, Less is weak. This could end up being a round.
This could be dangerous. The potential's there, but it has been slowed to a crawl. With 40 seconds left, okay, turret's back online. Watching that B main angle.
Pancada's gonna have a bad time fighting the turret.
Yeah, when he's that low.
Needs help.
Not a fight he wants to take.
30 seconds left.
Got the backup though, so they're going to be double swinging it now with the dash active. Shot dart close just in case there's util there, but over the top into the side, and it's going to be a freebie. Look at that smoke. Lovely placement of that one just to get everybody into the site. Lineup almost paying off here. And all that util, everyone is so damn low. Should feel like a slam dunk for Loud, but anything can happen. It really gets hectic. Util in their hands now. Shot dart.
Uh-oh.
That lands a little bit too close, I think, there towards the stairs and forwards into the smoke. This is where it could get dangerous, but no. One player left is Pancada at the back, and he's hunting for something. The right click's there. Play is weak enough, but not another kill found. It's Loud. Eventually with the safe hands.
They clean this one up and go 2-0, but it's expensive. Not going to be the greatest bonus buy in the world, is it? So Sentinels have a good opportunity to respond back here. And I think they've figured a couple of things out, too. Aspas playing on top of that alarm bot in mid. And Marv just took a wander down mid, found that pick out of nowhere. The last time Loud lost a third map in a BO3, it was against Marv.
Wow. Okay.
In the group stages as well, by the sound of it.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
He's back with a vengeance this series.
Certainly has been.
Dash forwards. That's a little bit of a pop flash play here, but most teams know how to recognize this now, and look at that, no casualties. Pancada, he's all the way backed.
It's extremely aggressive. Sassy is still droning this one out. They know that there's likely to be one player anchoring. Les is in a very dodgy spot.
Oh, close corner! Second does get it, though. There was opportunities for Leicester maybe just do that damage, anchoring it to the back of the site, but it all comes down to a lot of these timings. It looked like Aspas wanted to try and take the flank. In fact, he might still want to push in mid.
And Loud's biggest strength has been their retakes on the defense side, but that was with the Viper Harbor compositions. How good do they look here?
They'd push them back here. The players are low enough. Dart's only just been dealt with. It's going to be lighting them all up. And look at this. Loud looking more than favored. And here's that flank coming through. Pancada, he has to adjust his attention for but a moment. It's left down to Marv. 24 health left. The jump peak will do it. And a bonus round for Loud. That is just sublime.
Try again.
On the flip side, it all fell to pieces there for Sentinels. There wasn't much danger in that bonus round. Loud didn't have the best economy in the world. Sentinels were able to get into post-plan positions that they wanted. But second with a bit of an overheat, perhaps, up towards Heaven, and then they weren't able to control that A Heaven sightline at all. There's nobody playing Dice or playing Jenny that can swing with Sassy there. And these are the moments where you see that Sentinels are not a team that's got all of this stuff drilled. And that's okay, that's expected. But that is also where Loud are going to claw ahead in moments like that.
If your Sentinels, your fears are going to be collapsing in this final map. Another win potentially in the Americas split that you let slip between your hands. It happened last week.
That would be devastating if the story was the same again. To think only a couple of rounds away from 2-0ing Leviatán and Loud. You hope to convert at least one of those situations.
Yeah.
But in this series, it just feels like it's been incredible the Sentinels even got to that point. We're certainly hoping for something similar on map 3.
It's an exchange of the utility back and forth as we reach that minute mark in the round.
The alarm bot not broken.
Yeah, the alarm bot wasn't broken towards mid, but the knife didn't see anything towards A. But I do have a good setup here. 2 years with a jiggle peek. Shouldn't be in too much danger, but wow, he didn't see anything, and now he's backing. And Sentinels have been gifted perhaps the perfect timing. Smoke, though, dropped down. There was something to indicate that one. Paranoia as well cuts its way through the dart. Doesn't quite reach him. Down into hell here. They're not dealing with these players effectively enough, and still opportunities to take these fights, but eventually spammed out of the position.
Recon dart, nobody broke it. Okay, doesn't scan anybody, though.
Smoke to replace it now. Straight through the door, trying to play the retake. Now with the operator tags.
Marv ulted and stuck it in mid.
Yeah, I mean, he is just in the middle of nowhere now, and it's all about this timing that he wants to take. Here, 4-1-1 is that by Aspas. An incredible shot to return the fire back and forward in a 3-on-3, and still so good at it. Marv needs to get value, but he doesn't get the kill. Left just astounded, bewildered. 1 kill got for him, spraying it down, knows where he is, could be sticking. Forced to overpeak it down, but Pancana saves the day.
What a play by Marv. Going for that ult deep into mid. It's pretty crazy. It really is. But he got it, he made it work.
Yeah, I like to think that he didn't say anything in the comms when he was doing that. Just stuck it.
I mean, he got the timing nicely. Had a potential double kill there onto Aspas and Kawanzin. Missed it the first time, and I'm surprised he didn't get punished. Swinging out this deep. Sadak didn't quite get the trade, and Sentinels, they get a win off the back of that. Aspas is going to be opping over towards A again. This is a big fight in A main, and Sentinels have been winning it.
Tag to push off the angle.
Oh,
Paranoia repick, yeah. Wants to try and fight this. Second though. Close has the dash to disengage out, even though there was a fragment at his feet. Everybody's just backing away, yeah.
3 players caught in that knife. Big knowledge that they still are hanging around that area, but the fact that the Paranoia was used to re-clear means you still know Sadak has those 2 flashes. He could try and swing back in. But the Sentinels players will be feeling pressured here.
One of the things I'm noticing about this Sentinel squad, this iteration of the roster, is how slow they've been playing a lot of their attack side rounds. And they mix in a lot of those fast bursts. It feels like a punch in the face sometimes, but they're not afraid to really cut down the time. We saw it getting incredibly close on the first map.
Yeah, going for a lot of late hits with only 30 seconds left, sometimes even less. The 0 point, did that catch Marv?
Shadows traveling.
Do they have any interest in making this anything other than a B hit?
Didn't break the alarm bot, but
that's great info. I mean, they suppresses less. They can get into B.
Yeah, his info, or at least his util's going to be down there, not able to activate those nano swarms. And look at Marv just doing what he does best. Finding those cheeky little timings, immaculate.
Wait, are they worried that this could be an A hit? No.
Pushing the way through, pushing, pulling.
They've got the idea now, but Marv is he's deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, right in the middle of nowhere here. Bit of spam coming into the back of the site. Just with that Odin, it's all about these kills that Marv's able to find right now. It's all over the place. Alarmbot spotted, should be aware of it. Les was watching, but no way! 2 kills. And a crosshair placement. Aspas found the angle. Do they still want to try and go for this one? They need some sort of kill. With Zekken low enough, the spam could potentially find him, especially when he's close onto the corner, but it's counter spam at play, can't break the dart. Eventually dealt with, time running so damn low here. And at this point, it's just trying to play the exits, trying to make it dangerous, trying to make it expensive. The round's going to be 1 for Sen, nevertheless. Not getting away with it.
And it is a very expensive one there for Sentinels. They get another round on the board, and when you're playing attack side Ascent, you will take anything you're given. But it is going to be a rough buy. Zekken thankfully has a Blade Storm that they can work with. Marv, though, he's just off doing his own thing,
He really is. He's just an absolute independent contractor. He's coming here. He's coming here. He's doing whatever he does.
1099 business.
Yep, and listen, the invoice will be in at the end of the month, but so far so good. He's just been making waves in this series.
Get out of my way!
Playing Catwalk gets alert pick, Paranoia all the way, just running around playing his own little game, and actually the buy is much better than I thought. It's full rifles from everybody on Sentinels, apart from Zekken, who has a Blade Storm. A 3-player stack to push Aspas into position again, and Loud have been going for that a lot. Normally over towards A.
Oh, this corner. Sadak had the nade.
His corner's good, but now he can't use his fragment.
He's playing close because he anticipates the flash that's going to be coming, popped over the side. This corner. Smoke at his feet. He was playing anti, but Zekken clears it. Dashes to the side. Def gets dropped down, though. That's that spam picks up. Bit of a gun, maybe even potentially an upgrade here in the form of that Judge, and everything comes down to that.
Or the timing.
In mid. Yeah. Entire map feels like timing's being taken because no one's aware of this one. Aspas around the side, Zekken swinging through all the way round, and he's being covered.
This is bonkers.
Spike in the hands of Sassy. He's going to get that plant down.
Aspas got rid of his operator, picked up a Phantom instead. Faking up towards Heaven here. Wow, that's quick!
Incredible shot. Spam onto the corner because he knows the Zekken has to try and clear this when he anticipates a player close. Dissipates, dashes forwards. No time wasted. One shot doesn't do it. Can't get the kill with it. And Aspas is just demonic, man. The way he's been moving around this map.
They pushed him onto the B line early. And you think in those kind of situations, oh, Aspas is going to be out of the round a lot. He's got a retake with his operator. But he's so fast as soon as there's any catwalk kind of pressure to push out of B main and get a backstab. I mean, the angle he gets here is ludicrous. There's no way that Pancada's expecting that.
Yeah, unreal confidence.
Yeah, and also great communication from the rest of his team to tell Aspas, yeah, they are hard committing to this cat push. Go and flank. Not just that, though, but they drop the lockdown and instantly push heaven and catch Sassy, who's trying to make quite a nice reactive play. He expects them to be defending the lockdown. They just use it as a piece of bait.
The awareness is off the charts right now for Loud. These rounds is, quite similar in terms of how they approach it. Just a little bit of pressure out towards B main. This fight here that needs to be taken, guess what? My sniper's a little bit better than yours, Zekken. Had to aim for the head.
And the recon dart to give Aspas the ability to potentially set up on another deep angle. Everything about Loud in the early round is getting Aspas into these positions, and then Loud can kind of sit back and do their own stuff. The rest of the players find their own value. Only 50 health there. He does have to be worried about those shocks. But there's still an alarm bot in mid, right? I mean, even once you clear him out, they've still got good info there.
Well, I've broken. Smell some good utility here from Sadak. Looks like he wants to reclaim that space as well. Look at him creeping forwards. Up close and personal with the rifle. Not scared of giving anything away. With the spike drop down now, gives him a great understanding of how this is going to be taken.
Ever since Loud have...
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Ever since Loud have swapped back to this composition, it just looks incredible from them.
Yeah.
The way in which they're moving around the map, the way that Aspas gets set up. A lot of teams are playing this exact same comp, right? The meta is not too crazy on Ascent right now. So it comes down to how well are you doing the basic stuff? How well are you setting up your jet op? How good are your rotates? Can you read what the attackers are doing? Yeah. This kind of stuff on the defense side. And Loud took some time running their Viper comp while they were working on this in the background, and then unveiled it. Cowan seen playing Sova for the first time was on Ascent for this squad. But it looks very good, very clean.
Does look very clean. Part of that because Senan really doing the necessary work, I think, at some of the beginning of these rounds. We've been making note of that alarm bot in mid. Hasn't been getting broken a lot really at all.
Yeah.
And so it does give that peace of mind towards Loud when they're playing these defensive rounds in Ascent. Don't get me wrong, difficult map to play, I think, on the attack side.
Absolutely. Because I think part of the concern for Sentinels is if they go deep down mid at the beginning of the round, they totally could. Smoke cat, drone or recon down mid, have Zekken push that, break the alarm bot early. They could do that, but they're giving up A main and B main, and you just know that when you go back there in the late round, you're going to get killed by Aspas with his operator.
He's going to be pushed out.
Unless you found him right at the beginning, and he happened to be playing mid, you might not be setting yourself up for success. So, many different ways of approaching this map, and to be honest, getting 4 rounds on the attack side is usually about where teams are aiming for. If you can get 5 or 6, that's even better. So, still plenty of time.
Plenty of time, yeah. A lot of rounds left to play out in this first half. Loud with a significant group up here towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, massive 4-player stack on A. But immediately, they get Aspas posted in wine, and now they're leaving. It's the same kind of idea from Loud. If you can spot where the stack is, I think you'll get an idea for where the op is too. The problem is, you can't really get that info in the first 20 seconds unless you're playing very aggressively somewhere. And you might just run into the stack and die.
Easy does it.
Yeah, prodding down mid, but there's no alarm bot here this time. It's a kill setup on Catwalk.
Calls made to re-push through this one. What about the flash there?
That is from Tiles. It's the same spam angle that Sugetsu was using at lock-in.
Oh my goodness. Mid-compromise in the middle of all of this though, Kawazine. So try and get out of there. Dodges the dart. Won't be tagged up.
My ult is ready. Spike drop.
Picking up the orb though. Now Sen starting to make their moves down. This Hunter's Fury. This is unusual. Into the back of the site. One player tagged and dealt with. Into the corner. Nade slightly ajar. Cohen's happy to play this angle and takes a swing right in, but the trade is instantaneous.
What a gorgeous round from Sentinels. As long as they can clean this up, but Les is in a really dangerous
his way
position.
in.
He is so deep.
Looked all the way in, yet Marved. Ready for it. His post plan, oh my goodness. Just reposition with a TP, he legged him.
Toe taken off.
Yeah, 5 health. Dash around. Was set up for the kill, yet Marved is the one who shuts it down. 4 in the round. A 3rd round claimed here. Attack side Ascent steadily working their way up to something that's looking quite respectable.
That's beautiful though, and actually from Sentinels, I hope we get a replay of that spam angle that came through. No, instead it's Marv's brilliance, which also does justify the replay, to be honest. But yeah, so Loud had a 4-player stack on A. They had a kill set up over towards Catwalk too, and their plan was just to stack B main. Once they got back into B main, they met Pancada's Odin spam and got eviscerated.
Just insane, but okay. No stopper in the action. Right back into it. I was lulled into a false sense of security with that one. We were watching the end of the replay, and Aspas immediately wakes me back up.
But it's quick, down mid.
Yeah, there's no time wasted.
They're not breaking the alarm bot again. It wasn't there last round. So maybe Sentinels don't think they're putting it there every time.
That tagged second through the wall. Wasn't even aiming at him. It was Def who we saw.
Weird situation. Loud just controlling so much of the map here. And Sentinels are going back into the worst spot.
Yep, minute mark, doubled up.
Spike down A.
So unfavorable to just try and contact peek into, and the spike's been dropped down as well. This is perfect for Loud.
It's really a save for Sentinels, to be honest. There's no way of recovering that spike and winning the round, I don't think. The Loud are going to get up to 6 here. And Aspas with the early aggression paying dividends, finding that first one. It's a nice spot from Marved as well. A lot of the Omens have been playing in that kind of position because it's supposed to be a bit of an unusual angle that you don't check as easily.
Yeah.
But it's become so meta that the off angle now becomes the one that you check.
So down to the save, that Sentinel's going to be thinking how they want to be approaching the rest of this half.
10 seconds
Not so many rounds left to play with. So they are just saving all those guns forwards. I don't want to keep hitting the same point home, but if they are going to be playing slow like this, they need to be making sure to clear out that util in mid. Just reduces the amount of options and lets Loud know exactly where the players are going to be ending towards, most of the time at least.
One of the rifles down there, but it's not going to make a difference for the Sentinels buy. They have a lockdown to work with, but they've had that for quite a while, and they've not really cooked anything up with it. Meanwhile, Loud, tons of ults. Good retake ult with the null command, or good to just stop an ult from, stop a hit from coming through anyway. And Cowan could play plant denial from many different spots with this Hunter's Fury. There's always somebody with Aspas at the beginning of these rounds, and that is such a difference to the way that other teams play it a lot of the time.
Really is. So knife down to tiles, doesn't spot anyone there, so Aspas is aiming his sights down onto top mid, but there was a smoke in his face. Flash!
This is information from Sadak. He's heard a lot of noise in A main, and he's calling for the operator to rotate.
Yep.
Aspas does not want to be playing retake with this.
You should run.
So wants to hold the angle now. Still has the dash. There's a gap here as well. He can play in this. Ult into the back of the spawn. Marv try to get cheeky with it, and the Hunter's Fury is going to deal with that lockdown so damn easily.
I would have been tempted not to use it for that, and instead try to support Aspas as he takes the first shot. He had a little pocket there he could have played from.
Dash forwards though. Play with a flash over the top. No kills just yet. Flash over the top as well. At least the smoke to try and block this one. It's even. Sadek's been dropped to his knees. Quick shot. Still Aspas is alive. In the action with the knives and 2 years as well. Anchoring it down. Mankata with the most to do, and with the triple swing facing him. Can't quite do it. I like the idea by Sentinels with Marv TP. And that actually looked like they talked through that round. Marv tried to stick his TP into spawn, expecting the Hunter's Fury to be from there to kill the lockdown.
Right.
He was hoping to stick it to Did we get a kill or
Yeah,
make him cancel the Hunter's Fury? But
it's a cool idea, but at the end of the day, when the sight hit comes through and Aspas is just unkillable, he just buys so much time and attention that Tui's plays off. You can't punish this guy. He's only got 4 deaths. I mean, I know that that doesn't seem as ridiculous when there's other people on his team with 5, but he's playing Jet. He's fighting the early fights, and he's getting tons of success without really being punished for it ever.
Taking those risks.
But they're all paying off. Now, okay, Les for a moment there had a classic in his hand, but picks back up a Vandal.
It's really getting tenuous.
This time, they spot where he is early.
Working their way down mid here. Lambot, this time broken, and drone's going to be used off the back of it. Spots 3, that's really good information. Smoke in his face though, Aspas. Oh wow, the spam ankle. And it's covering for him to just push so deep here. So many angles to watch for, he doesn't know which one first, but finally takes aim, takes the target down. With Death falling, paranoia in his face, it's getting real messy. Sentinel's just grasping at anything, hunting for that opening. Something to offset this advantage, but it's a high-low setup into market. It's so damn difficult to break. It might just have to be another save. Unless Mav can find something here. The gun sticks out, but a moment! Oh my goodness.
He can't be getting away with this.
No scope in the smoke.
He can't be getting away with it. The way that Aspas gets set up is next level.
And Ascent is just looking like his playground. 2 players left standing, make it 1. Pancada being double-faced there. 8 on the board for Loud on the defensive side of Ascent. 1 round left to be played in this half.
You're watching an absolute masterclass in terms of how to get your Jet back onto aggressive lines, and also a masterclass from Aspas himself in delivering on those opportunities and making sure that he gets out without being punished. It's beautiful to watch.
It's one thing to really be supported and set up in that way, but it's another to have the confidence to really just take those risks and get out, largely unpunished.
It's unbelievable. It really is. The consistency and the different amount of ways in which the Loud players have protocols to get him back into aggressive spots. All right, here's a fast B hit.
Oh, they are just being chunked out all the way through. Kawazin spamming it through into the grinder. My goodness. And they all topple. Pangada just running away. The ace. But the potential's there.
At this point, all he's doing is ruining the Twitter clip.
Yeah. Making it past the 60-second mark, but listen, hunting for a Hunter's Fury as well. There it is.
Oh, man, what a way to finish the clip and get the ace.
His team baiting for him as well to get the final kill. I mean, the vibes are in a good place right now for Loud.
Unbelievably good first half from Loud. He's full blind here, too. Just spraying down.
No way.
Gets 4 kills blind and finishes things off. Unreal. Well, I said it might be Sassy's playground, the Sova v Sova battle. Kawanzin 15-6 off the back of that ace. Looking very comfortable on the defense side.
Absolutely. Well, let's send it over to Doug. He's standing by with Lisa from the Loud Game Changers Brazil team.
Thank you, Brent. Yeah, I'm standing by with Alyssa off of the Loud Game Changers team. And you know, you and I were chatting a little bit while the match was going on, and you said you were shaking, you were nervous. What is it like to get to watch the team play on stage?
Honestly, I'm so like nervous because you know, I cheer for them. Like, I mean, yeah, it's Loud. It's Loud playing. Like, everyone wanted to see this match, like Sentinels against Loud, because, you know, they were playing with the same players, like, last year. So I think everyone is, like, cheering for that, like, you know, wanting to see more. So I think, you know, this game exceeds, like, every expectations that everyone has. So, you know, I'm so excited.
1000%. I know there are a lot of Sentinels fans in the crowd, but did you expect this to be this close?
Yeah, I mean, like, they had some changes, but I mean, Marvid is a great player, so you always expect like the best of him. So honestly, I thought it was gonna be a hard match, but we're winning, so yeah, I'm sorry.
I know there are a lot of Loud fans in the crowd as well. So with that in mind, knowing they're going to back you up, I need predictions from you. How does this series end?
Loud, 100%.
No questions about it.
No.
And then very last thing before I let you go, you were competing in Game Changers just a little bit ago. Unfortunately, you fell in the grand finals to Team Liquid, but I want to put you on the spot. Will you be making it to Sao Paulo at the end of the year to play in Game Changers Champs?
Of course, it's like what I want, but I mean, we have to, you know, just watch us. I'm inviting you guys to watch us and see with your own eyes.
Best of luck to you in the rest of the season. We'll throw it back to the guys at the desk to close out the match.
Well, it might be an entire season of Loud dominance as well, honestly, both in the Game Changer circuit and, of course, maybe the Americas as well, because Loud still, that unbeaten record, don't get me wrong, pushed and pulled here and there, but still, right now, sailing their way to a potential another win.
And unless Loud lose the pistol, this one looks absolutely wrapped up.
Yeah.
Loud have looked completely dominant here. Aspas is destroying, and their understanding of how to work this classic meta composition on Ascent is beautiful. They don't need the Viper Harbor.
A little bit of a jiggle now. That's going to be information gathered, and they can hear the rumbling, the footsteps like a herd of elephants running away all the way through into the B site.
A hard read from Sentinels that this was going to be an A hit. Full utility ball from Pancada. They had 4 players really over towards that area as well. So now they're going to be playing retake.
This post plan is so potent right now. 2 players just anchoring hard into B main. Do they expect the second one with that first kill? I don't think it really gets cleared. Yes, jumping around the corner. What? Steph does consider it. Okay. And other players are close into the smoke, trying to make the most of this one. How have they wrangled that? Down to 2 years, but now he falls. Second to close.
A huge pistol that gets Sentinels back into the game for sure here. Is jump peeking with the pistol meta now?
Apparently.
It's Def jump peeks into B main, and we also had Sassy leaping into the smoke there too to challenge at stairs. A lot of the time you will see players jumping around a corner with a pistol because the second player is supposed to trade the kill. But I mean, they were just getting their own.
Yeah, I don't think Def was going to be ready to get traded there. Nobody was looking in this direction, but
I don't think so. That's a great retake, though, to start things off with some big individual moments. Def had, I believe, 1 kill in the first half and gets 2 just straight away in the pistol round in really crucial positions.
I don't know, messing around, though. Minor investment. They look like they wanted to try and explode out into the B site. They might still do just that. They cut noise. Spotted there by the knife. Make sure they farm up an orb or 2. The Sen should be ready for this one. They've got a decent amount of players stacked up, making sure the defensive setup doesn't leave anything untold.
Well, that's going to give a bit of a strange flavor to this round. Maybe the Sentinels players will start to think it's not going to be a B hit, but it's 4 players in B main.
They're moving their positioning. There could be some timing to be taken.
Pancada and Sassy must not get caught out here. This is a round that Sentinels have got to convert for any chance of coming back in.
And so the cut noise re-hit. Paranoia across. Pancada! He's just running all the way back. He's trying to anchor from the far back position.
So caught out.
Yep. Can't beat the timing, and now it's afforded them a free plan. The kills, easy opportunities for Sadak to fall, but they can't quite land the shots here. Sen, a 4v5 against the weaker body of Loud. It's a scenario they did not want, and Aspas has been handed that upgrade prior. With a kill on Pancada, it's opened things up massively in exchange of the guns once more. Util, is there going to be anybody pushing up off of this one? That's going to be pointing out the players weak enough now. Everybody getting chewed down to single digits of HP, but nobody clears the close corner. Second falls, down to 2 of them. Anything could happen in this moment, but Loud looking like they could be in control, spamming it all the way through. 2 years, yes indeed. And Sassy forced to back away.
And Loud, that's magical. The way in which they work that round is a beautiful call by Sadak. It looks like Pancada's completely caught out there, like he's just fumbled it, but what Loud do is they take B control very early on. There's a recon dart, they're trying to go fast B, like you said, Brent. But when that fails, they spread back out around the map, and the recon at tiles gets broken. That makes it feel like there's pressure in mid. And then Sadak himself is playing over by Catwalk and gets heard. And that again makes it feel like, oh, they've spread back out. They're not going for a B hit immediately. So the Sentinels players Their positioning gets a bit more lax. They're not double in sight anymore. And Pancada just gets caught out by the recon dart completely. They were not ready for that timing.
Scanning ahead.
Beautiful round. This dart.
That's on top of the turret.
Yeah, I was a bit confused there, but lands on top of it. Doesn't see too much, but let's just back around the corner. Here we go. Dash into the A site.
This is going to be 3 retake rounds in a row here from Sentinels. They've guessed incorrectly or been bamboozled every time.
This was spotted out there onto the flank, but Sentinels really answer back the exact same way that Loud just did. They've already got their spike down into this post plan. Positions there, marked okay. Lovely shots, rattled off, only takes 2. Gets himself a gun upgrade, but time's going to start to become a problem. He's got to run all the way through! Spamming through with the Spectre into the smoke. 2 kills. Clem, I don't think Aspas was expecting that one.
He also got damage on Pancada.
Dash reveals him though, repositioned, close into the corner to wallbang the shots. Nailing him to the side, but again, it is time that is the biggest enemy of the Sentinel squad. They just can't quite find any opportunity to get into the site.
One enemy
At this point, just playing the exits, but it's going to be that 11th round. Gain now for Loud. Steadily, surely, indomitable. It's how they're feeling right now on Ascent.
And to be honest, this is looking so similar to Sentinel's game against Leviatán just last week. A game that, all right, it is a little closer, the game against Leviatán, in the terms of the fact that the first map went to OT. Whereas here we saw an 11-13. That's really not a big difference. Still extremely winnable for Sentinels this series in the 2-0 fashion. And yet, they're crumbling map 3. The depth in the map pool just not quite there with this squad that's been cobbled together at the last second to help Tens out as he sits on the bench.
That's the making. That's the thing that really separates great teams from that championship tier. Zekken, though, off angle. Even a flash to try and get him out, but okay, Sadak. He doesn't leave as well. He wants another piece of things, wants to take the fight right to them.
What a great read on the fact that Def had repositioned.
And it's crumbling. The gun's in the hands of the Sentinels players. There's not much they can do with them. No fights being won. No avenues opened up. And look at this. Pancada lurks his way forwards, but already his position is compromised. 2 years. Walking through the smoke. They was trying to pincer him, actually, and because look at Les.
There's no way Pancada knows Les is here. Oh, he's thinking.
He's thinking about it.
Swarm grenade out.
He's holding.
Can he fake the jump?
The patience from Les. He's waiting for the util, and there it is. As soon as he hears that alarm bot being placed, it's the timing just placed right into the hands of Les. He's given it the perfect opportunity.
Match point.
Match point here for Loud. They have looked sublime on Ascent. Every facet of their game has just worked perfectly. Aspas Cowanzine have ults for the final round too. Poetically, Sentinels did lose 13-4, I believe, in that final map against Leviatán too. So many parallels to that game.
Yeah. The Sentinels obviously only so much time in the day, only so much time in the week to really put your prep time into maps in different areas. If you shore up one side of it, it weakens others. There's not many teams with a map pool that's deep, you know, when you get stretched out to these best of 3s.
And also remember that it's Super Week. They have another opponent to prep for here too. I think
not much of a break.
A lot of the Sentinels fans can pull some really great stuff out of this game, of things that the team is doing very well, and the coordination is looking strong. But just running out of steam a little bit here as Loud flex. And it's going to be another, by the look of it, kind of close victory for Loud. The only dominant win that they've had so far in Americas was the one last week over Furia.
Yeah. It was looking like they were really in some prime form.
Yeah.
But they've been pushed this series for sure. Still on the cusp now of closing it out. 12-4. That was a timeout taken. The final one by Sentinels now to try and cook something up. The money is not great. Second, though, does have the Blade Storm to try and offset that, but it's got to be non-stop. One round at a time, of course, got to focus on that. Still, you have to be perfect from this point on.
A lot of good early round utility from Loud to push Sentinels back if they were playing aggressive positions. But now look at Pancada. He's just walked forwards.
It's a risk for sure, but sometimes you've got to take these risks. And look at that! Speaking of risks, Marv wants to take the fight. Pancada's backing him up. There's a swing there to punish.
Really nicely played around Loud's utility at the beginning of the round.
Loud looking to see if they can get themselves into the B side. No one anchoring the back of it, so easy access to it. Spike's probably going to be able to get planted as well. Look at that from Kawazine.
He's miles away.
Yeah, miles away, but also was hunting for a kill as well when the rotation started to come through. Dash forwards, I love that. Swing from Sassy. Perfect timing with that one when Second was able to just dash away and
send the ult.
Don't do that. Just looking to see if he can make this extra expensive, but breathing room gained at least by 1 round for Sentinels.
I really feel like coming out of these timeouts, Sentinels have had some very nice ideas. The small plans that they've had to abuse Loud. I think they've just had some great understanding of the holes that they can pick. The problem is that it's not really extended into multiple rounds in a row. It's like a one-off play that they go for out of a timeout that ends up netting them around. And at this point, it's just a mountain to climb to get back into this game. 7 opportunities for Loud to close this one out.
This looks fast. This looks really fast indeed. No Command rips his way across at the back of the site. It's a TP in play. Tui sticks it. Yes, Sassy waits it out. Punishes it. And speaking of punishment as well, the players at the front side of the site, they weren't able to get themselves in. There's an opportunity for Sentinels to really do some extra damage because someone needs to help out Sassy in the back of the site. Anchoring, flash, repeat, kills to be there, beaming him down with the spray down. Marv low enough, but Kawazine the sole survivor of this Loud squad.
I have the spike.
Spike in his hands. He's got a minute on the clock. Senna eager not to give anything away. His abilities now, it's a bit of a double peak swing. First contact taken by Marv as the weakest player. It's good discipline.
The timing's crazy there too. Just as Kawazine pulls his knife out. It's like Marv can see the opponents.
Yeah.
But I think that's gorgeously played by Sassy. What he did was he hid from Tui's ultimate, so it looks like there's nobody in back sight. And then as soon as Tui sticks the ult, Sassy springs out from behind the wall.
Really nice.
And gets the punish. Really well played to be able to find that. And Marv continues to be a menace inside those smokes.
It's so easy to be overwhelmed with the amount of ultimates that Loud have. It just ended in a moment. The entire series. Slow beginning for Loud. They are knocked down to a few rifles, a couple of weaker guns, still with the Blade Storm in Aspas's hands though, so it does mitigate it again. Turret's broken, so they want to try and go fast off of this.
Pancada's got to be careful.
Updraft, hunting.
Popping the lockdown there means that Pancada has to be ready to fight.
They can't get into the site though. Dash to the side. Pancada out in the open. 2 found. Time. Lockdown broken. Hunter's Fury. It's all over the place. Any kills to be found with this one. Dodging, ducking, weaving. Kawazine will fall. The players are weak. Still, Spike will get planted. 2 years. Has to be the hero to try and close out this round, to try and close out this series. He's in that post-plant position. Fakes the reposition though. With that TP, he's got the rifle in his hands, but he is the last one standing, and now Sentinels know they can flood into the site still. The positions, no, Marv clears it.
It's expensive though for Sentinels. They used 2 ultimates there, the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, in order to win that round. And I'm a little concerned with how Pancada's playing too, because as soon as the site hit comes through, he's just sprinting from stairs to back site. And he doesn't have any help there. I was worried that Aspas was just going to updraft and kill him instantly. So, definitely some holes and the lack of ultimates now. If Sentinels win this one though, we might be talking about it being doable, them getting to OT. Because the money will not be good for Loud as we head into round 21. Can Loud put an end to it right here?
That's the hope for them. Don't let it get out of hand. Sen focusing on just that 1 round at a time. Pop flash, re-clear here from Sen. It's risky. A lot of positions where if somebody from Loud was playing anti-flash, they could have punished that. But instead, they're pivoting all the way over towards B. And again, it comes down to these anchoring players. Smoker to the corner, Hunter's Fury, common angles watched for. There was also something else comboed up with it, so Pancada couldn't see a thing. And Sassy has to do work!
Spike down.
2 beam down. Dart at his feet, doesn't tag on to Les. Les actually can just sit here, wide out in the open. Drone gonna be used. Puts a dampener into the round, tags him up here as well. It's dangerous. Out into the open, yet still he's making the most of it. Dropped down onto the floor. Spam onto the corner, 59. Still Les swings.
2v2.
And this time's that 2v2. Weak enough still. Aspas Marv wins it. Lockdown placed. Reloading in the middle of it. This is so dangerous. What does Second do? How does he play it? Pushing forwards. Could be spammable. Has to respect that the lockdown.
No
Time
way.
running so low. Just gets out of there. The spike's still not planted. Let's give it a bit of a breather. 30 seconds
left.
Plant down in the post plant. Comes down to anything.
Les is so incredibly weak. That surely gets communicated.
Sheer timing. Turret's going to be taking contact off the stairs.
Turret's destroyed.
Back's going to be watched. Second's worried about being repushed. Less on 21 health to try and close out the series. And tensions are running high to repush his cord here. Right into Second! And he finishes it. Less feeling like a risk needed to be taken.
Yeah, at that point, he's lost information on where Zekken could be. Stairs, lane. I mean, in an ideal world there, actually, Zekken is pushing lane and Les manages to wrap up and around him.
But what a star Sassy has been, no?
Yeah, I
At the
mean,
back of the side there.
both Sassy and Pancada playing hard anchor positions right from the beginning of the round. And Sassy has been mixing it up enough that it's very difficult to tell when Pancada's alone and when there's two of them there. But my God, the heroics coming out from Sassy were unbelievable. The fact he didn't get punished by Les is remarkable because Les didn't get spotted by the recon, didn't get hit by the drone. Les played that situation as well as he could, and Sassy was just better. And I said it before, now that they've won round 20, maybe, possibly, a bit of belief creeps in.
Yeah.
They need to win 4 rounds, of which this first one is an anti-eco. It is still going to be very tough. Loud are still absolutely favored here to win the series.
They're a dangerous team even when they don't have the weapons. They have so many different looks, ideas that they can throw out at you. And there is no room for error, Josh.
Loud also have not showcased what I think is their best execute on this map, which is just their straight up A hit. I mean, they tend to dominate A main very early on in the round, and then wait for a little while, and then pop into A. And the way that they post people up in A main, control heaven, get Aspas and 2Es deep onto the site, where the Kawanzine and Les hold the angles. I mean, just the basic fundamental stuff is normally done extremely well, and we really haven't seen that tested too much for Sentinels.
A lot of pings there over towards tree on the side of Loud here. Maybe
that's for a paranoia, I think. So this looking like an A split is going to test Zekken a lot.
They want to try and punish anybody who's trying to hold that tree area. A-main is controlled, both Def and Marv, but now you can hear it jumping, bobbing, weaving. Zekken's punished. Didn't know which angle to really watch for there. It was a bit hard to get grasp on it. Paranoia. Flash to re-clear. Marv's in a deep position, but they have given up a lot of space, and this is where it really gets tricky. It's always these rounds you got to watch for. Anything could happen. One single mistake, and they're already in a 4v5.
It's so dangerous right now. In theory, anyone from Loud could be trying to cross through to grass. That's why Sassy has to keep that position.
They don't know where they are. Flash to re-peek, and a shot! Nailed! So consistent. The weapon, the right one for the job. Def feeling flustered, just can't quite manage it. It's up to again Sassy. The heroics there, bit of spam. Through the smoke, punishing one of the players and a dart to re-clear, but does he anticipate this? Holding that backstab angle. It's Aspas with the operator. One kill found, has to re-swing into him. Will he be taking it? Ships in the night, yet Aspas claims it. Down to Pancada. To save them in the series, to save them in the map. No easy fights given, the re-swing's dead! Eventually one out Loud! They win it!
Not allowing the comeback from Sentinels to really get as dangerous as it could have been. Loud on a bit of a half buy. They convert, get to 13, but my oh my were they pushed. Loud keep their status as the only undefeated team in Americas, but I think Sentinels have tons of things to be proud of in terms of how they played today. They certainly let this map get away from them with that 9-3 first half, but my God, I wasn't expecting this one to go to 3.
No. On paper, with all things considered, despite the player quality of Sentinels, it should have been a done and dusted affair. Should have been, honestly, a quick jaunt, a little 2-0 maybe, but Louder pushed. And this was Loud playing in very good form. No slip up from them, really just being pushed, I think, by Sentinels, coming out with some very good ideas, but ultimately it is Loud to take the win. It is them who remain undefeated here in the Americas.
I absolutely agree with you. I think some of the Sentinels haters will say, oh, Loud are on an off day here. Watch back the way that Aspas was playing and the way that his team was setting him up. This was anything but an off day from Loud. What I think Sentinels have done is showcase a way of dismantling Loud's approach to Pearl. I think their flood rotate kind of defensive setups really exposed a bit of an issue with the way that Loud are playing that. And maybe that's something that Loud need to fix up as they head into their second match of Super Week. But overall, I think both teams could be fairly happy with things here. And it's about getting a win later on down the road for Sentinels. Loud, can they maintain this undefeated streak? How long can they keep it going for? They look incredible.
It's only going to get harder the more and more tape that's out there. The maps, the way they like to play this one. And there's a tight turnaround here as we are just getting started with our America's Super Week.
There's a lot of games coming your way.
Yeah.
A lot of games over a lot of days. And it'll be straight back into the lab for Fraud and the rest of the squad. I mean, we got to see some magical stuff happening today, though. We got to see Zekken on primary duelist going crazy on the first couple of maps. We got to see Aspas in prime form. Sassy versus Cowanzine. Marv back in. Marv looked like he'd never left.
He really did. He was looking great.
He was looking incredible even on the final map.
Yep, honestly, throughout the entire series, the guy is just, it did feel like he had just never left at all. But let's wrap it up from us here for the first series of the day as well. Plenty more action left to come as well. But let's send it back to Dash and the Desk to break it all down so far.
Thank you so much, Brennan Joss. Loud are going to hold on to that sole possession of first place in the league, but it didn't necessarily come easy. That third map even got a little touch and go on the back half there, Mimi.
Yeah, it was looking like maybe Sen could put a comeback together at the end, but I think Ascent showed kind of the difference between these two teams. For Sentinels, it's a squad that had a last-minute coaching change, a sub coming in, and they didn't have as much time to prep, to show the coordination, whereas for Loud, they're a team that's been together for so long, have made it to international finals together. Maps like Ascent, where they can just play to themselves, be coordinated, like lean into the stuff they're good at. That's where they're always going to be strong.
Yeah, and obviously Sentinels are going to hang their head pretty low here. If you're a pro player, you only want to win, and losing is always going to end up in you being sad. But there's a lot of positives, like you said, for Sentinels today. I thought their game plans today were really, really good, and they really pushed Loud. They could have won that Haven game. And honestly, a lot of those Ascent rounds were swing rounds. I even thought their approach to play quickly towards the back of the site was very good. Unfortunately, Pancata got caught once or twice. I mean, it's a very unfortunate start to this split right now for Sentinels because they played Energy, Leviatán, and now Loud, and they competed really well in those series. But they're going to have to get some wins on the board if they want to make playoffs.
And it's so sad because it's the same exact situation as last week. You go up a team you're not favored against, you almost beat them, then you go to map 3, get stomped. It is a tragedy. But what Loud showed us that they were incredibly good at was the coordination and the fast reactions. In particular, the way that Aspas managed to quickly understand what the opponent was doing and react to it was fantastic. In this round, for example, his teammates calm that it's a fast take through catwalk. He's immediately reflanking, finding a timing to punish Pancata, who fell a little bit behind the pack. And then, once they group up to go for this retake, they slam down that Killjoy ult and don't go together. Instead, they rush towards Heaven, punish Saucy, trying to take that fight, and then spin around and take the one versus 2 against Zekken as well. This map in particular was just a highlight of how good Loud is at just playing together at the fundamentals.
The number of times that Aspas found himself in a flanking op position, which is a sentence I never really thought I'd be uttering, was pretty phenomenal. It was like so funny to watch the little crevices that he would find in the opposing team's game plan and Sentinel's game plan to be like, all right, they assume that every one of us has exited Cat and on to A, and he's still holding that angle through tree, to the end of the round.
He knows when and where to use utility, when and where to take lines, and Mimi and I were just constantly giving him credit behind the scenes because you look at some of those peaks, like the one off Cat to catch Marv top mid, he doesn't dash back, he updrafts back. And that's because he saves his dash for later in the round. That's not something you see from a lot of top-level Jets. When they're doing a fast market split, he's throwing Cloudburst on the ground and jumping into them with a shorty or no-scope people with an up. It's a very atypical play, but actually very high IQ in Valorant. Like, those plays are very successful at the pro level.
It doesn't feel like he has much competition for being like the best mechanical Jet player. Like, not many people you can see that gameplay and compare it to the same level that Ospas is achieving.
Yeah, I mean, not only
He's
is
not in Americas. I don't know about that guy. Who's Sturka?
I mean, Ospas is setting the bar in terms of individual performance here in VCT Americas, and no one has yet been able to step up to him just yet, as has Loudbin setting the bar for teams so far here at VCT Americas. And while they do get the win, continue their undefeated streak, I wanted to stop down for a moment and talk about Marv. Let's give him the report card. What did we feel about his first showing out there on the stage? You heard Josh say it feels like he never left.
I'd give him like an A+, probably. Maybe A-. They lost. Take a
little room for improvement to that S tier, but not much, huh?
Yeah, he was so good. You were hyping up his Omen. He came out into this final map and looked incredible on it. The way he uses his utility, the fast flanks that he went for, and the amount of kills he was getting, like you were saying, it's not like he's baiting or playing back behind the team. Every one of his kills was really impactful to keep Sen in this.
Yeah, he was still putting the aggression forward despite the pressure on him in the series to perform. I thought Marv gave it, yeah, like you said, an A+. There were some of those duels, like the one where he got legged by Aspas, TPs in a spawn. He just takes a 1v1 against Aspas and just out-aims him. Like, this was top-level Marv performance. And if I'm looking around right now from the rest of the scene, this guy's the 6th player on this team.
I know, right?
He still got it for sure. Like, Marv can definitely play in franchising.
Yeah, and the preparation as well from Sentinels. I think the role changes with Marvin for the roster makes so much sense. Saucy on the Initiator was incredible. I like the second primary duelist. The anti-stratting was good. So much was good for Sen in this matchup, but it still wasn't enough to win.
Yeah, if there's a world in which this roster of 5 here doesn't stay together and Tens comes back in, well, then at the very least, Marv has beefed up his resume quite significantly for anyone who's maybe looking to pick up another player. But with all of that behind us, let's go ahead and set it down to the stage. Doug is standing by with Cow and Zine for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yeah, also standing by with Mateos, who's going to translate this interview for us. You guys got pushed by Sentinels in a way that I don't think anybody expected, right? I think most people would have said this would have been a very quick 2-0. Did you expect them to take you 3 maps?
Então, Calzinho, vocês sentiram bastante pressão de Sentinels. Muitas pessoas pensaram que talvez ia ser de 2-0, mas não foi. Como é que foi essa situação? Você sentiu toda essa pressão com eles?
Cara, basicamente a Sentinels, ele tá numa mudança, sabe? Então eles mudaram o player, eles estão mudando roles, iniciador, o controlador. E a gente sabia que quando eles se encontrassem, eles iam formar um time muito bom, sabe? E parece que agora eles se encontraram e agora eles são um time muito bom e muito forte de se enfrentar.
Well, Sentinels have been getting better at their game. You know, there's been a lot of change within their team and their roles and everything that they've been doing. So we knew they had something up their sleeves, and they showed us. They showed us a little bit of what they got tonight.
And they look good in a lot of ways. I do want to ask you a little bit more about that. Given the roster changes, given the coaching changes, was there anything that you guys did differently when it came to prepare for this match?
Então, teve alguma coisa que vocês fizeram diferente para preparar para essa partida com o destino de vocês, em termos assim de quem vai ficar com quem, a mudança no plano?
Cara, basicamente a gente não teve isso. O que a gente teve mais foi mudança tática nossa, porque a gente não conseguiu estudar eles por conta dessas mudanças. Então, acho que foi isso. A gente só colocou mais táticas nossas mesmo.
Yeah, we only applied a little bit more tactical kind of strategy to what we were doing. We didn't really change too much. We saw how they were playing, and we just kind of like tried to adapt with what they were doing.
And it worked out. Last question that I have for you. Only undefeated team here in Americas. You've gotten through a lot of the hard parts of the rest of the league. Not all of it, but you've gotten through a lot of it. Are you guys going to run the table? Are you going to go 10-0 when all is said and done?
Então, vocês estão no topo de tudo, né? E até agora, tipo, sentiram a pressão, mas ganharam de novo. Vocês vão liderar tudo isso até o final? O que você está sentindo sobre isso?
Não sei, o jogo ainda começou agora, então... Tem muito campeonato pela frente, talvez a gente não lidere, tem times muito bons e times que estão se encontrando agora. Então, acredito que a gente não vai continuar no top 1, acho que é isso.
I don't really know, you know, like the game, you know, the matches they're getting a little harder, but we're just trying to do the best, and the teams are getting stronger, you know, it's VCT Americas, so yeah, we'll just try to keep doing what we're doing, and we'll see.
Well, what you've been doing is working. So continue with that, and you guys should be all right. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, more VCT Americas action. Stay tuned.
Today we kick off 5 days of crucial matches that will set the stage for the rest of the year. It's a battle between former teammates, Loud versus Sentinels. One of our teams here looking to remain undefeated and atop the table, while Sentinels trying to recover from what has been a rough start to the split.
Pushing forwards, in and out. Bit of a spray transfer. Coverage is there. Spike needs to go down, and it does. Ow! High tide in their faces as well. Still, Loud could still be favored because they have not given up this space. Pushed up through, 4 kills for Kawazine, and now it's down to Sassy. One time still, what a shot to be found away! Sassy!
Nice! Let's go, man.
Massive beginning, massive upset. They take map 1. Moving forwards, and wow. Complete patience at work, and it's less. This is his playground. See the dart lighting them all up, but Sassy, what more can he find? 1 kill down. Finds a second. Left alone. It's a 1v2. Oh my goodness! And he knows where Aspas is! Unbelievable! He's given a freebie, but he is instantly traded. Aspas alone into the back. Right into the sides. It's all down to Sassy. Moving forwards, updraft the movement, and it's short. He does it! And that's 13-11. Map number 3 is on the cards. This is where it could get dangerous, but no. 1 player left is Pancada at the back, and he's hunting for something. The right click's there. Play is weak enough, but not another kill found. It's Loud. Quizquote, quick shot. Still Aspas is alive in the action with the knives, and 2 years as well, anchoring it down. Being chunked down all the way through. Kawazine spamming it through into the grinder. Loud, they win it.
They convert, get to 13, but my oh my were they pushed.
Só pra recuar, mas olha o Muriz!
Tiene la tercera y se va por supuesto.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of the day. It's MIBR versus Leviatán. I'm Dash, and I'm still joined by Mimi and Sean once again as we're gearing up for another best-of-3 bout. First one delivered, we're hoping the second one does as well, but our next matchup might help answer the question that's been on everyone's mind here in Americas. Is Brazil the best region? Well, right now they sport an 8-2 record overall when we combine the teams.
And they've only lost to other Brazilian teams. Right now, Brazil is winning everything here in the league.
Yeah, and I'd say Aspas is like the final boss. Like, we're not going to ever kill this guy. I'm pretty sure we're just never going to beat him at this point.
We'll have to combine forces. We get a 10v5 or something like that by the end of the season like to take him down.
It's so good, too, because we expected Loud to be good. We expect them to be at the top of the league, and we were like, okay, Furia has the chance for that. Furia has been able to do that, but so has MIBR, a team with far lower expectations.
I was going to say, one of the interesting narratives around Brazil of old has been that they were a one-team region, right? And then we combine the regions here in VCT Americas, and they are just the top of our region.
It's now a one-region where it's only Brazil.
Exactly. And MIBR are a big piece of Brazil's success in this region. They're coming in today with a 2-1 record, as we mentioned, only dropping a game to fellow Brazilian squads. And they're looking quite strong. This was one of the teams that people were more cold on, Sean, in the offseason.
I was especially cold on them. After watching them at lock-in, I thought there were so many things that this team would need to work on. But then I watched them like as they progressed through this split so far. And what they did last week to NRG was something I never envisioned this team being able to do in this season right here. So the way they've progressed throughout this season has been amazing. All of their players stepping up, and it's not even primarily coming from Heat, in my opinion, Mimi.
No, it's not. It's the entirety of this team finding consistency. And the thing is that the first few matches, we looked at them and it's like, oh, they're playing the super scrappy game against Crew. They're relying on these like individual pop-ups to win rounds, but they kind of went and did a similar thing here against NRG. Not only did this team have those crazy late game pop-ups to win rounds, but also I think the way they play works really well for the players that they have. They play the super slow style where they're just taking their time, letting their players get these picks. And Heat's not an boss. He's not the guy who's getting every single kill and going crazy. He just does a great job of creating space for them and giving opportunities for everyone else to find those pop-ups, to find the openings for the squad in the mid-round.
You mentioned Heat. I think Marie's in the Viper role. When they run the Harbor Viper, he's just popping off. And JZZ, I think you're a big fan of him. Like, we mentioned him on the initiator role. These players just have so much impact from supportive roles within this team. Their individual skill shines through time and time again.
Yeah, they really do. Maurice is the IGL of this team as well and was the top performer against NRG as an individual. The same thing with JZZ. And when I mentioned those late round pop-offs, for the most part, it was these two. In the split match against NRG, it was JZZ flashing in and him and Maurice going for these crazy retakes onto the B site. On the Icebox game as well, it was these two stepping up, finding these lurk timings for Maurice. It's the consistency across the board for this squad that I feel like makes them so good.
And to some degree, I think the performance of these two specifically, right, is what is different from the preconceived notion that people had of these squads coming in. Yeah, there's always the expectation that Heat's going to find some kills and maybe individually win a round or two for his squad. But when it comes to MIBR, being able to basically live up to and play against any level of opponent, because they've gone to 3 maps every single time, regardless of opponent. A lot of it, I do think, comes off of Maurice and JZZ.
I couldn't agree more. And these series that they've been playing, they're going 3 maps. They're going super deep. They're lacking the experience, but they're getting all this map pressure in these high impact scenarios. And if you look, their map pool is getting better and better. I'm pretty sure they played all 7 maps since lock-in. They're one of the few teams that have done it.
Right.
And people don't know that about MIBR. They're just slowly getting better and better, and they can take Leviatán today across the entire map pool, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's such a comparison from what kind of preconceived notion that I got from them at lock-in. I saw their matches there, and I'm like, okay, this team has some individual players that are really good, but they're always going to, when games get late, make mistakes, and things are going to fall apart. But here in Americas, they've been so good at playing playing in those games that become a grind, where it's so back and forth, keeping their mental in check, coming up with new ideas in the late rounds. I never had that notion that Maurice was the kind of IGL who could really bring those new moments, those new ideas into late games, but they've been doing it consistently against great teams.
Yeah, MIBR, a pleasant surprise so far here in 2023. Let's move on to Leviatán. They are also 2-1. Hey, go figure. But that could have been 1-2 if not for a few overtime rounds versus Sentinels. Sentinels that seems to fall victim to those final couple rounds.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Leviatán, they're a little bit of a question mark for me because I was super high on them at lock-in, right? All the teams were saying their practices are going so well. I was buying into those scrim bucks really hard. Yeah. But as I watched them progress more and more, their map pool seems to be shrinking as opposed to expanding, right? They're not too good on Icebox. They're not too good on Fracture. They're average on Split, as we saw against Sentinels. And these are problems when you look at like the top S-tier teams in our region. That's not the case for Loud or even someone like Energy or Fnatic or Navi. You know, Leviatán needs to really fill out their map pool, in my opinion.
They really do, and I think they have to win out for the rest of the season. You look at the strength of their schedule coming up: MIBR, 100 Thieves, EG, Crew, C9. These are teams that at the beginning of the season, you would have expected this squad to be able to take a win and do so dominantly, but they played that super-duper close series against Sentinels, where I think they started to show some cracks, show some issues, not just within the map pool, but also within their ideas. I feel like this team, the later they get into tournaments, they become readable. They end up doing a lot of the same preset plays. I think of the pistol round from this series where they went in, did the same split towards heaven. Sen was ready for it and completely shut down. For Leviatán to be a top team, to not just be a team expected to be good and actually achieve those results, I feel like they need to dig deeper, improve this map pool, and also have the ability to come up with new ideas, adaptations in the middle of the season.
Yeah, and that's the pain with running with so much structure like Leviatán has. Like Owner as the coach has all these set plays. You watch them on Pearl, there's these gorgeous B set plays where Taco is going into heaven and stuff, but it becomes readable. There's tells to these things, and you have to be able to adapt on the fly. It seems like Leviatán has struggled a little bit with that in the coming weeks, and this week is a big testing ground for them, in my opinion. At least as far as my thoughts of them are concerned. I think that I would like to see them put away MIBR across maps that they typically don't catch wins on.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I 100% agree, and I'll add to that. Like, I don't want to see maps go to overtime. Like, win them in regulation too, right? Like, don't let yourself get pushed, because a number of their series have gone late into maps, and that's where I do worry that a team like them might crumble under pressure.
Yeah, I do agree, but I think the player who's going to keep them in these games and keep them at top, and who can kind of break that structure sometimes, is Taco. And I think what he's been so impressive to me with thus far in this season is the ability as an individual player to play around these Viper Harbor comps in a meta that I think is the hardest for Jet players. This isn't the era where you can lock in an operator, go crazy, pop off as an individual anymore, but he's still finding that value on the defensive side when he's open, and when he's on the attack side as well. He plays around utility, and he's also such a role player for the squad. Like, he's willing to sacrifice his life to get space.
Yeah, and that was a really good way to put it, a role player. And you don't really think of Jets that way. You think of them as playing very aggressive and reactively and using their utility how they see fit in certain scenarios. Most of Taco's util is pre-decided for him by the coach and the in-game leader, and he just does such a good job of just doing the things that are asked of him and taking space and trusting the teammates behind him. It's stuff that Onar has definitely drilled in from the top down on this team.
Yeah, but especially on their defensive sides, I do want to see a little bit more freedom given to Taco at times, because the structure is great. They have fantastic ideas around it, but I think what Leviatán needs to integrate is having a little bit more flexibility at times, being willing to play more in that mid-round, which is something that in the past we've really prided them for, being able to persist in the scrappy moments and come up with an idea.
So correct me if I'm wrong, just because I want to understand the point around Taco and this idea of being a role player. You know, comparatively to somebody like Aspas, right? Like, Aspas can completely take over a game and essentially win it just off of purely his own mechanics, game knowledge, and understanding of positioning, things like that. Is the point here that Taco is a little bit more reliant than on others behind him actually filling in their space, because he's not going to do more than what his role asks, in a sense?
There might be a little bit more coach presence or in-game leader presence when it comes to pathing. So if you're supposed to go in specific ways, ultimately there's certain pieces of utility that are going to be optimal in those pathings. And because of that, Taco seems kind of boxed in those pathings. Okay. Whereas if you watch Aspas, the round kind of comes to Loud. They allow the round to come to them. If the other team aggresses into them, Aspas knows how to react off of that. and then they know how to use their Harbor and Viper util really well to kind of filter fights. I'm not seeing that as much on Leviatán.
Okay, to compare, I think Ospas is a player where they kind of build around him and the play he can make, whereas Taco a lot of times is more of a piece of the puzzle, using his utility to help the overall set play.
Makes sense. Thank you for that clarity, friends. I'm learning every day, as I'm sure you at home are as well. Now, before we move on to our second match, let's go ahead and test the Dev's ability to spot VCT stars and play a quick game of Who's That Pro. It's our second edition of Who's That Pro, so we're going to grab our whiteboards here. Here's how it works. We're going to run a clip of a player answering a question, but we will not be able to recognize them. Their voices will be possibly obscured, things like that. After we make our guesses, we'll play the undoctored clip to figure out if we were correct. No peeking at Twitch chat. Put the phones away in case you've gotten them out. All right, let's see. Our first pro, we asked, who is your favorite non-teammate player in Valorant? Let's see the answer.
That's a good question.
Pô, tem cara que eu admiro muito no Valorant. Tem dois caras, vou falar duas pessoas, que um é o Crônico, que é cara que, tipo assim, ele muda muito de função e ele sempre é muito constante. E outro cara é o Aspas, que dá pra ver que ele é muito focado nos objetivos dele, ele parece uma pessoa muito determinada, apesar de eu não conhecer ele mostra isso bastante. Então eu admiro isso nessas pessoas, nesses dois caras.
This is tough because he's talking about two different roles too, right? I was kind of hoping that the two players were going to be of the same role, and therefore we might get a hint off of that. We are going to multiple choice here though, so the possible answers are DJZin, MW0, Heat, and RGL Meister. What is everyone thinking? 2 Furia players and 2 MIBR players. I am going.
I feel like the Chronicle one is telling because it's someone who values flexibility, but also looks up to someone in just their individual skill and their ability as a duelist.
So who does that say to you?
Facts. RGL Meister.
Oh, damn. We're opposite sides of the... Okay, I went A, DJZin. You're going RGL Meister. Mimi?
I'm going MWZ.
All right, we're splitting the fields here because one of us has to be right, of course. Let's get the reveal for who it actually is.
Hey!
Oh, all right, Mimi.
Yeah, I think what clued me on is just like the flexibility because he used to be a duelist player and now he's flexing over and playing Initiator, which is what Chronicle does. So.
Good call. I like
sense.
that. All right, let's move on to our second pro here. And this one we asked, who is your favorite streamer? Point blank. Let's find out.
Tens?
Favorite streamer would definitely be Som. That's non-biased, by the way, non-biased. He's just very funny, very entertaining. He's very good at the game. He has like literally all the aspects of being like a top-tier streamer. So Sam would be my answer.
So before multiple choice comes up, can you just say it? I want to see if you really know it.
Yeah.
Crashies, right?
I think it's Crashies.
Okay, I just want to get you on record since you were claiming you knew it.
You're trying to
before.
cheat.
Yeah, this guy's
definitely not. Let's get that multiple choice up now
That's crazy.
and find out because your options are Crashies, Rooney, Ethan, and Victor. And guys, I feel like I really know who this is. Yeah. I feel like I knew the whole time.
Yeah, you really.
So I'm gonna go with the answer that I had locked in my brain before anyone else spoke. It's obviously a Crashies.
Crashies.
You got a plural.
Yeah. Clearly. Let's get the reveal though. Let's just make sure I'm right.
All right.
I like to know that I'm right. Well done, me. Sean, step it up. No,
I forgot to put a voice filter on Crashies right there. I could just...
That's true, actually. Maybe for the English speakers, we're going to have to do a full-on voice filter in the future or something like that. All right. Let's see. We got one more question. It just says, let's move on to our last question. I've got no idea what they asked, but we'll hear the answer.
Soy bastante simple, pero Chipotle. Me gusta mucho el Chipotle o Panda Express. Es muy bueno.
Big fan of that Chipotle stream. So I'm assuming favorite bite out to eat here in LA or some favorite meal in general. All right, here are our choices. Nagzat, Shy, Mazzino, or Kesnit.
I'm trying to think of team sponsors. Is Leviatán or Crew sponsored by a fast food?
All I can think of is Burger King for loud.
Yeah, that's the only one
I got when
on
it comes to the food predictions. Okay, this one.
Chipotle enjoyer.
Nah.
But also Panda Express, which are like opposite ends of the fast food spectrum, by the way. You've got it?
I got this.
Dude, what the hell? You want to say it real quick?
I got it.
Okay. No cheating this time.
All right, I'm just gonna go.
What are you writing?
I'm gonna go with C. I'm just gonna go Mazzino. This is a total shot in the dark. I've got no reasoning behind this.
Going Kesnit.
Kesnit.
Got the full name.
And Nags.
All right.
Full name.
All right. Who's it gonna be? Let's get that reveal.
Shy.
We're all wrong.
All right.
How are we all wrong? Oh.
I don't look so shy in that. I don't know. It's so hard to guess.
Wow, dude.
That was my second guess.
We just fired a whole magazine and missed every bullet on that one right there. Oh my
That's
goodness. Yeah, we didn't get so lucky spraying through the smoke on that one. Well, another fun game, getting to know our players just a little bit better. Now, before we get into MIBR versus Leviatán, there's only one player we need to talk about, and that's King. Well, only one more player, I should say. Not the only player we must talk about, but King, his aggressive play could make all the difference here today.
I wonder what kind of fast food joint he likes. Maybe it's someone with fast delivery, because this guy was going for some insane pushes in the mid-round in the series against Sentinel. King as an IGL is such a curious player because he's not only playing from that leadership position, but it's also so much more aggressive than you expect from other IGLs. He'll so often kind of just use himself to push in the mid-round, to make these aggressive plays. It was the case back when he was playing Raze, and you still see some of it now when he's on the Viper and the controller roles.
Yeah, and this round that we're watching where he cleared out mid, he did it a couple times in this game to Sentinels to punish him. You see it on him when he plays initiators as well, Breach, KO. This guy has so much impact throughout the rounds and does such a good job of carrying out all of Onar's game plans as the head coach of the team. I'm so impressed with him as a young IGL.
It also gives such flexibility to this team. He's a guy who can inject those new ideas into the roster.
I drew King. It's
Is
a
that
really
King?
kind of looks like a terrible crown, but that was my best effort. Okay, it's MIBR. It's Leviatán taking to the stage. Both teams looking to climb the ladder and break that tie between them. We're back out to the stage to get it underway.
Maybe stick to hosting. Art's not for you.
It's our second bout of the day, MIBR versus Leviatán. 2-1 teams looking to create some separation in the standings and cement themselves in their position up top the table and the chase for Loud in the season overall.
This is a chance for Leviatán to show that they truly are a top 4 team. That's why we have seen this squad get tested in their last 2 series. We haven't seen them dominate quite in the way that we expected. And for them, beating MIBR, not just beating them, but doing it in dominant fashion, I think is their chance to prove that they are still at the top of America.
I'm going to go the other side. I think this is MIBR's turn to really prove themselves to not only our team, but the world. They're going to put their names on the map today. And I think Leviatán is a little bit hobbled. You know, took a loss earlier in the season and have been pushed to the limit now by these North American teams. I think MIBR can exploit this map pool, use their individual skill, and do some anti-try to do some work this series.
Yeah, MIBR is now in the position that I feel like Leviatán was like a year ago, where there's this team who's consistently getting better, has good ideas, good coordination, has been slowly getting a few upset wins, but no one's really paying attention. Leviatán concluded that arc. They kept the upward cycle, and they've now gained the expectation of a top team. MIBR is still hunting for that.
Yeah, trying to break through into that main conversation, become a household name, and be a team to be feared. But I want to come directly back to a conversation that you started, Sean, when talking about the map pools between these teams. This kind of idea that the teams are on maybe opposite trajectories, where MIBR has really shown us that they're willing to compete across all of the maps in the available pool, and at times have been able to push even the best teams all the way. For Leviatán, we seem to be honing in on either some clear weaknesses or gaps within those map pools that they can't play to.
Yeah, we weren't really sure what was going on with Leviatán's Icebox. I wanted to see them tested on it, and then Furia picked it into them and just obliterated them when they ran into them. And then they have always been Fracture. They're kind of scared of Fracture. And Split didn't look all that solid against Sentinel. So there's 3 maps out of 7 right now that look a little bit iffy for Leviatán.
And on the other side, MIBR has changed their ban every week. They're a team who's willing to play all 7 maps and will target ban against our opponents. And I'm surprised by that.
They like
I
Ascent.
feel like Leviatán's Ascent has looked rougher. They've looked beatable on that map. It used to be their best, but I don't feel that's the case any longer. I think Pearl is now their best map, and I would have actually expected MIBR to not let this one through.
I think MIBR knew that Leviatán was about to pick Pearl, and there is a lot of footage of that Pearl. And MIBR picking Icebox is, like I said, they're going right into the weakness, right? They see a hobbled opponent right now, and they are picking the Heineken 0.0, Mimi.
Yeah, this is where we get a question of preparation. If they can win Pearl, Icebox looked honestly tragic for Leviatán last time we saw them play there. This is also for them a test of how well have you put things together in the last week, because you have 2 matches to prepare for. Lotus is out of the window for Leviatán. That's one that MIBR is willing to play. Not really a surprise there. Haven gone as well, which leaves us with Split as a decider, which again, a map where both these teams are very willing to play. It's pretty solid for both, I'd say.
All right, so yeah, maybe a possible coin flip there if we make it all the way to map 3, but already some interesting stuff coming out of MIBR. I do wonder, particularly, like Pearl's been such a frequented map as well, back to the point about just data, right, and number of rounds seen, that I do have faith if MIBR is going to dive onto it, that they at least have enough tape, right, to have crafted something here.
I mean, you got to think, all these games Leviatán plays, what if there's like a random Sky Flash that's a tell, or this Viper wall is a tell versus this Harbor Cascade? So the agent comps coming in right now are very important, because I think we're going to see the same comps coming out of Leviatán.
But this is exactly the kind of play that it's either going to make you look brilliant or make you look like a total fool, right? That you're allowing Leviatán to come away with this map pick. And if whatever prepared strategy you have doesn't clap it right out the gate, then people are going to be calling into question your map veto strategy to begin with.
And it's not a problem that they're picking the same comps or anything like that, Mimi. The problem that I have is that when you watch Loud use the same comps, they're always innovating. We watched that Harbor retake on Pearl where they threw the high tide deep long with the molly. I want to see that out of Leviatán.
My fixation is on these B post plants. Leviatán is probably the best team at Pearl retakes, and it's going to be a struggle for MIBR to contend with that.
Stage is set for our second series of the day, and we're all ready to go for map number 1. Let's send it over to our casters. Here's Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Dash Ball. We've got a banger between Leviatán and MIBR. Starting off on Pearl, there's been so much discussion around this double wall comp, but what are your thoughts on it? Do you feel like we've seen too much of it at this point?
I mean, definitely a lot of teams are running it in the same style. And I think continuing what Sean was saying on the desk, Loud is one of those teams that is definitely continuing to innovate, but the rest are kind of catching up still. I think one way that you've seen Leviatán use it is a lot more retake heavy, a lot more saving when they lose that B site. They're kind of leaning into the fact that this B site on Pearl is so difficult to hold and so difficult to play the retakes in entirely. So there's the different schools of thoughts where you use the Harbor Viper as a map control tool, or you use it just as a straight up site taking tool.
MIBR on attack, creeping forward towards Art first, and you've got Taco, who should be first contact with NZR close by. There's a lot of info here. This is set up to be disastrous. Yeah, it is. The first kill goes through and the spike goes down. Look at MIBR. Look at Heat pushing the pace, but King's there to stuff it almost instantly.
And they just got abused once they get on the pistol round here. And I was looking at this series and thinking, MIBR has had some very close game. Every single series has gone to 3 maps. And if they really want to take it to Leviatán, they need to be converting the pistol rounds. They have been the worst pistol round team in the Americas League so far. And yet they're still 2-1.
Almost feels like that shouldn't be the case, right? When you're losing those as frequently as they are, but nonetheless, they find themselves with that record. A little bit of testing of the waters towards B. Spike not committed yet, but the rotation's already here, Bala.
Yeah, the Viper wall being up too, the Trailblazer, they're split on both sides, which gives them an opportunity to maybe work picks, but with 30 seconds, it's gonna be so difficult.
FRZ's already been spotted, has to take a slight step back.
High-tech came in too.
It's gone 1 for 1.
Spike's down on the other side now too, so FRZ has no way in.
He's gonna have to fight his way out of this link. With time short,
10 seconds left.
too many targets, and not enough health to deal with it all. Leviatán takes the first.
And that was a really, really nice setup inside of Art there from Leviatán. The flash from Noswort setting up Taco brilliantly. And MIBR thought they might end up getting the upper hand there while they take down Taco with Heat dashing forward. And I think that's something that Heat has been doing very well for his team, is looking for these gaps and dashing into the gaps, allowing Muriz, allowing RGL, allowing JZZ to play up to their ability that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. But right there, definitely a little ahead of the play.
We'll see if that's the case, if that continues. As Heat tries to dictate pace. A little bit of mid control early on for MIBR, but nothing really else doing. No buy on the side of the attacking side either.
And you're also looking at that high tide coming through. Trying to control the cooldowns of that is really important as the attackers. Because you have the Harbors playing in such a floaty position, rotating very fast. If you can find a cooldown gap, those are the timings on this comp, against this comp.
But if you can't, man, a good Harbor is miserable to play against.
Well, and combined with the Viper too, the orb and the other wall timing is ridiculously hard to find.
Blinded. Careful here.
And this is something that Leviatán is so incredible at so far in the Americas League, is giving up space for reasons, giving up space for places where they can end up covering gaps later on, and they get the clock down to 30 seconds for the attack
left.
and no real chance.
Still a couple of mollies on the site too as King swings around, falls, but now without taking one with him. They still have a couple of reinforcements. Taco's still on the opposite side of the map, but there's still help on the way. Spike ticking away, Shy on the swing, spots one, the second, the third, lands the transfer, lands the spray, and lands another round for Leviatán.
They don't even need Taco in that instance.
Yep.
Anti-eco though, MIBR getting the spike down, even finding that gap in the first place, very nice. So credit to them for that.
It does kind of make me think of what you were just saying earlier, though, on how Leviatán seemed comfortable in giving up space for a very intentional reason, right? So they gave up mid. There's a deep flash, so you're going to confirm that they've lost mid, and they're okay with that. As they funnel into A, you've got the Nanos. You have 3 players who are still playing on that side. It was perfect.
Yeah, you could tell that that's a focus point for Owner and this team. You can see it in the stats, too, and the way that they play their retakes. They actually allow the site to be taken 3/4 of the time, which is absurd.
Ooh, this is fast. This may be absurd as well. Taco creeping around. No aggression from MIBR. They're going to rotate away.
Again, Taco and Noswort playing hand in hand. Just a flash out every single time. Not only that, Mazzino's here to prepare his cove in case they need to fall back. And the funny thing here about the... Ooh, hold on. Taco might get caught.
He might as well. He spotted him. He knows he's there. Procs the dash. Waiting for just the right moment to get out. And he decides that that's now.
And seeing 2 players all the way up B long right there gives MIBR right timing. This is what they're so good at in the series against NRG, was rotating very fast and hitting sites where they're not prepared. 2 players up B long there from Leviatán means so much less on this A side.
They're still the 6th man, so to speak, in the Killjoy utility that they're going to have to navigate around. Deep harbor wall. Zoning things off for now. Just Shy on this side of the fight. As another wall is cut through the site. Shy falls.
Spam.
That was gross. Spike now planted in an unconventional spot. They attempt to make this retake. Mazzino, the first to swing around and the first to get punished. Can King land a spam through the wall? He can.
They're cut off by a Viper Orb here.
Poison's off.
I wonder if King can control things. They're just going to have to flood their way out. They have to bully through the numbers that they have, and it succeeds.
Just not enough fuel there, but that could have gotten really scary. MIBR converting on their anti-bonus. Forcing Leviatán to figure out exactly how they're going to deal with these floats from MIBR, these fast rotates. And I want to continue speaking about that because against NRG, they were out-calling Finesse in a sense because of how often they were looking for that weak side.
Quick peeks now.
And it continues the same pattern here on Pearl. Now Taco's got the op up. They're probably going to get a little less aggressive. And those gaps might not present themselves throughout the rest of this game.
They did leave Taco down in Cubby Long, but it seems like the hit from MIBR wants to end towards A. Trailblazer cleared, and I wonder if they spotted some of that Killjoy utility, the alarm bot maybe. Either way, Reckoning now invested. Scaling forward with the Cascade as well. They want to commit, they've dropped the spike.
Just came out though. They did wait out that Cascade for Leviatán, who maybe wanted to flood because there was 4 people here, but because they waited it out because this took so long, they now have the KJ ult online from the plant, and that Cascade's gone. Leviatán don't have as much retake util.
Yeah, but they could just flood out, and that's exactly what they do.
Lockdown destroyed.
You put them in a position where the only thing they can do is go forward, and they take it gladly. Now Mazzino on the tap. You've got a defensive setup here. Mazzino's going to get halfway. He's going to stick it all the way through. No challenge.
It's not planted for art, but on top of that, look at that fantastic high tide out of Mazzino. He's doing that from secret. He's throwing it, and it covers not only the players in A main, but also puts a little pocket for the art players to push up on them. So all of the rest of his teammates, while they flood, they're able to get inside that orb that you see on the retake and right next to that high tide with so much space on art. You can't even get positions there to throw any of the util that you might want to. For example, FRZ throwing a nano swarm or something like that. That's a huge denial from Leviatán, and a reason why they're so focused on these retakes.
Ooh, Blades up high. Nothing for Heat though.
Ever since people have been doing this updraft with knives at lock-in, players are no longer playing on top of that box at all.
They're scared, man. I don't blame them. Trying to find the timing with the Trailblazer. The push is there, but he has help! He's gonna get them both. No, the trade up for Mazzino. 50 HP though as he tries to preserve life. Swing out from NZR is good. Instantly traded though.
He just barely escapes too. I can't believe he's following up right now. He's actually completely cut up how MIBR want to approach this. He might catch the spike.
The flash. Oh, he got it anyway. It was behind him.
Spike down.
And now the spike's in no man's land.
That is such a different way for Leviatán to play too. I thought the approach from MIBR was good. Actually, try to fight in mid to lessen some of that retake util that Mazzino has been so good at. And he used both Cascades, but they didn't expect the counter aggression like that.
Not only do you have to deal with his utility, you have to deal with him too. Perfectly played by Mazzino.
And you're starting to see why the desk was putting a little bit of a question mark on allowing Pearl in to the pool entirely. I thought it was probably a good thing that they are only allowing one of Pearl and Lotus, which look like Leviatán's best 2 maps right now. But Pearl is so good right now for Leviatán. They're taking down so many teams that look like, I mean, competitors to Loud, for example. And Loud just lost to Sentinels on this map. So there's turmoil, and Leviatán might end up being the team that comes up on top on this map specifically.
Taco looking for a head. It's nothing but a warning shot.
This is the first time now that MIBR is taking B-Long a little bit earlier. You remember that engagement where Taco pushed up B-Long? But here, more info is denied from the Leviatán squad, so they have to be, especially now with that pick, they have to be a lot earlier with these rotates. That's a KJ ult, or util down, so investing a pit as well. I like that call from King. A lot of teams invest that ult so early to try to lock down a specific spot on the map, but if you can cover up gaps, it gets dangerous.
And just burns down so much time as Zeno able to sidestep the flash. And now no idea what's on the other side of the Cascade, and because of that Cascade, they have to use the Trailblazer to get out of lane.
And that's way earlier. It's not going to spot Taco right now.
That should set him up for a kill, but no, not able to land a shot on Heat. Now Heat's going aggressive. He pushes the pace right into Taco Shorty. How much more can they find? They're dancing around the reckoning that's just wreaking havoc on the site.
And again, it is just so well played from Leviatán there. You called out the Trailblazer that has to come out early because Mazzino's Cascade, he's using it falling back. It looks like it's a safety thing for him not to die. But in that case, he's trying to add uncertainty to what MIBR are approaching to on the other side of that wall. Taco could have been sitting there. And now they can't clear out his op. That's such a huge part of these Viper Harbor comps because there's only one initiator on the field.
Early timeout called by MIBR as we take another moment really just to discuss the minutia in that play, right? The fadeaway cascade being what forces a Trailblazer out. And you imagine if you don't use that Trailblazer that far back and it's much deeper, you can clear out back halls, right? Heat is probably in a better spot to challenge Taco backside, and it's an entirely different situation.
Oh, and there's more people flooding behind the dog as well. So that secondary follow-up from Mazzino, which was again a cascade out of spawn, so he could go flood into where Taco was trying to take out Heat. Those little details are really, really nice. And the other thing too, we're seeing the innovation that Sean was asking for on Mazzino right now for Leviatán. The way that he's actually using the Harbor is allowing him to not be as localized as you might have thought when you first started theory crafting with Harbor. Because his cascades, he's now shown that one where he's falling back, fade away to help out anybody in B-Link. And then he also has one from B-Link that lands blocking art so the players on A can work against a split very well. Of course, both abilities for him, the high tide and the cascade, go quite some distance, but you're kind of tethered to top and center of the map.
There's almost the exact same cascade. Similar in theory. It's just intended to deny vision and knowledge of what's on the other side of Link.
So far, Heat has not found himself an opening duel win in this game. And that is so crucial for MIBR. He takes the most out of anybody in Americas League. And right now, they're not even finding him the opportunities, but even when he does, not quite winning them yet. They've swapped the KJ now here, Leviatán. And for the first time, you're having a BX like early in the round.
Alarm bots, nanos. You see Heat tucking as he tries to get through that utility. The Clappers provide some cover and Mazzino falls.
Surprised to see Mazzino fighting there when the entire idea was to use this lockdown.
Either way, RGL getting the spike down.
Taco's flank is really slow.
Shy's pacey on this. A tap to force people back in, perhaps, or draw out some more utility. King still has 2 mollies. Taco with the op shot, and there's some of those mollies being invested. Taco trying to apply some pressure from the opposite side of the map as Heat's just destroying them. How much more can he find at this point? You try to preserve the op. Taco trying to get away.
Yep, you're right. Survives with just 30 HP. We were so focused on that Taco fight, but and that is exactly what it was intended to do, with split attention, but MIBR just put one person on it. JZZ, the one person who has the tools to delay him a significant amount with the flashes. And it's the second round on the board. For MIBR, they're coming into this thinking, okay, Leviatán, one of the best teams so far that we've seen in Americas League, one of the best expected teams as well. But they did lose to Furia the other week. Furia are Brazil brothers, who, by the way, Brazil has not lost a single series to any other region here in the Americas League so far.
It's not a bad record.
You're thinking this is very doable, despite what expectations at the beginning of the season might have been.
Taco's tucked here, and I don't know that they've seen him. He hasn't challenged this yet. Oh, they have no idea, but the option goes wide. He slows the dash and the cloud burst, but he's ripped out of the sky.
Uncharacteristic miss.
Just a little ahead of it.
And that was an easy shot, too.
Yeah.
Thankfully for him, Nosler got the original pick through the Viper orb at the beginning of the round.
There.
And they've shuffled not only a Phantom over here from Mazzino, but the op too. So he's back on the angle in a dangerous position.
doesn't really have nearly the same utility or ability to get out. But he holds the angle anyway, takes the pot shot, and backs on up.
Curious way to advance and play in the rest of this round here for MIBR. They had an opportunity when the Viper wall went up for them to get out of here, but they chose not to. They waited for that Trailblazer, and it was all because of this. Lockdown's gonna combo into a pit here, so this is a dangerous situation for Leviatán.
Can they navigate it effectively? They still have backside. They're just now funneling into the site, and they haven't cleared Mizzino out. He somehow, I believe, the third weapon on the round in his hands. Now with the Spectre, and he still finds value.
They've got height on him too. Somebody's gonna jump in. That is ridiculous. I think they're MIBR not checking all the boxes. They thought that molly went off. They thought backhaul was gonna be clear, but that molly actually, in a sense, worked like a Sova dart and gave information that there was somebody back there. And the spam's just not allowing them to cross. Starting to snowball now. Taco's still been on the top since he's got it, pretty much. And back to a little bit more aggressive routes like we were seeing at the beginning of the game.
Holding his tight angle. Is shy down long, and he gets a kill on JZZ as well.
It's interesting that the game plan has shifted for MIBR to hit B long over and over now that the KJ has swapped over here in shy.
It's just resulting in more kills for Leviatán, to be honest. Seeming to be glad to weather what MIBR is trying to throw at him. It just feels like they can't. Ball, they feel pretty heavily outclassed here.
Yeah, especially in this round. I mean, 5v3 can't even get the spike down right now. They've lost Mirrors' wall. RGL's waiting for a high tide maybe so he can put that cove down to go plant, but they also need to go aggressive with it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Heat push forward when they tap the spike.
Oh, it's cheeky her out from FRZ. There's no one there to wait. You see the jump peek and it's just a bait! And another clean round from Leviatán. Just losing one there at the end.
And Leviatán knew exactly what they were going to try to do there. They knew they weren't tapping that spike. They knew they didn't have the Viper wall to work around. So you actually saw Nosworth flash into spawn and force Heat to not push into spawn, but to regroup with his teammates B-Link, and he was way too late to join that fight. 7-2, and this is the danger of Pearl here. Leviatán definitely look incredible on this map.
Yeah, 7-2 with the makings of 8-2 written all over him. You look at the buy from MIBR, and there's not much there.
Get out of my way!
It's got knives. You saw him go for an updraft earlier on. But instead, it's just fast through Art.
You mentioned a couple of rounds ago how pivotal Heat is to the success of the squad. When he's on a bender, there's just no stopping him, but he's been so quiet. Struggling to find success. But he's got to take another shot at it. This time the Cascade to intend to keep him back. He's ahead of it. Just temporarily.
He has still not found a first duel win. He's been engaged in 2 of them. Excuse me, only 1 of them. See what he can find now.
He's gone out, but he's gone out by himself. No real help on the other side. JZZ intending to be that support. Drops Heat again.
Spike down B.
Shy is a 2-kill machine on this side. That's 3 rounds in a row where he takes down 2 players when the hit comes in, and you're right. This looks like A2 written all over it.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
down. Mirrors did get a Phantom. But what does that mean when the rest of the team is grouped up with him?
The one benefit is it seems like Leviatán is not fully convinced on where the other player is. You see Taco is still holding, and he's still looking back towards the A flank in his spawn. So they're not fully convinced, but I think at this point you should be able to confirm.
Water rising.
And funnel. So many numbers, just 1 gun on the other side for MIBR, and that wasn't it. He's back sight, and he's dropped.
Looking brutal. Anti-eco again, but there's been no situations where MIBR can really even get economy rolling.
No.
And at this point, Leviatán is starting to really roll in these retake scenarios too. Get right back up to where they're comfortable. There's those 2 rounds, the 2 rounds that MIBR won on that post plants, one on A and one on B. But MIBR have really abandoned that approach towards A, the approach towards mid. That one just straight up through B and on the split, but you haven't seen that slower controlled method that they were using against RNG where they're pivoting based off of information. I think that's because Leviatán's just not giving them anything anymore. Ever since Taco's gotten that op up, they've been a lot less aggressive. Let's see though.
Right there.
It's like they're expecting some of that mid fight that you were just referring to. A little bit of chip damage dropped.
Intention there was never to hang on. Just looking for a Taco kill, but he might actually push through the orb now. Pivot's finally coming. Reckoning here. Oh, this Trailblazer can find so much info. Only the KJ spotted. That's important.
That's more confirmation too of what information is available. You called the Reckoning a few moments ago, countered by the Seekers. What should be a momentary window for you to be able to funnel out and create chaos on the site is gone. But now funneling forward, the dash out onto the site. Spike just now joining. Now it's met with the Reckoning of their own, and if they do this quickly, they should be able to reestablish control of the site rather effortlessly. And ZR has gotten 2 on the round. But you got to take a look at FRZ. He's on a cheeky flank. It may be too late, though. He may not get the timing on this. Every second that passes is another moment for FRZ to get better positioning. It's just 2 taps. Now, given away, still getting the kill. The Cove leaves FRZ alone. A 1v3 has to run away. There's no shot.
Again, Leviatán on the retakes are just brilliant. And a little detail there for the Harbor players.
Last round.
They don't use the Cove until they tap the spike first. They use actually a Cloudburst to cover up the spike so that they use their ammunition and start reloading on the time when the Cove goes back up so that they can almost guarantee a half in a sense. And all that time as well used very well for the rest of the players outside of the defuse to dominate. And now looking at a 10-2 half. MIBR have to hold on and back to same old business down below. Taco hasn't been incredible in this position.
No early challenge. Taco drops the angle, takes a little bit of spam. This is another shot. Information out where the operator is, though.
What they were doing really well against NRG was actually pushing down heat with that cascade and using a cheeky angle. He was getting a lot of first picks on the artist in that game. You're seeing none of that here. A lot more respect given to Leviatán.
An attempt at misdirection, though. MIBR just dropped a late Viper's wall towards B.
I've got your trail.
I wonder if that's the cue for Leviatán to rotate through. The alarm bot is going to delay for just a moment, but the Seekers continuing to pave the way.
They've got KJ ult here, Shy in the middle before the plant has even gone down. That might force MIBR to have to rotate.
So many walls blocking off every single entry to the site while Mazzino's cutting off the rotations, and there are so many members on the other side. The spam, the flash, it's all just one.
30 seconds. They still have time. Taco's gonna be able to cut him off.
He's got op too.
Does Nazwar have anything to flash for him?
He's got to be good for one, and there it is. Drops a Cloudburst to provide some cover as Leviatán continues to rotate, continues to decimate MIBR.
10 seconds
and
left.
You've seen moments like this over and over where Muris has just no chance of recovering that spike of the round.
Well, it's crazy to think it's a 10-2 half, but
Switching sides.
It feels like it is worse than the score indicates.
Yeah, definitely. It is a brutal half.
I'll throw it down to the desk to break down what just took place.
No chill, Doug! No chill, but we kind of agree with the point that you're making. 10-2 first half, and it almost feels like they're lucky to come away with 2 rounds the way it's going at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane the way that Leviatán is able to play this map. I think they're continuing to prove that they're far and away the best Pearl team that we have, and MIBR felt like they were just returning to the rough things that we expected in the past.
I was sold some false good. I don't know what I bought into last week. This is not the same MIBR team that I saw last week. No, this is not a team that showed up. And this is a game where I don't feel like Taco's playing his best game. He missed a couple sitters in this half, and they were giving him bait setups left and right. Even go back to the opening pistol round, he could have gotten 2 or 3. I mean, Leviatán are just running circles around them right now.
Yeah, they are. And MIBR, some of the issues that are cropping up are these mid-rounds. If the initial idea fails, if Heat dies, it doesn't feel like they're super proactive in finding another opportunity, taking more space, and finding that second option. If the initial plan fails, they've just fallen apart.
And that's where, to some degree, Sean, I wonder if we come back to this idea that you brought up, right, which is that they had done some amount of research to let Pro go through, knowing Leviatán was going to take it. And they gambled on their own research and their own counter strat for that, and it's not playing out. And I think that's in one of those cases where, okay, it looks doubly bad because you thought you had an answer and you clearly don't.
It really looks bad because I feel like they're using their Sky util so early, and Leviatán is just making them get no value out of their single initiator.
Yeah, and now as we look ahead towards the second half, this is where Leviatán is fantastic. Like a 70% win rate on the attacking side. They're good at the B hits as you'd expect, but this team also puts a lot of pressure on Art. Will go for those splits into the A site, and their post plants are where they shine. They'll really often, as we were talking about earlier, use Taco as a tool, path him in to take space for this team, and allow him to continue to fight while the rest of the team sets up for these preset post plants that they're really strong at.
They got the Nanos down, they got the Viper Mollies down. This comp is brutal in those post plants. They're gonna do a lot better than MIBR did.
Well, they only need to find 3 rounds, and with a 70% win rate from the attacking side, it shouldn't be too difficult for them. Back over to Doug and Bala, though, to close us out on map number 1.
Thank you, Dash. Yeah, the only real question on my mind is how long it's going to take Leviatán to close this map out, to be honest, to see if they speed run their way through these last couple of rounds. It's just been a dominant display from top to bottom, and yeah, that was only on one side of the map, but given their historic proficiency, I don't know that I expect much different, Bala.
Yeah, you've seen them close out games a lot closer than this. And so, timer's paused. Okay.
Yes.
So it might take a while, actually, Doug.
Yeah. This doesn't count, right? You've paused the timer, surely.
Yeah. And I think one of the interesting things about, I mean, we were talking a lot about Leviatán's potential on that attack side and that halftime break on the desk, but they don't need much to close it out, right? And something I always look at when you look at scorelines like this is the comeback possible based off the comp entirely, right? There's so many power holds for Leviatán.
Right. That's not great.
Yeah. That's going to be a reset of the server, a reset of the lobby. Oh, they're still in the game. So.
I am being told this should be relatively short. And if I've lied to you, then it was Bala who said it. And it was not me. I had nothing to do with it.
You could trust me. Okay.
Sources, trust me, bro.
Yeah.
This will be brief.
I already can turn around and see the players back in the game. So either way, reset at the beginning of the half. And I think back to the pistols as well. It was something I was talking about a lot after MIBR lost the first pistol, but Leviatán has been very good. I mean, they've been one of the best pistol round teams in the league so far. And it's been pretty variable. But MIBR, it's been rough for them. And I think even looking forward in the rest of the series, that's something that's going to be super, super important, is even converting just this one, right? Get a little bit more comfortable, because right now what you're seeing on the MIBR side is none of the players having standout performances just yet. And every single win that they had up to this point was 100%. Multiple players stepping up. Ready check's done, we're back in the game. Despite the 3 players not moving in spawn. That's just final words from the IGL, calling what pistol round to go for. But look at this aggression possible here from MIBR. some things like this are kind of a good way to maybe find some momentum leading forward, whether it's in this map specifically or into the next. Is get aggressive, try to get some cheeky kills. For players like Heat, try to get them back online.
Throw a haymaker and see if it lands. It seems like that's what they're gonna do if they have 4 members across the middle of the map. And he just instantly gets peppered, man. And then dead.
First kill of the game for him. But it's followed up by 2 big ones from Taco. It might be even more. JCZ trying to follow up on this kill. Can he get it? No. And Shy to trade 2.
JCZ with a really bold swing there to try to hunt down that kill. Knowing that there were fight happening at double doors for him to swing that out of Artney. I mean, I guess I understand you have to make a play, right?
Yeah.
You've got to take a shot and do something.
No, but I see what you're saying. Like he's surrounded in a sense, right?
Yeah.
But he knows there's a flash player. Yeah, I think you go for that. Where do you think Tactic Bear is going?
I think bigger question is how does he reach the handles? He's not going to go anywhere.
He's a psychic.
11-2 lead from for Leviatán, excuse me.
I think they've got apps for that now, Doug. Just use your smartphone to move the scooter.
And just drive the scooter.
Yeah.
Careful here.
It's a full force. All of a sudden, MIBR, they have to go for something. Dire straits. It's the same kind of play though, walking into mid with 4. 3 this time only.
Oh, turret down.
But the turret's watching. Shy's been having a game, by the way. Not usually the player you're pointing out on the side of Leviatán, but he's always consistent too.
going up.
Rock steady for the Latin American squad. Well, yeah, perhaps feeling it a little bit more than usual, although, again, the score really kind of indicates that everyone on Leviatán is feeling it.
Well, I think also MIBR just went to his site almost every single round, it felt like. Despite him switching.
Alarm bot down. Swarm grenade out.
Taco dashing forward, and you see the oppression of the harbor wall, man. Yeah, but he's able to get healed right back up.
There's nobody on the site. They're trying to stack. Get an advantage that way. The gamble doesn't pay off.
There's still a second gamble here, though, in the force. Right? So maybe the first one doesn't hit. Can the second one find value?
They're playing full post. Taco's going on an exploratory mission. That molly's really late. Oh my goodness.
Shy. Once again, you called him out, and now the molly's right on time. He's gotten it to half. The kills are starting to go a couple which way, but FRC with the Sheriff has gotten it to 1. The kills all fall through for Leviatán anyway.
I was thinking that might have gone down to Taco with the late flank coming through. But that's a good play by him. Good play by Leviatán. I mean, obviously the molly was a little late. They got to half, but
all good though.
Luckily able to spam it down. The high tide was still up, so it's definitely scared. You can hear it. This was the second molly coming in. But as well, Taco making that decision is because he's not really doing much other than adding spam inside of B main or holding against players who are going to push the post plant util. So for him, he's finding a little bit of something to do more valuable than just sit there and spam. Oof.
A little bit of early damage there.
But again, I mean, Taco's part of that. Nowswer can heal him a little bit back up. And they don't actually have the info. There was no response spam. They're just walking dry.
Oh. NZR on the turn.
Oh, but they're full pinched here. This might be it.
They have to fight out of A main. They succeed. Miri's having a tuck tail, run away, 11 HP.
Right there. Shield going up.
Just the pings and agent conversations. You can tell we're in a spam meta when there's just constant pings on the map.
What the heck do MIBR do?
Another late flank. They don't have as much this time, though.
And
no second molly.
The problem is the flash from JCZ was a little early, so a false sense of security. Mizzino has now taken the space that was previously flashed. They should be unaware of this flank, and there it is.
Oh, he just walled himself off, though, Doug.
Oh, that was silly. It's a silly choice. Time is short. The spam is troublesome, and they're going to get the defuse.
Yeah, that's a tough way to wall. That's Harbor. He's trying to wall up the site. And also anybody who was trying to push into B main so he could find like a just little gulag for himself in the spike diffuser. But okay, we get a little bit more extended. I think one of the issues here, following up here for MIBR is going to be so difficult by the fact that they forced into this and they're down to 2 people when this round ends, which means 3 people have to buy weapons. And I think both of these guys lost their shield too.
I believe so. Light armor on 3 of them. A Bulldog and a Guardian. And truthfully, a myriad of issues for MIBR that go well beyond just their financial situation currently.
Ult online from Azina too. That's one of the power ults that I was talking about that could definitely swing the round. I'd rather wait here and just guarantee it with a lockdown and reckoning combo, potentially even get in the pit in one of the next few rounds. But he'll end up spending it, which is definitely the right play overall, game theory wise.
Taco pushing the pace. Oh, and he drops right back down. Oh, that's cheeky. That's okay. All good.
Spike down B.
A couple of kills going in favor of MIBR early on. Where are the trades for Leviatán? There they are. King has gotten to Shy with the spams. King repositions. Wall goes down. And the bullets go wide. MIBR gets to 4.
Taco's supposed to be able to hold that space by going for that updraft, but he's in the middle of fighting Spawn, so Furious just walks out and takes down the spike planter. A spam from Spawn enough to take down the Cove too. So something, a little bit of hope.
I mean, just a sliver.
I mean, at least to get some momentum rolling here for MIBR. Just winning that force. Still no op in the hands of Heat. Still not really any insistence for him to try to get aggro and get into the game. But they force shares for Leviatán.
These are always the tricky rounds, too. When you go, there's no way they'll win this round, it's just shares, right?
Right?
Yeah, it's just shares. Surely that they can't really go against all the Vandals on the other side, right?
Oh, no. At least FRZ gets 2, but there's guns recoverable there too, Doug.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Thrifty.
Oh, I love this game. I love this game so much. 13-4 in favor of Leviatán. And yeah, there were a couple of rounds that were extended, but the outcome almost secured at halftime.
Yep. 10-2 is brutal. That defense shows why Leviatán is so fearsome. Because you really have no say in how they're going to play, right? You just push on the site and they're gonna let you have it and they're gonna go for the retake over and over and over. And you can tell, they're super happy with that game plan on Pearl. I think the big question here going up next, they've lost Icebox the last time they played it. And so this one is going to be still maybe a little bit of a challenge. I'm more worried about the form coming out from MIBR right now because I'm like Sean. We've seen much difference from this MIBR and the one that we saw last week against NRG.
Yeah, fool's gold, right? Feels like an entirely different team, and I don't know that I blame you for being a bit concerned about MIBR and their form leading into this map. Again, history a problem, current performance a problem. The good thing is they have a break to figure it out. We'll see you guys on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, second bout of the day. Map 1 already in the books. And let's be honest, there's no other word to use than pure dominance out of Leviatán there over MIBR to kick things off.
My conclusions after map number 1 are that I think Leviatán's a pretty good team on Pearl.
Yeah,
They're solid.
They looked really solid, especially considering, like I said, Taco didn't have a great game. That was like a breakout performance by Shy. I thought Shy had a great game.
Which was actually one of the members that kind of went unmentioned by us in the pregame, right? We seemed to touch all of the other players, and there you have it, the fifth stepping up in a big way to make it happen. And I think goes back to the point, right, of them being so incredible on Pearl, and now what we're kind of left wondering is, can they find that same level of dominance? Can they take what you see on this graphic here and start to spread it out to some other maps as well?
Yeah, and I think what was so good from Leviatán is something that we already knew was solid, and that's their game plan on this defensive side. The casters were talking a lot about it, but they're so willing to give space, allow themselves to intentionally play for those retakes, because they're so good at them. The utility on this Viper Harbor comp and the way that they get Taco back in so quickly to go for these flood retakes is so effective. MIBR never really had a solution to it, particularly on those B retakes.
Yeah, and even with the flood retakes, they had good solutions for the early round, like the bait setup in Art for Taco. They had to set up aggressive A main where they roll immediately to Art, and vice versa. They pick out of Art, they go right back to A main. They're just so proactive on the map. Aggressive B setups. All of those worked so well for Leviatán throughout this game.
And it kind of goes back to what you were talking about, Dash, where Taco didn't have an amazing game. It wasn't lights out, but he still just plays his role within the squad, within the ideas that they set up, right? He's dashing in, creating space in the retake, putting down a cloudburst, fighting past the utility. It doesn't matter if he gets a ton of kills or if he pops off with the operator, because the rest of his team is so good at trading behind him and winning out those rounds regardless.
Just goes back to that halftime conversation, right? We're talking about him being a role player, and we don't mean that as a pejorative. That is a compliment. He fills his role perfectly for the team. Now, if we flip to the other side of the matchup, though, and try to identify what's not working for MIBR, I think clearly there's a lot of things when you lose a map that dominantly that you can point at. Let's just start with an individual, and Heat is always going to be the first person I go to because he's the catalyst for so much action on that team.
It is very difficult, though, being in Heat's shoes right now in this Harbor Viper comp with their Sky. And I pointed out at halftime, the Sky util was coming out really early on some of these hits from way back long B, all the way by the entrance. And he was just left to dash into cloudbursts with no initiator util. It was very difficult for him entering the sites in that first half.
Yeah, and you see that stat 1-to-1 in first kills. You're like, that's not that bad. He went 50%. That's solid. That's what you'd expect. But it's a fact that he wasn't really in position to take a lot of those opening kills.
Right.
Normally, this team is make or break by Heat getting kills in the opening, giving them those opportunities to play off in the mid-round. Here, it felt like a lot of the team was getting shut down. Taco would find a gap and pick someone off. You didn't have that same level of performance from Heat that this team relies on.
Yeah, in a weird way, I'd be more okay with that 50% if it was 3-3, right? Just knowing that he took more, that he was in more of those first engagements.
First engagements he took last time that they played. Like,
right.
He's normally I think the highest entry load of anyone in the league.
And was this just Leviatán accurately figuring out like where he is on the map and avoiding him, or what? Like, why isn't he a part of so many of the first trades?
They just had such a good read on the things that MIBR wanted to do here. Like, from the Art read on Pistol to the retakes that were well coordinated that you pointed out, the repositions that they had with Taco, the stacks on B long were always on the right rounds, the Killjoy setups were on the right sides. Leviatán just honestly looked very prepared for everything MIBR was willing to do in this game.
And this is a pistol round, right? We talked about the fact that Leviatán went for a lot of similar things. This pistol round was no exception. Normally they'll go for like Art splits on their pistol round fighting into A or play heavy in mid. MIBR expected it. They went for a fight there, but Leviatán's trading was just better. And here you see some of the issues that were cropping up for MIBR. Once that ball started rolling, it felt like these players were kind of in a position where you lose the opening pick and then people just go for solo plays, try and find a way to fight back in. It feels like things get a little panicked after that initial bump gets hit.
Yeah, you watch Loud in those scenarios, like going back to the series we just watched, they get in those like 2-on-4s and the players are so calm. They know exactly how they want to use their last piece of utility. But just now in that series, yeah, it gets so scrappy. Everyone just goes, makes their play. Individual plays, not much utility is being used, hardly any synergy. And Leviatán won all those fights just now.
Yeah, they honestly, they cruised to victory there in map number 1. So we turn our attention to map number 2, and before we get into it, let's take a peek over someone's shoulder in the aim lab. A shoot around. Here's NZR warming up in the range.
Nazwar has been a player for this team who I think, again, is one of those members that kind of gets slept on. People don't talk about Nazwar. People don't talk about Mizzino that much. But those supportive players are the ones that matter for the structure that Leviatán has built up, right? It's those guys who are going in second, third, getting those trades and setting their team up in the late round to win so many of those situations that really matter to this Leviatán system.
I want to say Nazwar is actually way up there statistically so far in this split. He's like kind of close behind King, so he is very slept on in this initiator role. And in a strategic team, his util, if you were an initiator, is definitely going to be util you want to look at and study because it's all coordinated.
You know, I'm going to petition for an aim-lab shoot-around leaderboard at a certain point because most of the time when we watch over the shoulder, obviously I'm sitting here impressed, right? All these guys are hitting close to 90% when they're really like putting it, like trying to go for it. And I'm like, but I want to know who's the best.
Okay, I thought you were saying you could take him. I was like,
oh, no way. No way in hell, but that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's all impressive to me, right? Like watching these guys and their mechanics. And so like there's a piece of me that wants to add that little bit of competition into even the aim lab shoot around. Who's gonna top the individual leaderboards?
How close do you think you could get to the, how high on that leaderboard could you be? Dead last?
I would be dead last. Absolutely, I would be dead last. And probably with like multiple tens of thousands of points still between me and whoever is 50th out of our starting roster. Sean is the person I would probably have some faith might be able to get himself into
below Dash.
There's no way. There's no way.
All right, we might have to test that on our own in between days when we have a shot. But here we go into the agent select for map number 2. Looking for a miracle out of MIBR here.
Yeah, we are. Both these teams played the Harbor Viper composition last time they went to Ascent. And for MIBR, I felt like it looked all right. But for Leviatán, they really struggled. It felt like in comparison to their Harbor Viper Pearl, which they play so incredibly well, in their last game on this map, they left so many gaps. They made very predictable plays. They tried to go through and push deep, and it felt disjointed. It was very unlike Leviatán. This is the map that you were talking about, which has been one of the woes for Lev.
Yeah, and the duelist role in particular on this map is something that can have a lot of value, right? He in this jet role, if Leviatán doesn't have, you know, their X's crossed, their I's dotted, all of that, he's gonna find picks, right, in front of this Harbor utility. And that's something that I thought Fury was able to do really well against Leviatán. They kind of embarrassed them on this map. If this happens again, that would really not look good for Leviatán heading into like the deeper stages of this split.
It's something we just saw Aspas do on this very same map to get Loud the victory when a couple of the members on the side of Sentinels were still trying to find pop-ups of their own.
Yeah, when we see the Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper, we sometimes talk about the fact that like one team has to innovate, come up with new ideas, like Loud was doing. I don't think that's the case for Leviatán. They're the clear favorite. They showed it in map number 1. They don't have to do anything crazy here. They just have to fix some of the fundamental problems they were showing. And for MIBR, the pressure is squarely with them.
Well, here you go, ladies and gents. We're on to map number 2, Ascent. For Leviatán, they're looking to wrap it up quick. For MIBR, they're looking to clap back and extend the series. We're heading back out to our casters, Doug and Bala, to get us into the match.
Thank you so much, Dash Ball. I don't know about you. I'm really excited for Heineken 0.0 Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of the last times we see it. So Heineken 0.0 Icebox, it has been one of my favorites in the last couple of games that we saw in the last couple of weeks, too.
Sure.
Especially after lock-in. This Harbor Vipers brought some life to it.
There has been a lot of innovation, as you mentioned the Harbor Viper. I think even the way that players are scaling up around the map has just shown a fresh look on Heineken 0.0 Icebox than what we're used to seeing.
And MIBR need a big response on this map. They had a massive win last week in the first map that they played right here against NRG. I think part of the reason for that game was some of the flowiness that they've been playing with, but also just a mastery of the Harbor Viper and how simple it is on this map, but a very weird strat going for an A split right off the bat.
This is weird. We've seen this a few times. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. It never works.
Oh, gosh.
It never works. Mizzino gets 2 to open things up. Shy's on the flank, and ZR gets RGL, and quickly is turned into a 3v1.
Yeah, that fast flank is something that you have to have somebody ready for. And they did, but unfortunately the 2 people who are at the front of the hit go down really fast. So the player who then was gonna watch the flank has to come join the hit so he can maybe get back into sight, and Spike was lost. So yeah, it never works.
Nope.
It's 0.0% of the time it works.
Nice, dude. I missed that, didn't I? That was a good opportunity. That does work 0.0% of the time.
And that's another pistol round conversion as well from Leviatán. So she just dropped something.
I dropped my pen. Sorry. I'm sure that was really loud. Apologies.
That's, I think, what, 2 out of 3 pistols so far. MIBR only won the second one on the first map. Actually, no, remember, they were forcing, so they lost all pistols so far. Still more mid-pressions from MIBR. We just saw what happened in the first round. But they did break the alarm bot, so that's a little bit of something. There's only one player here, Doug, so they might be able to get a lot more space than you think. You're already expecting them to get the plant down, but King is in a very advanced position.
Pesky ropes. So tricky to deal with. Shock dart out from NZR to delay some of the push. The swing around is good for 2. Shy's timing, dude. Shy's timing has been immaculate. That's 2 rounds now where you think, all right, we took care of what was here. Nope, Shy has arrived.
Spike planted.
I feel a knife coming, I don't know why.
Yeah? It has been that kind of series, hasn't it?
Yeah. There were just people all around him. But, I mean, that was a good entry. Onto King right away. It's just the way that Leviatán swung there on screens is... You talked about the timing from Shy. He's following up directly on Nazar, who just got 2 kills as well. That's why I was laughing, because he's not even shooting at JCG. He just comes in and gets unfortunated. It's a new one, not accidented.
Unfortunated. We'll work that into the lexicon some more.
Oh, look. We've got an AI on the server, just running back and forth.
Molly Shark out from MIBR. Cool to deny the orb, but there's just no one there early on.
And it's not something that is, I mean, actually it is kind of important, given Mazzino's already 2 orbs away, given Nazar is also 2 orbs away. I'm not sure if that's been a major part of Leviatán's game plan on this map, though. And the desk was trying to touch on some of the deficiencies from Leviatán, given their loss on this map. But I don't know, I'm expecting Leviatán now with a lot more time to have worked with the Harbor Viper, which is not I mean, it's pretty new for them, given that they weren't running these comps at lock-in. To start to spread the prowess that we saw on Pearl to the rest of these maps.
Ooh, clean opener from Heat. Is that the first one?
He had 1 on Pearl, if I remember correctly.
Either way, maybe that's a start for MIBR. Maybe that's what they need. They gotta get Heat going. They gotta get him online. Okay, never mind. That was nothing but a sheriff on the other side of that.
The way that they're breaking up this site with the high tide is so interesting. Because they're really isolating this fight and also blocking off danger. So you just have to push so far. They haven't gotten spiked down yet.
And they're all like huddled right around each other. Taco's still up top. He gets plucked down.
Enemy remaining.
And Leviatán convert.
And that's actually uncommon for Leviatán. Their bonus round win rate is, I mean, bonus rounds in general are really difficult to convert because, like you saw, 2 Ferrets in the round. But it is among the lower side in Americas League. That usually isn't a detriment, but when they're normally not converting and then they convert, again, it continues those doubts that I had for MIBR after, obviously, the Pearl map, but I think a lot of ways that you look at the series and how it goes is, okay, that was their map pick. You can kind of just ignore it, no matter whether it was a stomp or not.
Yeah, on Icebox, so it's a bit of a different story. Always good to check in with Owner. Saw him there during that. We haven't seen a good Owner chair shake in a while. He just grabs the armrest and is like trying to break the thing. We'll check in with him a little bit later. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Is that your gauge on how MIBR is doing in the game?
No, how Leviatán is doing, yeah. If owner's breaking the chair, then they're happy. He has good reason to be happy. Up big on Pearl early, but up on Icebox as well. As you were just saying, is MIBR's map pick.
They've got to wait for the site blocking utility to come up because of Taco's op right here, and he almost gets one too. They're walking close. This indicates that they might want to push through this wall, but no flash is going to make it hard.
Mazzino tried catching him slipping.
What a dart. Actually, from JZZ, spotting Shy and deep in sight.
Spike planted.
They get a very, very deep plant.
And there you see how oppressive these two walls can be.
This is an eco.
Taco hasn't gotten a clean shot with that op yet. It's all been an attempt to be fortunate to be lucky. King's position given away by the turret. I mean, they've huddled in, and maybe this is where you see some of their game plan looking so different. Remember in the previous round, Leviatán they were in there with them, right? They didn't give up the site because you see, as you see now, it's so difficult to establish control when you've got the Viper wall, and you've got the Harbor wall, and you've got the Harbor Cascade, and you've got the Orb, and you've got everything you have to work around.
And that might be a key to victory here for MIBR, is just
Thrifty.
take it to them. Take that extra space that they give up with how successful their retakes have been.
We are not so easily beaten.
Which I think, by the way, on so far has been 75% of the rounds. That one's going to knock it down a little bit. But prior to that, Leviatán was just not losing retakes. And to give some context, the average retake rate is like the success rate for Leviatán is 33%.
Huh.
And that's already supposed to be good.
Yeah. We're gonna have a couple more shots at it in this half. Ooh, aggressive pace out from Taco. He wins another opener.
Important metrics here.
Yeah,
continue to track for Heat.
Yeah, but I think the last time we saw him do that, they weren't able to convert off of that, right? So you find yourself in a position where you go, okay, we've got Heat, he gets an opener, check that box. You have numbers advantage early in the round, check that box as well. How do you convert, though? I think that's the key question.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think they've gotten the opener in every single round so far, but they're still down 3-1, so. They have more tools to do exactly what they just did. In the sense that they have all five. He's so far advanced. Not only that, but he's tucked, hiding away from the player at belt. That is beautiful from King. Great positioning, and then on Hunter's Fury, it's a little low.
Not able to control the spray. NCR's Hunter's Fury does clean up a Parz though. They have the Reckoning 2 for retake, which I imagine they're going to want to try to hold here.
Caution here.
But we'll see.
Placing swarm grenade.
30 seconds, still plenty of time for
30
MIBR to
seconds
be
left.
particular about their approach here.
On Pearl, you saw them try to push in after tapping the spike. They don't have that luxury here.
All right, they want to use the Reckoning. They want to take the fight. MIBR scattering.
Player standing.
RGL falls.
Oh, the stun.
He does too, yeah.
And you're, again, they fail to convert. And this time it's because they gave so much space up. I mean, King played a very, very nice spot. Again, just past that point where he's not really getting cleared by the regular crosshair placement, but also he's away from the peak on top of belt.
I think too here, King, I mean, you're fortunate to get one, right? That's a free one. But for him to swing around, challenge JZZ the way he did, given that JZZ had the high ground too, clean shot.
And it's interesting angle because both of the players are not used to taking a fight like that.
Right.
I mean, those are not positions you're normally fighting in unless you're playing in a DM lobby against people who have their sound at max volume. Yeah, there's really no chair breaking.
It's unfortunate, really. You know, maybe it's a testament to the quality of the chair. Yeah, Secretlab just does it different, guys.
(4-1). Leviatán looked to be converting again on a massive lead very early. Remember, it was defense side for them on Pearl 2. That first half on Pro went 10-2.
Nail biter.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat.
I just think it was so unexpected, right? Like, I don't think anyone expected MIBR to look this way leading into the series, given how Leviatán have looked, challengeable at times, but they've just been so far ahead of MIBR.
Yeah, it's definitely hot and cold for this team. Last week against NRG, everybody was starting to praise them. Say how, oh my goodness, the lock-in result was definitely a fluke. But you see, there might definitely be two sides, two faces to this team.
I suggest you move.
Reckoning used. Suggestion heeded. As Taco takes a step back. Heat pushing forward, waiting for any challenge. Two angles, and they're difficult to hold. But Heat now pushing forward. RJ with the plan. Heat wants to go fast. He does. He gets a kill on NZR. How the heck do you counter that, bro? I mean, what do you do? You're not expecting that.
And they can't push forward right now. That lockdown's so advanced. It's taking so much time off the clock. This defuse is going to be tough, even with the weaponry advantage. King has ult. He might end up investing that.
Do they have any mollies or anything like that? FRZ has an alarm bot that hasn't been used. There's some of the utility. Mazzino on the tap. Pit dropped.
Oh, they're gonna think they're in it. They're sticking! Oh, shoot!
Do something.
One enemy remaining.
Or don't. I'm gonna let you break that one down, man. That's your job.
I mean, I think they definitely want to try to break the Viper Spit. That's why they're trying to go on that flank, but there's nobody to pressure the spike. Nobody's shooting top nest. And I mean, it was a good pit. It made it really tough to be able to see what was going on. On top of that, you really don't have position on where they're defusing because they could be behind either wall up in nest there. That one's, I mean, that one is super tough. And I think as well, another 5v4 loss. Heat got that opener with the right click, jumping into 4 people spamming.
On NCR, yeah, you're right.
I mean, the score is 5-1. But the openers are 5-1 for MIBR right now.
Conversion rates go crazy, bro.
Scanning ahead.
Maybe the problem is in their openers.
Yeah, so you want them to stop getting first kills.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, genius.
You gotta try something different, man. You gotta try something different. Cheeky little window here for FRZ.
Placing swarm grenade out.
I thought he was gonna be just outside of the range of
Placing
the
alarm
turret.
bot. Alarm bot down.
And he doesn't even get the alarm bot too, so pivoting is going to be less attractive without that tool.
Yeah. JZZ on the shocks. Again, FRZ still posted up in kitchen, but they should have a
30
really good
seconds
idea
left.
where he is. You see the pings on the minimap. They still have.
King is in a good spot too to receive him. Eventually, but he's making noise right now.
Yeah, he's not being quiet about it,
Oh gosh.
but he knows. He doesn't care. Ooh.
They're on the site right now though.
Another kill going in favor of MIBR. But shy on the equalizer. Number still in favor of the attacking side as Spike ticks away. Oh gosh. Okay. Heat saves that situation and gets MIBR to 2. Did they get the opener that round?
No, I don't think they did. They did, actually. I don't remember who.
Either way, MIBR with some tools here. They have the Hunter's Fury and they have the Viper Spit. They have succeeded in getting the spike down, and they've got some tools here to, if you are going to try to counter against Leviatán's post plant, retake percentages, you've got the tools for it here.
You've seen Muras have ideas even in that last round to try to push aggressively, so you can tell that's definitely what Bazooka has been talking to them in that timeout about. However, in that round, you don't want to do it because of how FRZ was positioned deep in kitchen, so more ideas here again. The abilities are incentivizing, and the situation is incentivizing them for not taking. What? He's up top yellow. And he finds the timing between the cascade. That is
Nowhere to
unlucky.
run.
Unlucky.
But they didn't get the first kill.
And the Hunter Siri is now not available for post plant. Heat is not available for post plant.
One enemy
Neither is
remaining.
F4Z. They're just not going to get post
Spike
plant.
down A.
The makings of a flawless round are afoot. Cursed it for just a moment. Yeah, I did. Unlucky. 6-2 for Leviatán, though.
I mean, the makings of the exact same half we saw
Yeah.
in Pearl. They just reset the economy there for MIBR too. No loss bonus accrued quite yet. Here's the shot. He was just top yellow. Surprised he didn't see him cross in the first place on that angle. But okay.
All targets cleared.
That timing is insane for Taco.
Cursed it for just a moment.
I feel like I've heard that somewhere before.
I'm in a time loop.
Lighter buy for MIBR. You've got a Spectre, you've got a Frenzy. That's now the off shot. Going a bit wide, but detected for MIBR. Did they continue to push into that? The drone to push him off, and an opener for Heat.
On a Taco too, and he's on the warpath there. Shy's got the ult. He wants to use it, but needs to wait for his teammates to group up.
Remember the timing here from Shy and how good he's been in it.
Oh, he's hit hard.
Yes, he is. But it stays up.
Oh,
Here. Oh, no.
He killed his teammate.
That's fine. They're better when numbers are down.
They're way out of the pit. They didn't get the spike down, which is actually good in this case. Because now they have room to go back to working picks.
Yeah, I guess.
But
Dude,
do
how
they
you
really
reset
want to
from-
come back in here?
I mean, you have the benefit of knowing that they don't have the op anymore. So you're not walking into that.
Thirty seconds left.
Perhaps with the cutting of noise, you introduce a little bit of doubt onto the defensive side, where the hit's gonna end up. FRC is just so weak, bro. 3 HP.
One enemy remaining.
And NZR with 2
Spike
of them.
down A.
And death. Op gonna get carried over for Leviatán. They find themselves up 7-2.
And actually, MIBR forced into that too. So the economic woes continue. One thing there is, in that reset situation that was really weird after the lockdown where they still had the spike and they had the option to pivot, Leviatán made a good read by just having Shy post up around Kitchen, keep his util up. And something that happens in those moments where there's 50 seconds left and you're forced to pivot is a lot of times, especially with MIBR, they're gonna make a play and walk up to, break the alarm bot, break the turret, something like that. And because that didn't happen, nobody rotated and they continued to cycle util on that A site.
Cascade up towards long. Heat with the Frenzy. And another tough situation for MIBR.
I'm up for it. 2 tough shots. Not quite connecting this. Oh, Xena low there. Mirius takes him out with 1 tap to the body.
I have the spike.
And it's interesting too. That's all because he was trying to support Taco Leah. Takes damage from that. And you do want to rotate them more towards the center of the map to avoid as much spam as possible while still keeping your util up.
They're burning the clock. Being real intentional about how they want to go about this. JCC just got to start back up. I think between that and the Viper gas for Miris, they are going to try to scale up to B.
Again, a deep plant,
30 seconds left.
which doesn't allow them to play super good post plant. Hunter's Fury as well. He knows he got off, so he's waiting for the second tap.
Yeah.
That just bought so much time. Stop switching your weapon.
Making you nervous.
Remaining.
Taka uses blades, but it's the op that gets a kill on the Heat. And that's another round for Leviatán.
Eight to 2 is brutal. on Icebox. Just brutal.
Yeah, it's not great.
And remember, MIBR won on Icebox last weekend against NRG, who was a very, very proficient Icebox team. And they're not up to date on the meta. They're still running their old comp with a Flash in it, with a Sage in it, that sort of thing. But this doesn't just feel like, okay, running back up into the meta. This feels like just an off day, honestly.
I think we're seeing some of what we thought about MIBR before the season started, and I think over the first couple of weeks they started to challenge those thoughts. But it really felt like, at least to me, Paula, it felt like MIBR lived and died by Heat's performance. Right? If Heat was on one, he's unstoppable. MIBR can beat anybody.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was definitely an idea, especially coming out from off season into lock-in and after lock-in too. But I think the first few weeks convinced me that that wasn't the case.
Right, exactly. But it just feels like we're almost going back to it, in a sense. You think it's not that simple?
I mean, I think, yeah, I think it's a little bit more deeply rooted than that. Not to say that this issue is going to show up again or anything like that, but
sure.
I think this is just an off week for many people, not just Heat, is I think my point. I think Heat has been major talking point for this team. He's been the star for the team. And I think in the last couple of weeks, he wasn't having insane star performances. It was the rest of his team. But I think you're right in the sense that him having a day where he's off entirely makes it a lot harder for the rest of his team to work.
Or he's cooled off.
No, I was not going to use those words, actually.
Exchange of utility towards A early on. And MIBR creeping their way up. You got a turret to cover the flank. The harbor wall goes down. And that should be the cue to go, but you don't have any Viper util anymore.
It feels like Taco's going for flicks every shot on purpose.
Yeah. Just trying to play the game on hard mode, I guess.
It's just using this as an aim training session.
Here.
That Reckoning is gonna cause some problems. It is gonna wreak some havoc, and now they have the lockdown they're gonna have to navigate.
Here.
But this is where Leviatán thrive, man. It's in these retakes. So yeah, you wait this out, sure. Comfortable to give that space up. And yeah, maybe the time is a little bit tighter than you'd like, but they are no strangers to this situation. Already 1 for 1, and when you're down in numbers, that does not work. Quickly making way with what MIBR had left. Leviatán gets to 9.
And we're getting back up to that high retake percentage. And this is looking even more dire than the situation
Last round in the
you
half.
painted for us on Pearl. In the sense that, like, literally nothing is going their way. They're not getting, it's not getting down to close situations. Most of the time, it's still 4vx.
Yep.
When Leviatán ends up winning the round.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think it could get much worse, but here we are. MIBR still with a shot to make this 9-3 half, though. They've got blades for Heat. Maybe that's the tool. That was the push off King, who's 1 point away from having his Viper spit.
I mean, they don't even need it, though.
Yeah.
Especially given that there's not many big ults on the side of MIBR either.
Here.
That they need to respond with. And there's just no threats here. There's no reason for Leviatán to make any wild moves.
Get out of my way.
Blades for Heat. It's a game of chicken, and Heat's the first to go. Taco trying to run away. He got tagged, but he stays alive. And FRZ does not.
And the one fight you needed to win there on the map at the current time, because they were giving up the safe side.
Spike planted.
Spike down, retake simulator one more time.
And also note how fast Mazzino went into that fight too. He needed to clear that up because the one round that they won was because of a threat like that.
Spike ticking away, members of Leviatán waiting for their cue, and that's what it is. The Cascade Heat waiting on the other side, instantly dropped with 37 HP. Didn't have very much to fight with at all. Another transfer out onto Shy, and just leaves RGL alone with 5 HP. Time is on his side. and he's gotten it down to a 1v2, but Mazzino's on the hold. He's got a challenge, he's got swing, he's got to go now, and he cannot. Another 10-2 half for Leviatán.
Mentioned the time loop. I think we're stuck in it.
Yeah. It's not just in what we're hearing either, and what we're seeing, everything. Let's take a look at that one more time, shall we? Speaking of time loops.
This was 6 out of 8 retakes for Leviatán. A big success for them so far in this league, and it just continues.
Another comfortable lead at half for Leviatán. I have good news for you, Bala. Let's move away from the game for just a moment. Earlier, we sat down with Leviatán's king, and we got his thoughts on the high expectations everyone, including himself, are putting on Leviatán. Let's take a listen.
We've been dealing with that pressure. It's hard to show your how you're playing when everyone is expecting so much from you. So yeah, again, this match was like the middle point to if we were going to be on a good run, the split, or if it was going to be a downhill. You know, if it was going to be like way harder or not. I think we broke that.
Lots of expectations on the Latin American squad, and well, for good reason. Leading into the season, we thought they were the real deal. We thought they were legit, and while they haven't looked perfect from top to bottom, they are punching up with the best that Americas has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one team who's undefeated, and Leviatán still hasn't yet to play them. I think for the most part, though, they're where we expected. They're the team that looks really, really phenomenal. That win against NRG, solid. I think the only blemish is like on Icebox against Furia, those types of things, that Ascent series against Furia. Part of the thing that the desk was talking about was how their map pool appears to be shrinking a little bit, and hopefully this alleviates some concerns for both the team and the viewers. But I don't know if it's going to change the needle that much in terms of where people are ranking Leviatán, in terms of the chances they're giving them to go to Tokyo and beyond, given the MIBR that's showing up right now on stage.
Yeah, it's really tough to extrapolate much of anything out of that. Ever pivotal pistol for MIBR. If there's any shred of hope at getting into this thing, you imagine it has to start here.
Oh, for sure. I've continued to hit on the fact that the pistol win rate for MIBR is not the greatest, and if they needed one advantage that they could possibly get that's been different for them so far in the season, it had to be this against a team as formidable as Leviatán.
That's a heavy push on the middle of the map from MIBR. And you wonder here if they understand, given that there's literally nobody on the site.
I mean, this is going to be a turret here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect, I mean, there's nobody.
They're going to come back into this and fight all together.
Oh, we're in for a good one. We're in for perhaps a slugfest. I hope a slugfest. But it's another opener. It's another, okay. No slugfest.
It's a slugfest in the sense that MIBR are looking like slugs.
11 for Leviatán. Cool idea from MIBR. I mean, it's difficult to expect more than one on the other side of the turret. But yeah.
It's just too obvious what's going on in that situation. I mean, you called it. There's nobody on site. So they know where the fights are going to come, especially after the turret gets spotted. So, I mean, again, tough to read into. Very tough. This is probably going to be the most one-sided series we have in Americas so far. And we've played 3 weeks, which is quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Leviatán not moving very much at all. Perhaps expecting some of the same aggression that we saw from MIBR in the previous round. There is a bit of investment here. I mean, you don't really have a choice otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what happened on Pearl, right?
Yeah.
Just double force. This time a lot less Guardians, which is interesting from MIBR, but I think it's also, they didn't get that many kills on the pistol.
Mm-mm.
It's a lot tougher to invest up.
See those cascades? Look at both used to section off both sides, and they just wait it out. And RGL falls. Can they hold anything else back? I mean, all they have left is a couple of guns.
And it's so tough to play against the Viper Wall and the high tide coming in from the attack here because it sections off the site in a way that you really don't know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
You have no information of, are they going to push this wall or what? They did reposition the Viper Orb though, a little deeper now.
Taco with the spam on the heat. Taco with the shots on Muriz.
Dash up draft.
Go get him.
That sucks.
Took a little bit longer, but we got there anyway. Leviatán at 12.
Only 6 rounds in the series for MIBR too. And they have to force again. And once again, it's only one Guardian. I mean, their eco looks even worse than the last series. Almost. It's impossible for it to look a lot worse than the last round, but somehow I have less faith. It's with the Marshal, with the Sheriff. At least they have full armor, but I mean, we've seen there's 2 Bulldogs. There's 2 Bulldogs and 2 Spectres. So the full armor actually does matter a little bit here.
Toxin screen down. Poison's off.
Harbor Wall cutting across from RGL. The spike making its way up. FRZ gets opener on the King. So he tried finding some cheeky space to occupy.
That sort of thing right there is definitely. I was gonna make a point about how you can't fall asleep, but 12-2.
Blocking fire. Zeno playing outside of the cove. I like this. Innovation. Taco trying to dash away. Down to 49 HP as he's getting peppered. Trying to retreat to safety. Mazzino on the swing. It's a bold one. It's a confident one. But he falls.
5 HP and 4 HP right now.
I mean, they've got it in bunches, right?
Last player standing.
Run!
Run away! Keep the gun!
Okay! Same exact situation. They lose the force that they go after the pistol, but they somehow win the next one because of Leviathan's bonus weaponry.
But Bala, I feel different about this one.
Do you?
I feel different about this
What
one.
feels different about this one?
I think MIBR, they have guns and they have armor here, and I feel it, man. I can feel it.
Help!
I ever tell you the story about the 312 comeback on Icebox?
No, I don't want to hear it.
I'm not telling you any more stories, man. Reckon used dash shot onto the site,
My ult's ready.
and you're using info off of that ult to get the kill on Amiri. Taco looking for more. I don't feel anything anymore.
My ult is ready.
Alarm bot out.
I haven't felt anything this entire series.
4v3. And LeBR stuck into post plant position.
Screen down.
Caution here.
They're gonna have to retake this, and they're spread a bit thin. They're also expecting heat there.
Caution here.
Yeah, you can see the pings, you can hear the calls. FRZ on the tap, and look at the discipline out from Leviatán. They don't show a single thing. And now Heat's left alone in a 1v4. Or he's gotten one for his troubles. But at this point, just trying to inflate the BLR stats. Get a couple more kills. But a brutal shellacking from Leviatán. 13-3 and a 2-0 series win. And what you said, like you said it earlier, Ball, this very well may be the most one-sided affair we've had in the 3 weeks we've played.
Yeah, this entire Americas League. And in a very unexciting fashion, unfortunately, the record that Brazil had intra-regionally, 8-0 so far in Americas, goes down here to Leviatán. They're South American brethren. And there's definitely a lot to talk about there with the squad, with Bazooka for MIBR, because, I mean, literally, you can see it on stage. They're dejected for a reason there.
Yeah.
They should have been able to challenge a little bit, given what we've seen so far in this league.
I mean, everything went wrong.
One enemy remaining.
Every single aspect of the game went wrong for MIBR.
But those are always, it's always the toughest too when I can't point to anything specific. I think there were still, I mean, a lot of times on Pearl, maybe they started going a little too hard on the B-long pressure. But for the most part, like obviously they got to clean up their post plants, but what about their post plants is going wrong?
Everything. Here, ask me another one. Ask me about another.
What about their approaches to the sites are going wrong?
Everything.
No, no, no. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. But a great series from Leviatán. I mean, they come out looking, again, like the best team on Pearl.
Yep.
And then they also clean up what a lot of people posited as a gap in their map pool on Icebox.
All smiles and for good reason. As it honestly just didn't feel like a fair fight for the entirety of the series. We thought, you know, perhaps you get into a second map, you get into a first half, and you reset. Because the truth is, when you lose a map as hard as they did on map 1, you go, I mean, you just reset, right? Like, forget about it.
Yeah.
There's just nothing that we can really do about that. Let's refocus and we'll be okay. But that just never came.
Yeah. And there was never a moment of, you know, regrouping or anything like that. Even during the timeouts, you expect the team is going to be able to like break through whatever mental block they're having in the game currently, but it just never came.
Yeah.
And those are the issues we were talking about with this team potentially, especially given they crumbled in front of their home crowd in Lock-in. Those are the stories that you were talking about for this team, for MIBR before this.
Yep. A dominant performance, a beating, a shellacking, whatever you want to call it, as Leviatán just systematically dismantle MIBR from top to bottom. We're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, the dust will break down. The series...
They'll break down.
They'll also... They may break down. We also have a Verizon post-match interview with King. Don't miss it. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm down here with King, the IGL of Leviatán, who has just, I'm not going to talk around it. You absolutely destroyed MIBR there. It was not close. How did you fix up your icebox so quickly after that bad loss to Furia?
Bueno, nuestro icebox, el problema nunca fue que no lo supiéramos jugar, sino que estábamos entrenando mal y no nos sentíamos muy confiados como en ese mapa. Y nada, esta semana le dimos duro al mapa y perfeccionamos todos los movimientos y nada, salió como esperábamos que saliera.
On Icebox, the problem, it was never that we didn't know how to play it. It was more than anything that we didn't have good trainings on that week, good scrims that week. And so we just worked on fixing that and fixing our mistakes for it.
Now, talking about scrims, you used to be scrim partners with MIBR back when you were both, hanging out in South America, playing those battles against each other. Does that change how you approach the game against the team that you're somewhat familiar with, or have both squads changed a lot since then?
Principalmente no. Contra MIBR jugamos mucho, pero es mucho tiempo. Creo que un lapso de 2 meses que no jugamos contra ellos, entonces no me acuerdo absolutamente nada de lo que hacían y simplemente hicimos nuestro juego y salió todo a la perfección.
As of right now, it doesn't really change too much. It's been a long time. It's been about 2 months since they last saw each other when they were scrimming each other back in Brazil. So it was more than anything, he didn't remember anything about them and it was just a new game.
Right. So we also saw an interview with you earlier on after, I believe, the Sentinels game where you talked about the fact that it was the midpoint of the split. There was a chance that things could go up or down from there. What was your mentality like after those kind of games, and what are you feeling now, having just crushed an opponent?
Bueno, obviamente feliz con el performance del equipo y nada, mucha tranquilidad por el resultado y esperemos que se repita en el siguiente partido.
Just very happy with the team performance and just hoping that it can continue to be replicated for the next matches.
I mean, the next matches are interesting.
Yeah.
There is a really close battle at the moment for the top of VCT Americas. You lost that battle to be the undefeated team. You got beaten by Furia. But what does it take for a squad like yours to be on top? What's the difference between how you're playing now and how you want to be playing in order to make it to Tokyo, win the big events?
Más que nada, superar esa presión que siempre nos ha estado detrás nuestro. Creo que siempre hemos sido un equipo fuerte, pero nos caemos en la mentalidad. Y nada, creo que hemos ganado mucha experiencia. Este torneo también nos está ayudando con eso. Y esperemos que podamos estar en nuestro peak una vez terminado el split y playoffs.
More than anything is all about dealing with the pressure. We've always been a really good team, but it's more than anything making sure that the mental is at the same level. And with this practice, the experience that we're getting is also something that we had before, but it's also helping us now so we can push forward.
Super Week is tough because you have 2 opponents to prep for. Your next opponent, 100 Thieves. How do you see them? Are you expecting it to be an easy game? Are you expecting it to be a difficult matchup? Well, what's your feeling heading into this?
Nunca es un partido fácil. Nunca vamos a subestimar a nadie. Para nosotros el rival que tengamos enfrente lo vamos a ver como el oponente más fuerte. Y nada, siempre dar el máximo de nosotros y que gane el mejor Valorant.
It's never just overconfidence. It's always seeing the opponent as it is and as the toughest opponent that you have to face next, and just dealing with it and just seeing who's going to play the best Valorant.
Okay, a very polite answer, but also a good one to keep your mentality in check and take the pressure off you. I can understand that. Thank you, King. Appreciate the interview. Appreciate the demonstration of excellence that you showed us here today as well. And we'll have Dash and the rest of the squad on the desk break it all down.
Thank you so much, Sideshow. What a lovely interview. Great perspective directly from King himself. I love the question, though, about what it's going to take to go from what we just saw to dominating the league and potentially international. I'm like, how much more dominant you want them to get, Sideshow? They literally just smacked their opponents twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that game, it didn't seem like there were many faults for Leviatán. They just played to their game plan. Okay, we give them sight, we play our retakes, we win them 9 times out of 10. It was incredible.
Yeah, you want to know how dominant this series was? MIBR got 7 rounds. They lost all 4 pistols, and 4 of those 7 rounds were the bonus rounds.
Oh my God.
They won all of the bonus rounds. So they won 3 other rounds throughout an entire series. This was one of the most incredible performances I think I've seen in all of VCT, in all of the regions. Just, they laid the smackdown on MIBR. This was a 2-1 team before today.
Yeah, and this is by and far the biggest stomp that we have seen thus far. And it was these retakes, as I feel like we've talked about so many times for Leviatán. This team is just so confident in their coordination between each other that, okay, we can give you a little bit of space to play this, but we'll instantly storm back in with great utility, fight forward with the Harbor Viper. And it's such an improvement from last time they played this map. It really felt like, sure, it was against MIBR. It was against a team that they were dominant against on Pro, but they translated that onto Icebox. And before that was something we were kind of questioning if they would be able to do after their failures on that map previous.
It's also one of those upticks in performance and just generally a level of dominance that kind of makes it hard to evaluate the gameplay itself, right? Because you're left there going like, are they just playing so smoothly? Do they have all the reads? Do they have all the prep to make it this easy? Or should we be putting a critical eye towards MIBR? Like, are they dropping the ball and giving a gift over to Leviatán? Or, like, where's the balance between those two extremes?
I'm sure it's a little bit of both, right? There's no way MIBR should get blown out like this.
Right.
But this was a super important performance for Leviatán heading into the Super Week. They have 2 matches this week. We were all questioning their map pool and how they would fare coming into this week against MIBR. People were high on the MIBR stonks, and they just shut them down. Like, they just made me back into a believer again. And I was silly for
We're a fickle desk.
Yeah.
We will change our allegiances in a moment's notice.
Yeah, 1 win, that's enough for me. Leviatán, best team in the world.
Sure.
I've seen everything I need to. But for MIBR, I think some of the issues that we were seeing were kind of around the fact that they had these initial ideas. It was clear at moments that maybe they had a little bit of preparation, but once Lev started winning those retakes, once the ball got rolling, it didn't feel like they ever had an adaptation, a new idea. They managed to get the spike down. You try and fight sometimes in your post plant. You try and play it off. None of that was ever working, and it eventually got to a point where it just felt like they were boomed, honestly, and the mental just crumbled.
Yeah, as well, while we spent a majority of the day talking about 4 of the 5 players on Leviatán, one of the ones we didn't talk about very much is one that you called out at the end of map 1, Sean, continued to perform here in the second map as well. That's Shy. Got to give a nod to somebody who's stepping up in a big way at the right times.
Yeah, we hardly ever mention Shy's name on the desk because he's just like his name suggests. He's a quiet support player on this team, right? They all do their roles on the team, even someone like Taco. But the Killjoy on the team particularly isn't really making a lot of plays for this team.
Right.
He just does what's asked of him. And today, he did everything. He got all these multi-frags in the mid-rounds. It's not like he's getting first bloods or anything like that, but he's having a lot of impact when people come his way.
Yeah, as a site anchor, this guy is really consistent of getting 1 or 2 kills, spending enough time for it to stall out for his teammates to rotate on over and help him out. On the attacking side, he's not as flashy as some of the other Lurk players. He's not going to have as many big pop-offs as, say, a player like Les, but he's still going to consistently find that value in the late round, whether it's finding a Lurk timing, just using the utility. Shy is consistently good. It's natural. And that's in a way kind of surprising because last year he was an initiator player. This whole Sentinel role is still fairly new to him. So the fact that he's just kind of like quietly going on and performing great in every match is impressive.
In observation, more than an emphatic statement, but this is now the second player within the day alone on Leviatán that we have kind of identified as a role player, right? Like seamlessly fitting their role. And I'm starting to wonder if that's going to become kind of slowly the identity of this team overall is, right, that they don't necessarily have this one defining leading star who's going to make the game about them, like we've talked about a player like Aspas, but instead they are just 5 players who seem to be perfectly suited for exactly what their job is on the agents that they're playing.
I honestly think that already is the identity for Leviatán. They're a team that is just so well coordinated, where everyone is really good, where not one player is always going to stand out to you and look incredible, because they're just all so consistently good. They play into owner system well. The ideas are solid. The coordination is good. Leviatán is just a fundamentally sound team.
Well, they made quick work of MIBR, and that's going to bring our first Super Week day to a close. So let's check out the standings and see where our teams land. It is still that undefeated Loud up top of the table, being chased by the rest of the pack. Leviatán creating a little bit of separation in the standings, though, now at 3-1, while MIBR will slip with the 2-2 scoreline that they have. Everyone else still yet to play, of course, when it comes to this weekend, and there are 2 matches for each of our teams to play. Super Week continues tomorrow with 2 more matches. We've got 100 Thieves versus Crew coming up. We got Evil Geniuses versus Furia coming up. I mean, Crew, of course, still hunting for their first win, which to me is just like heart-wrenching because I, in a number of ways, and maybe I'll make this case tomorrow on the show, a little teaser for some of the conversations we might have, I would almost venture to say that Crew is not our worst team while they are sitting in 10th
Did you find
place. Now I'm going to go home and I'm going to delve into my supply of hopium and copium, and then I'll come back and I'll make the case for that tomorrow. But as well, we have to talk about Evil Geniuses, who found their first win last week and did it in incredible fashion with a substitution of all things Demon 1 coming in.
And the Gecko, too. Demon 1 played 3 agents on all 3 maps. It was insane. But this
the subs, man. We got Marv today. We had Demon 1. Like, what's going on with the bench players?
I have no idea what's going on in our region right now. I have no idea. How does MIBR have that performance? I'm barely holding it together right now.
I wonder what would happen if you just make a roster with the 6th player of every America's team.
Don't get some ideas. Yeah. Hey, you got a couple CEOs are currently like, ooh, it's not a bad idea. Maybe he's got a good idea. Maybe time to expand the league to an 11th team. Sean will be the coach, as we decided earlier today.
Congratulations.
All right, well, there you have it, everybody. That's day 1 of Super Week. We're not going to belabor it because we got 4 more days of action coming your way. I want to thank you all for watching. Here's your Prime Gaming post-day highlights. And until tomorrow, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other, all right? Good night, everybody. Today we kick off 5 days of crucial matches that will set the stage for the rest of the year. It's a battle between former teammates, Loud versus Sentinels. One of our teams here looking to remain undefeated and atop the table, while Sentinels trying to recover from what has been a rough start to the split.
Pushing forwards, in and out. Bit of a spray transfer. Coverage is there. Spike needs to go down, and it does. Ow! High tide in their faces as well. Still Loud could still be favored because they have not given up this space. Pushed up through, 4 kills for Kawazine, and now it's down to Sassy. One tap still, what a shot to be found away! Sassy!
Nice! Let's fucking go, man.
Massive beginning, massive upset. They take map 1. Moving forwards, and wow. Complete patience at work, and it's less. This is his playground. Seen the dart line them all up, but Sassy, what more can he find? 1 kill down. Finds a second. Left alone. It's a 1v2. My goodness! And he knows where Aspas is! Unbelievable! He's given a freebie, but he is instantly traded. Aspas alone into the back. Right into the side. It's all down to Sassy. Moving forwards, updraft the movement, and it's short, he does it! And that's 13-11. Map number 3 is on the cards. This is where it could get dangerous, but no. 1 player left is Pancada at the back, and he's hunting for something. The right click's there. Play is weak enough, but not another kill found. It's Loud. Quizquote, quick shot. Still Aspas is alive. In the action with the knives, and 2 years as well, anchoring it down. Being chunked down all the way through. Kawazine spamming it through. Into the grinder.
Loud, they win it. They convert, get to 13, but my oh my were they pushed.
It's our second bout of the day, MIBR versus Leviatán. 2-1 teams looking to create some separation in the standings and cement themselves in their position up top the table and the chase for Loud.
Spike ticking away, Shy on the swing, spots 1, the second, the third, lands the transfer, lands the spray, and lands another round for Leviatán. Now with the Spectre, and he still finds value.
They've got height on him too. Somebody's gonna jump in. That is ridiculous.
The kills are trying to go a couple which way, but FRZ with the Sheriff has gotten it to 1. The kills all fall through for Leviatán anyway. 13-4 in favor of Leviatán, and yeah, there were a couple of rounds that were extended, but the outcome almost secured at halftime.
He's so far advanced. Not only that, but he's tucked, hiding away from the player at belt. That is beautiful from King. They're sticking. Hello, shoot!
Do something. I'm going to let you break that one down, man.
Go a little deeper now.
Taco with the spam on the heat. Taco with the shots on Muriz. But a brutal shellacking from Leviatán. 13-3 and a 2-0 series win. This very well may be the most one-sided affair we've had in the 3 weeks we've played.
come through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win.